Hello everyone and welcome to a busy weekend of racing for the IVRA Series. 3 different series all in action at the Barber Motorsports Park, totaling up to upwards of 6 hours of racing action. And all kicks off then with the IVRA Club Cup, our support series for the IVRA Club Sport. We're almost halfway into our season so far, and it's been a very entertaining one to say the least. Road America and the Circuit of the Americas proved to be very, very interesting, and we conclude a swing of 3 different American racetracks here with the home of the Spider, Barber Motorsports Park, for 2 more rounds here, rounds number 5 and 6, less than 2 weeks after we concluded rounds number 3 and 4. Let's take a look at our event format for the IVRA Club Cup. We're using the Global Mazda MX-5 Cup car, a car that has propelled so many drivers into international superstardom. It's a drivers-only championship, so no team affiliation as such, but qualifying underway now for all of our competitors. 20 minutes for round number 1, and we'll turn the grid around for round number 2, which takes place after Club Sport qualifying for a second 30-minute sprint race. Let's take a look then at our point structure. We have 200 points awarded for first place, all the way down to 4 points for 40th. Cars must be classified to earn championship points, and after 4 very entertaining races, this is the championship situation. Shiochi Ishimaru leads with 640 points for Year 1 Racing, but he is closely followed by Dustin Hirota for Phoenix Racing Esport. The gap down to 10th place Jack Ashton is almost a full race win at this point, and Ashton, who is unfortunately going to be missing today's festivities, is going to be hoping that in the next 3 rounds can claw up some of that championship gap. So my name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted that you can join us here on RaceSpotTV for what should be the start of an exciting weekend of IVRA action. I'm joined in the commentary booth for this one by my RaceSpot colleagues, Samuel Aurora and Jonathan Burke. Reminder that TV cameras provided to us by the wonderful Istvan Ballo and TrackCams22, with additional car cameras provided by our very own Tyler Maxson. Live timing for this event will be available at Timing 71. You can follow along with your favorite teams and drivers and keep up to date with how they're doing throughout today's event. Let me bring in my broadcast partners then for the first time, because that was a long intro. Qualifying almost done, Sawmill, and let's take a look at this track. It's a very old school track in nature, and you wouldn't believe that this was built just back in 2003. There's not much room for error, and it's a lot of tricky situations that often when the Indy cars come here, bring out trouble.
It absolutely does, Arjuna. I just think that IVRA has a knack of going to these hidden road course gems, because early on the season we went to Phillip Island. Now we're here for the IVRA Club Cup and the ClubSport Series at Barber Motorsports Park, and we've done so many races here together, Arjuna. We know for a fact that this circuit, well, it's just like mini Spa, for instance, in the USA. It's got so many elevation changes, and it's only 45 feet wide. And to give things into context, Circuit of the Americas goes up to 52 feet in width. So here, things are very tight, and on the outside, as you can see, there is grass all around. So you make a mistake, you get punished. Around 80 feet of elevation. Man, this circuit, it's a proper roller coaster, and we literally mean it.
Yeah, roller coaster in many different ways. The famed section at the end of the track, the roller coaster section, one of my favorite sections of any track in the US. Qualifying, you can see the standings on the left-hand side of your screen, just over 90 seconds left, and Dave Chapman for Shipsky Racing in that 444 on the pole with a 136.773. The gap back to Clifford Eben, who is representing Simucube Inex Racing, is almost half a second. That shows the pace that Dave has underneath him in his Global Mazda MX-5 Cup car. We must also say, shout out to Hugo Luis, who put together some fantastic B-roll for this event on very short notice, and I plan on using it as much as we can over the next about 4 and a bit hours or so. We have 6 hours and 20 minutes of total racing action over the next 2 days. We have 2 of these 30-minute sprint races in the IVRA Club Cup. We have a 2.4-hour race in the IVRA Club Sport Series coming up later today, and then tomorrow on Sunday, for the very first time, the IVRA Endurance Series takes to the Sunday instead of a Saturday, with 2.75 hours around this very same racetrack awaiting LMP2 and GTE machinery. Let me bring in my broadcast partner, Jonathan Burke, for the first time, as he's been working out some microphone issues on his end, live production and remote broadcasting. And it always is a fantastic combination. But Jonathan, this series has produced some fantastic racing so far, and this is the first time that all of these series are going to be sharing the same configuration of track. The last 2 times out for this series, we had alternate layouts, so this might prove to be a very interesting showcase for the Club Cup.
It's going to show that it is going to be a bit of a more of a driver's race. Barber's a driver's track almost, and especially in equal machinery like this, it's going to be exciting, I think, for the Club Cup for sure.
So, time ticks away then. Checkered flag is out for qualifying. We will have a brief little period where cars still out on track can finish their current attempt, so that's going to mean about 2 minutes before we can get to showing you the grid. Doesn't look like too many cars are still out there on track, but let's talk about this track then. Sommel mentioned it. Upwards of 80 feet in elevation changes. This is a 16-turn, 2.38-mile circuit, like I mentioned, built in 2003, just outside of Birmingham, Alabama. It's used for testing a lot of the time. You'll see the IndyCar teams come here. A certain Fernando Alonso once tested his IndyCar ambitions at this very racetrack. It's a fun one, and Sommel, you mentioned the number of races we've actually commentated over the past few months here. We came here with the IndyCar series, and even in that car, you could pass, and I've gone side by side through the very tricky not roller coaster section rather, but the museum corner, 7A, B. You can go side by side, and these Club Cup cars and the Mazda MX-5s, even more possibility, I think, for that side by side action.
Exactly. With these Mazda MX-5s, no circuit is narrow enough. They just find a way to produce some excellent races everywhere. We saw the last time out of the Circuit of the Americas, it was absolutely wild. Here at Barber, well, let's say it's slightly tighter in comparison, but as you mentioned, Arjuna, they can properly go side by side, and as is the case with the MX-5s, you go side by side, you make contact, everything will be fine. And one man who did a fine job the last time out, Shuichi Chimaru, you can see the Club Cup standings. He was just so consistent, just so on the pedal the last time out. Pretty impressive, mind you.
Yeah, and he was very reserved in his attack there. He didn't force the issue at the Circuit of the Americas. Very respectful driving. You see the standings then one more time before we head into our first race of today. 3 different races lie ahead. Shoichi Ishimaru has qualified in 5th position. He'll have a bit of work to do to get towards the front of your field. 6/10, almost 7/10 of a second behind Dave Chapman in the 444. Just trying to look. I think Chapman actually missed that last round out, so he's not in the top 10, but he is a strong driver, and I think he was leading the standings after rounds 1 and 2 that first race weekend. So let's see what Chapman can do then for Shipsky Racing. You will notice a number of different teams in the top 10. We have a nice healthy dose of competition here in the IVRA Club Cup, and we're very much looking forward to getting the cars out on track then. Cars gridding up. Let's go ahead then and take a look at our starting grid. On row number 1, Dave Chapman with the pole position on 1:36.773, almost 5/10 of a second clear from Clifford Eben, who will line up on his outside. Caleb Hyde from Australia lines up in 3rd position, a newcomer to the series, with John Atkinson in row number 2 on the outside. Shoichi Ishimaru then, after last time's out sterling drive for Year 1 Racing, in 5th place on the inside of row number 3. On his outside, Evan Gobdell in the 333. Yannick Brenner for Phoenix Racing Esports is going to line up in 7th place, with Arthur Panzel in 8th. Dustin Hirota 2nd in the championship, 9th on the grid for Phoenix Racing Esport, almost 1 second behind the pole position, with Chris Whaley for the Year 1 Racing team on his outside. Silas Vrolik for Fiercely Forward in the brand new Fiercely Forward liveried cars. I look forward to seeing them out on track in the 134. He'll line up in 11th with his team boss, Ollie Slade, next to him. Takumi Kusayama for Pycar Racing. He'll line up in 13th with Kevin Swemstra next to him. Adrian Hendy's going to line up in 15th with Mark Yacht for the Yacht Brothers back in 16th place. Darwin Myrick in 17th on the inside of row number 9, with Simon Erpelding in 18th place. David Simon, the only representative for Team Fordzilla this weekend, he'll line up back in 19th place. He's nursing a few injuries as well. On his outside, Andre Jameson for Jameson Motorsports. James Yacht, he's all the way back in 21st place. Takeshi Taniguchi lines up next to him. Kyle Robertson in 23rd. Kevin Serrano in 24th. And that's going to be our grid as the cars head out there. They're getting ready for the start of this race. It's a relatively short formation lap by normal standards. They line up fairly close to the start-finish line, and cars already getting ready to go racing. Actually, no, it's not a short pace lap here. I thought they had added that in the most recent patch. Instead, we've got the full pace lap, so time for me to talk to my broadcast partners once again. Jonathan Burke, I mean, look at this. These cars, they produce such great racing, and after our first 2 weeks, it's hard to really think about this going any differently.
No, I think it's going to be exciting and intense, especially down into the tricky sections, turn 5, turn 7, turn 8. It's going to be a whale of a show.
And so the car is diving into this museum section. You dive downhill into a braking zone that almost got two different parts to it. Maybe in a MX-5 Cup car you can roll it through the corner a bit more. Winds are fairly strong. We didn't really mention that, 17 kilometers an hour. That might be a factor through different parts of the track here. You'll see the cars coming up to one of these switchback sections. Sommel, we've seen cars making a move right after this section down into the roller coaster section.
It can get really tricky, can't it? There are so many spots in Barber where you can just send and try and get a move right there, but you've got to be very aware in terms of not chopping the nose of the other driver off. That's the case in the IVRA ClubSport Series with the bigger cars. With the MX-5s, every place is free real estate. You can go for a move all the time. That's why these kind of races are going to be so much fun. It's not going to be too much thought behind it. It's just going to be go out there, have some fun, try and make sure that you get the best drive possible. And this particular section, Arjuna, I love this one. It can get so tricky around here. Seeing cars go side by side with such intensity, it's going to be a first of sorts.
Well, the pace car down onto pit lane leaves the fielding control of the 444, and Dave Chapman for Shipsky Racing. We have a start zone, so he can't go when he wants. He's got to go within the designated zone. Everyone queues up. No one's going to try to jump the start. They did at the back. Someone tried to jump at the back. So there's going to be a bit of a issue for race control to take a look at. But we take the start, then green flag in the air. 30 minutes of racing underway. And we file our way down in towards turn number 1. 3 wide in the background of your shot. That's David Simon in the Team Fordzilla MX-5 Cup car, who's on the inside. That switches back to the outside of turn number 2. And we work through turns 3 and 4 for the first time in towards the hard braking zone that is turn 5. Chapman still continues to lead. There are challenges now for 3rd position. You see side by side. Also side by side for 6th and 7th position. Yannick Brenner and Dustin Hiroto, the two teammates. Careful not to scrap it out there too much, boys. We seem to have gotten fairly cleanly through the first corner though, Sommel, as we work down into turn number 5.
Hiroto has lost a couple of positions. He's into P number 6 right now. But Dave Chapman for Shipsky Racing, all very clean as we come towards the museum corner for the very first time. It's a bit like the corkscrew at Laguna Seca, isn't it? But they go past very, very cleanly. Nobody having any major incidents, apart from a few battles at the back. It's all clean, but Ishimaru, who did a stellar job the last time out, getting up to P number 4 already. He's battling out with Caleb Hates for P number 4.
And looking at my timing screen, I can confirm all 24 cars have managed to get through the first corner safely. We did have 2 cars that decided to take the safer option, as some might elect to call it, and started on the safety of pit lane. They are now about 8 seconds behind the leading pack, so they've got a bit of work to do to try and catch up to the field, but we complete lap number 1 then. The field's relatively single file for the most part. You have to go all the way back to about 16th place before we find some side-by-side action. Chapman leads then from Eben, Atkinson, Ishimaru, and Hydes, the top 5. We have had a bit of a scrap. The 2 teammates, Dustin Hiroto, we saw side by side with Yannick Brenner. He's been shoved off the track very slightly. Takumi Kusiyama is off the track, and now Kevin Serrano for the R70 team, pointing the wrong direction. Let's take a look at the RaceSpotTV replay. He's already elected to go back to pit lane, and in fact, he's already decided to call it quits. We'll take a look then at what's happened for Serrano, coming through the second to last corner a bit wide, and he's just going to get shoved off the track. And I think, Sommel, that's a bit of resignation there. Maybe not feeling the most confident about this race weekend, and Serrano back to the pit lane.
Yeah, exactly. Early end for Kevin Serrano, but there are more accidents here as well.
And that was James Yacht, as I just managed to pick up on that just as we came back to the live picture. So we'll go right back to a RaceSpotTV replay. James Yacht, who is up there in the championship, or at least his teammate is. You see there, no, there's a bit of contact made with the Pi Car Racing team. I believe that's Kusayama, and I think, additional contact made with his teammate there as you see the Yacht Brothers having a bit of an issue now back in the pack. We'll jump back to live pictures and back up front, Sommel, because the top 5 cars now starting to break away. They are clear of the cars behind by about a full second, I would say, and they are starting to try and just pull away very slightly now.
They are indeed. I was wondering, looking at the first lap, that, okay, IVRA Club Cup, Mazda MX-5s, and discipline, these 3 words don't quite seem to go too well with each other. And then, of course, we saw all the accidents taking place, but they are fairly quiet and very clean in the first part of the race, which is a good thing to see. But Clifford Eben is pushing things beyond the limit. He is setting a new fastest lap. And believe it or not, Arjuna, the gap between all these cars in the leading pack only within a couple of tenths of each other, so they're all very closely matched. I think it's all coming down to a point of timing where each driver knows that they're going to have to make the move at the right time later on in the race. Right now, it's just a case of following along and making sure that they don't lose too much of time, which may not be the most entertaining thing in the world, but they surely can put up quite the show towards the end.
Yeah, these cars are starting to break away very slightly. Kevin Schwemstra is unfortunately having a bit of an issue. He's being swarmed by the chasing pack. He's already lost 3 positions so far this lap. That's not what the Fiercely Forward team would want to see. Let's just shout out, by the way, as you see some good racing side by side in towards this very tricky section. You can make it work. Schwemstra's going to force it on the inside, takes a healthy dose of curb, and now David Saman tries to follow him down the inside. Those Fiercely Forward cars, brand new liveries after last time out. We had a bit of confusion up here in the commentary booth distinguishing the R70 team and the Fiercely Forward crew. So brand new liveries, and they are looking very, very good. Schwemstra's about to lose out, though. Kusiyama down the inside. Simone's going to follow him in entry to the roller coaster section. Schwemstra able to cut his nose off, though, as, oh no, Kusiyama's off the track. He's going to lose a few positions. It's a great battling, Sawmill, and this is what we expect here in the IVRA Club Cup.
You know, you wouldn't have been able to do that in any other car. You can only do that with the MX-5. That is, go on the cross and still be fine. But that's not the way of being fine. Shipsky Racing being turned around.
And that is Simon Erpelding, who at the last corner now has to find his way back onto the track. It's taking him a few moments. We'll grab that RaceSpotTV replay. We'll go back to the moment when Kusiyama was off the track for just a few moments' time, which just shows the quality of the racing. Erpelding tried to find the opportunity, sling it down the inside, was able to carry the momentum through the second to last corner. Kusiyama tries to come back through that last corner, the contact's made, and you'll see the 861 doing a good job. That's Takeshi Taniguchi to make his way through all of the chaos and take a few positions. We'll jump back to live pictures and jump back to the end of the leading train, because Yannick Brenner is in 6th position right now for Phoenix Racing Esports. His teammate right behind him, Dustin Hirota, 1.5 seconds behind. But then you have to look 3.2 seconds back to Chris Whaley. So, Jonathan, you're back here in the commentary booth. You've been working on your technical issues. It's looking like right now these top 7 drivers are really starting to pull away. You get a good shot there that gives us a sense of that gap.
Yeah, but if they all start fighting all amongst themselves into some of these slower corners, those back few guys are going to be brought back into it, and Chris Whaley and Evan Goebel are fast cars.
Yeah, they are. So, we watched this battle at the edge of your leading pack, and then we should jump back to the front of the pack, because Evans pushing the pressure on Chapman, but Ishimaru, after last time out at the Circuit of the Americas, is hungry for a race win, 2 second places, and let's see what he's able to do. Caleb Hyde's back in 5th position, using a bit of the track width at the last corner. Sommel, you mentioned that you can get away with stuff here in the Mazda MX-5 Cup car, and I think you're right. We're not going to see the likes of the 911 Cup car later on in our IVRA ClubSport Series able to get away with such track liberties as such. But let's put that on hold for now. Ishimaru takes a look for a moment, but as always, the Japanese driver, very patient. I will let you finish that point now, Sommel, because when we get to the ClubSport Series, track limits is not going to be such a factor, because like we're saying, the faster speeds, the harder to control cars are going to mean you can't take those kind of risks.
Exactly, as Ishimaru still tries to be patient, that's Clifford Eben jumping over the curb, literally taking off into orbit. Coming back to the point about the ClubSport Series, with the Porsche, now normally when you race on iRacing in a circuit like Spa-Francorchamps, you get to be told that the iRacing police is very strict in terms of track limits. At Barber, you don't even need the iRacing police, it's just the grass that will make sure that you stay on track, because if you go out there, it's literally like ice, even more so in the colder temperatures. But with the Mazda MX-5, you just get that little bit extra grip. It's a more forgiving car in nature. That's why it's the one that every single one of the rookies uses when they first get into road course racing on iRacing. But that aside, Arjuna, I'm slightly confused about Shoichi Ichimaro right here. We saw him be very patient the last time out at Circuit of the Americas. Is that just patience, or is that him just not being able to execute moves to perfection? Because we saw him have a couple of opportunities on Clifford Eben, who literally took off at the curb, but Ichimaro still hasn't quite been able to attack at the right time. So are we getting confused right here? Is he just not able to make the move in this case?
You know, I think it's a little bit of patience combined with maybe, like you say, a lack of willingness to commit and force a move when he doesn't need to do it. He was a champion in this year's iRacing Nürburgring Endurance Championship in this very car, so he knows the values of patience, Sommel. You know, that's a track where you have to, as the traffic comes around you, especially in the slowest class in competition, you have to be very careful. So I have a feeling that Ichimaro is a very cautious driver. The 24-year-old from Tokyo is a very experienced driver in this car, so he knows what he's doing. He's not going to force the issue. Let's jump on board with the number 94 and ride in towards this roller coaster section then, because you jump through the chicane, which is much faster in an Indy car and much scarier, I must admit, because sometimes you're not flat out and you're wondering if you're going to lose the rear end of the car. You then head into the roller coaster section. In these MX-5 Cup cars, you can clip the inside of the curbs on both parts of the corner, get the car straightened out over the rise. You can see Evans actually managed to close on Dave Chapman slightly as we head into the second to last corner. Chapman will set the corner up on the outside slightly more, cut back through the last corner potentially, but I think here you'll see someone. They're really struggling to pull up alongside and force the issue here at the front of the field.
Exactly, the fastest way around Barber is with a couple of lines, in fact, and you don't really have the liberty of multiple lines like you did have at the Circuit of the Americas, so that's making it just a little bit trickier. But coming back to Shoichi Ichimaro, it's actually very refreshing to see a driver not make any bold lunges, because normally in iRacing, especially with this car, you just tend to go for lunges naturally. It invites that. This car forces you to go to make moves, but Ichimaro, of course, being very cautious, that's quite refreshing to see. Meanwhile, there's this battle going on for P number 4 right now. John Atkinson Jr., who currently has the fastest lap of the race, is being chased by Caleb Heights and Yannick Brenner, all of whom are ranked, let's say, quite high in the championship. So this one's going to be an interesting battle to watch out for. Meanwhile, I'm really concerned about what's happened to Dustin Hiroda, who's supposed to be second in the championship, but finds himself in P number 7, Arjuna. He was with this leading pack only a few laps ago.
Yeah, he's now about 1.7 seconds behind, so he is falling back, losing the draft of these leading cars. Remember, we do turn this around and flip it all around for race number 2. That's going to come up on the other side of our Club Sport qualifying. Let's jump back further in the pack and check out these fantastic liveried, fiercely forward cars. I sent a message to Ollie Slade last night when I finished my prep for this broadcast. These cars they went from that yellow and black last time out, Sommer, which you can forgive us for mixing it up with the R70 team, which does share a very similar color scheme, but this is unique, and this is a great way to show off one of their sponsors, GSI, as well.
Yep, Gomez Sim Industries and the wheels, Arjuna. Normally, you don't really have anyone have such flashy wheels, apart from Racecraft Esports, who once had pink wheels on a GT3 Cup car, but apart from that, it's all very standard white or black rims, but this one seems to be quite the looker, with Silas crashed Rolag behind the wheel of that facely Ford machine. Currently in P number 9, having a bit of a tricky one, and hey, look who's following him. It's the boss, Ollie Slade. So both the boss and the team driver against each other. Let's hope it ends rather cleanly in this case, otherwise the debrief could be a bit of a tricky one, mind you.
Well, I think Ollie Slade might be getting on the radio and saying, well, what's their numbers? Multi-34, 134. How about that? Let's get this switcheroony going on. And, of course, if you're a fan of Formula One, there's one final race to pay attention to this weekend, the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, as we wrap up our 2020 F1 season. Ollie Slade gets a slightly better exit through turn number 8. This will give him a nice run into the roller coaster section, but nothing really happening, I think, at this point in the race. All of these drivers content to hold back. They're not getting the opportunities that you might get at other tracks, I am getting a little bit concerned though, Sommel, because the thing I'm noticing here is if the IVRA Club Cup is not as action-packed and hectic as it usually is, that might mean that the Club Sport race is a little bit quieter, and, well, what does that usually mean? At a track like this, that might mean a lot of safety cars as lap traffic tries to get a bit too aggressive. I'm hoping that all the drivers have seen what happened at Phillip Island in the Endurance Series a couple of weeks ago and realize that we don't need to have such a safety car interrupted race.
You know, Arjun, I'm going to go back to one of the points that you mentioned to me after we got done with the IVRA GT sprint race the last time out. As we see Salas Crash Draw, like pushing the limits of this car. These drivers have done the pre-qualifying right here at Barber. They know the circuit, and the IVRA organizers, being very efficient and smart at what they do, they've only selected the best and cleanest team. So hopefully we are going to have a very, very clean round right here in relation to, let's say, the benchmark that was Phillip Island. But now Ichimaru finally has that chance. It looks like he could get it done at the museum corner. Ooh, goodness, Clifford, Eben, Elon Musk is going to send a Mazda MX-5 the next time out, considering the way it's going right now.
By that rate, you don't need much more to get that car sent to spaceship status, and
Exactly.
You don't even need one of those brand new Starlink engines. Eben is feeling the pressure from Ishimaru. He's now 0.8 of a second behind. Ishimaru looks to the outside. He's going to get that door closed off, though, by Eben in front. Eben does represent Simucube Inex Racing. You can also see behind there getting very scrappy as well. Caleb Hyde's putting pressure onto John Atkinson, who hangs the rear out, heading over that rise through the roller coaster section. So top 7 cars really starting, sorry, top 6 cars, because Dustin Hirota is now 3 seconds off. So he is, like Sommel was mentioning, has lost this leading pack. He's lost the draft as well. Ishimaru tucked up right into that draft, trying to use it to his maximum benefit. But Sommel, you did mention a good point there. This is the track which the standards for this season were set by IVRA Race Control. Pre-qualifying process for this series is not just determined by pace, it's also determined by on-track behavior. And as such, I think that's going to mean that hopefully this ends up being one of the more entertaining club sport races that we've had, because all the cars know how they want, they know how Race Control expects them to fight, and that might hopefully mean we have some very close racing. As close as the racing between Ishimaru and Eben. It's just so close that Ishimaru is unable to get the move done. You have to look right behind where Caleb Hyde is going to force it down the inside in towards the museum section. He's going to try and look to get it done. Oh, he has to back out of the corner there. Atkinson holds on for now.
The interesting thing about Barber Motorsports Park is that normally we tend to think of it as a circuit with a lot of grass, but the curbs right here can really send you high up. That's going to be one to watch out for in the Club Sport race coming up. But look at this, he's sending something down the inside of the chicane. Not the best thing in the world, mind you, but he's lost out time on the exit of the corner. And so the number 15 car of Yannick Brenner capitalizes and makes up a move. That's how thin the gaps and the margins are in any IVRA Club Cup race. When you make a slight mistake like that one, compromising on your exit, someone will always be there. Unless, of course, you're Dustin Hirota and you've got nobody near you. Someone will always be there to pick up the pieces and get the position. And that is what Yannick Brenner did well.
Well, the problem is, all of this scrapping is good for us as we enjoy the battling up on your screen. But there you can see the the delta and the lap gaps, because they've started to fall away very slightly. 1.3 seconds, the gap between Ishimaru and Atkinson. We've got 13 minutes left, so we're past the halfway point in this race. We are getting set up, as our YouTube chat does very correctly point out, for a very interesting race number 2. Because, well, we're going to flip this all around, Sommel, and do it all again, as I like to start saying. IVRA competition, we do this very often in both the GT Sprint Series and here in the Club Cup. Reverse grid racing, it always produces some entertaining stuff, and I think we're seeing here that it's so difficult to pass that for someone like Chapman, who's out front and not really had much of a challenge to deal with so far, it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to try and slice and dice his way through the field.
Absolutely, Arjuna. Just going back to the last week's race that we had at Daytona for the IVRA GT Sprint Championship, as we see Ishimaru just forcing his way past but not quite getting anything done. we usually see some great new challengers come up in reverse grid races, and being a very slow driver myself, I can tell you from personal experience that just defending well in a reverse grid race can give you a great deal of confidence that you can use in there to try and improve your performance. Sometimes as not a very quick driver, confidence is all that you need to elevate yourself to the next level. At a circuit like Barber, where it's hard to pass, being up ahead in the reverse grid race and just defending extremely well can give you all the confidence in the world as a driver, as Ishimaru went to a classic NASCAR tactic of bump drafting. Shoichi, we're in the USA, but bump drafting in a Mazda MX-5, that's daring, but that's what Ishimaru's all about, isn't it?
You know, he was very... You were just mentioning that he doesn't want to maybe force anything and he was being a bit cautious. That's not cautious. Bump drafting in any car is not something that you do if you're a cautious driver. Ishimaru wants to get up into second place, but leading the championship isn't going to try and force the issue for year one racing, I don't think. This is their first ever season in an IVRA series. They had a lot of success in the old BSR MX-5 Pro series with multiple drivers, many of them competing here in IVRA as well. The title sponsor, Year One Custom Flip-Flops. You can check them out for custom flip-flops. I might do that after the fact. I like... you and I are both Indian, Sommel. We understand the need for flip-flops in the house, or chappals, as we would call them.
Yes!
I like the sound of a custom set of RaceSpot chappals for my house. I like that.
Well, they can make up for quite good weapons for your mum, so that's one way of looking at it. But no, honestly, Ishimaru is doing a good job and putting the year one name right at the very top. Honestly, taking things a little bit serious here, that can be a bit dull at times, but nevertheless, championships like this one, where it has some epic racing, it does attract a fair few eyeballs. And sim racing, well, we need the sponsors, we need the support, and the eyeballs certainly help out with that. So it's a good platform to come and put your brand up here if you're not doing that already.
It's a good battle going on, by the way. Edge of the top 10, the two fiercely forward cars have just swapped places as Vrolik takes a nice frolic through the grass. I hope he's not going to hit me for that pun there. He's just gotten past his team boss, Ollie Slade, who pokes the nose back to the inside. Not going to commit here. You've got the yellow rims on one of them. I think Ollie Slade might have to get blue rims onto his car. He's got the blue GSI text on the back. Only fitting, but... Now feeling the pressure as well from Evan Gobdell behind. Gobdell has fallen a few places down from his starting position on a recovery drive up through the field. You can also see Chris Whaley in front of them. Whaley had an impressive showing in race number 1 at the Circuit of the Americas last time out, struggling a little bit more on the pace this time out. Pass, by the way, for second place. Ishimaru has just gotten it done up into second place, and he now tries to set sail and reel in Chapman for first. Let's take a look at this pass as it happens, Sommel, and talk us through it.
Ishimaru just sending it to the outside line, committing to the line, which is a textbook Soichi Ishimaru move, because he already gets it done way before, capitalizing on the exit rather than the entry of the corner. Very calm, very patient. That's textbook Soichi Ishimaru right there. He looks at it already, he knows this is what he has to do, and then just executes it to perfection towards the very end. That's what he does. Look at this. Coming past.
That, no, you saw the flashing brake lights there on the double six. So Eben is elected to give the place up for some reason. Not exactly sure what's happened there, but you can already see Ishimaru has cleared Eben to the tune of almost 9/10 of a second. So yeah, Ishimaru, a man on the mission, the Japanese set sail and puts the pressure now on Dave Chapman for first place. We might have a battle brewing here in the last 8 minutes. Ishimaru wants to not finish in second place for what would be a third consecutive race, Sommel. That's what do they call it? Always the bridesmaid, I guess. Never the bride.
Yeah, exactly, for Shoichi Ishimaru. Just there or thereabout all the time. But I think he can get it done. So considering what we saw in the last reverse grid race in the Circuit of the Americas, he certainly has the pace right in there. It's just about the right timing for the move. But behind, are we seeing a good battle right there between John Atkinson Jr. and Yannick Brenner? They are getting close to each other. We could see a lot of things happening in the last 8 minutes, Arjuna. There is potential for some good racing right there. Meanwhile, Evan Gobdell, who was the winner of the second Road America race, the first round of this championship, he's really closing up to Silas Crash Rolik right there for P number 10. Gobdell, of course, we know is a good defender. Can he get this one done on the aggression?
Well, he's still got 7 minutes and about 4 or 5 laps still to work. Lap times for these cars, about 1:37's. The fastest lap time you can see up there, 1:36.980. That was John Atkinson in 4th position, using a healthy dose of the draft. Your leader's fastest lap time, if you want a clean air reference, 1:37.227. So just keep that in mind as we head over into our Club Sport qualifying in about 10 minutes time. Down in towards turn number 1 once again. We start lap number 15 out of 19 predicted laps here in our first race of the weekend. Like we mentioned, 6 hours and 20 minutes of racing action, and that doesn't include the 2 qualifying sessions that we also have coverage of. Here you can see the move. Is Brenner going to commit on the inside? He sticks his nose, and indeed Atkins is now going to lose 2 positions because here comes Caleb Hydes down the inside as well, and he'll get the momentum off the corner and slot his way up into 5th position. Gap out front closing down under half a second between Ishimaru and Chapman. And you know, Sommel, I have a feeling Ishimaru is going to have to work for this one. He's not going to have it as easy as he did just before.
Now, Dave Chapman with Shipsky Racing has had just a little bit of bad luck in this championship so far. Shipsky have always shown the potential, but they've never quite been able to capitalize on that. This is Dave Chapman's big opportunity to get something done. We know Ishimaru can make a pass. He's taken his time before. Now the luxury of time isn't quite on his side. Chapman, for him, he just has to do what he's been keeping on doing for the last 24 odd minutes. Just stay on the gas, make sure that you're consistent with your lines. But Ishimaru already, like an eager dog on his tail, he's already wanting to get a piece of that action. That's the beautiful thing. He's always excited, but can he just make the pass with the right amount of composure? That's what he's done before. Can Chapman defend? Here he is.
Oh, this is going to be a fight all the way to the checkered flag. Across the line they go. 5 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. I think Chapman's going to have a mighty hard time to fend off the challenge from behind. They are scrapping it out behind as well. Simon Erpelding and Carl Robertson in a scrap. The 2 fiercely forward teammates side by side once again. There's been a big crash further back as well. That's Andre Jameson and that's Mark Yacht involved. Take a look at this RaceSpotTV replay and then jump back out front. This is coming out through the second to last corner. You'll see them on the entry here. They're both taking a very tight line and just a little bit clumsy there, not recognizing potentially the braking zone. Then a hard contact on the follow through there, Sobel.
Classic Barber Motorsport Park accident that we saw right there. A couple of cars making a mistake, and then the third one coming blind apex. Oh my goodness me, what should I do? I know, I'll clobber straight in, and they don't even have that choice for that matter. Meanwhile, Ishimaru closing up on Shipsky Racing's Dave Chapman. Seems to have quite a big support in the chat right there. Thank you so much, folks, for coming in the chat and interacting with us. Now, time is running out. Chapman is defending quite well. He's blocking off his lines. What do we have in store right here?
Well, it's not just coming into the chat and interacting with us. Big shout out to Rachel Williams, who has just donated $5 to us, supporting her Shipsky Racing teammates. Williams was in action last weekend in the IVRA GT Sprint Series. Good to see her out here supporting her teammates as Chapman across the line once again. 3 minutes and 44 seconds to go, so we should have about 3 laps left on the clock, I do believe. I'm just trying to do that math in my head, which is never a good idea at, 8:20 in the morning for me. I'm just interested here, by the way. You see a big scrap down in towards turn 1. Silas Craig Vrolic has lost out a couple of positions. Gobdel up the inside of the team boss Ollie Slade. Vrolic's going to try and commit around the outside, carry the momentum. He's going to get the nose chopped off, I think, and indeed he's going to force it into the grass. This is great battling further back in your pack. Can you believe, Stommel? This is the battle for 9th, 10th, and 11th.
No battle is too small. Gobdel being swallowed up by the 2 fiercely forward cars, and Ollie Slade, the boss, well, he's just moved up ahead. That is some incredible racing. They just did a 2-on-1 right there. And Gobdel quite simply was outnumbered. But here he comes in with the third line. Look at this. 3 wide at Barber. How often have you seen that happening? In goes Trash Vrolic.
That was almost near disaster. I think Ollie Slade had to back out of the corner. Vrolik very deep on the exit of turn number 8. They're going to continue scrapping it out on the run in towards the roller coaster section. They'll get single filed out. Vrolik has managed to gain 2 positions in about half a lap's time, but his team boss is trying to come back at him now. This is a rather interesting scrap that I want to keep my eyes on, but we're going to turn our attention back out front. They're going to come across the line. It's going to be 2 minutes to go, so we are looking at 2 laps to go as we cross the line. This is going to start the 18th lap in this race. And don't count out Clifford Eben here, Sommel, who is lurking in the background. If anything happens out front between Chapman and Ishimaru, Eben is ready to pounce.
But Ishimaru gets on the grass and just saves it, loses time critically to Dave Chapman, and he's closer up to Clifford Eben behind than he now is to Dave Chapman up ahead. But that gap can change very, very quickly. A very volatile series in that matter. Meanwhile, a move being made at the back, that, Arjuna, is Caleb Hydes moving up ahead on Yannick Brenner, who's lost another position. This is the kind of racing that we all love and want. Brenner, Atkinson and Caleb Hydes all going against each other. The 92 car of Caleb Hydes is up ahead for now, but Brenner being attacked from behind.
Yeah, great aerial shot. Again, shout out to Istvan Ballo and TrackCams 22. We got a great shot of that leading 3 cars, and then the second battle pack of 3 cars. Hydes, Brenner, and Atkinson having a good scrap. Atkinson has been dropped to 6th place, both Hydes and Brenner getting past him. They're now up into 4th and 5th respectively. We'll jump back and turn our attention to that leading group. Ishimaru over the rise in the middle of this sandwich. Wants to try and get out front, but as we cross the line for what is going to be the white flag lap, one final opportunity for Ishimaru in this race number 1 before we turn it all around, re-rack the cars, and do it again for 30 minutes of sprint racing action. I don't think he's going to get it done, Sommel, unfortunately. He's just not being able to commit, and as we work our way into turn 1, I think the main opportunity will be turn 5.
It would be, but it's unlike Shoichi Ishimaru to go for a full-blown lunge right here. Nevertheless, getting closer on the outside line, working his lines very precisely. Remember, Clifford Eben still there, and Ishimaru just always using the grass to his advantage.
It's a little too far behind, though, and in fact, like you say, Eben is the one closing. He's not going to commit to a move, but Ishimaru has to defend very slightly. This will compromise the run down into the museum section. It's turn 7A and B. I think Chapman is safe now unless he somehow makes a mistake, gets it wrong maybe through the roller coaster section, but no bad luck from any of the spiders around the track. Chapman through that section. Ishimaru has to just watch in his rearview mirror as Eben closes very slightly, but gap out front. 7/10 of a second. Chapman makes this next little drag race down in towards the left-right chicane that leads into another one of the left-right chicanes. He's going to be good. He's going to take the race win. I'm pretty confident here in race number 1, knocking on all the wood that I can find around me. Had a very impressive showing in our first round. A bit tougher last time out. In fact, he didn't even show up for our second round at the Circuit of the Americas, so missing out on 400 potential points, but Dave Chapman takes one more step towards a potential championship run here at the Barber Motorsports Park, and he'll take the checkered flag. And race number 1 in IVRA Club Cup action, Shoichi Ishimaru comes home in second with Clifford Eben in third, the chasing pack in the rear view mirror. Fun race there for race number 1, and like we say, we're going to turn it around and do it all again in just over an hour's time. We'll get ready for Club Sport qualifying, which is going to begin in just a few moments' time. We might, unfortunately, actually, miss a few moments of that as we switch over into the new session and run you through the final race results. So Chapman a winner in our first race. Can he do it from the back of the pack in race number 2? That's going to be a very interesting challenge, I'm sure, to see how he copes with it. Final few cars then coming across the line before we take a look at our race results. We've got a few of the cars involved in incidents, but a fairly clean one there, Sommel, that I think bodes well for our second reverse grid race.
Oh yes, it does. Reverse grid racing in IVRA competition, it is just so much fun. I mean, if you haven't watched last week's Daytona race for the IVRA GT Sprint Series, well, once this is done, go ahead and have a look. It just gives you the perfect idea about what reverse grid racing in IVRA is about. We're going to get a lot more of that coming up rather soon.
So indeed, let's Still waiting, actually, by the way, for one more car to come across the line. Mark Yacht, who we did see having some issues, we'll wait for him to cross the line before we get to those final race results. We do have to let you know we will, unfortunately, I think, miss part of our Club Sport qualifying. The TCR car is scheduled to get underway in about 60 seconds time, so we're not going to be able to get over there in that amount of time. We will do our best to get over into Club Sport qualifying as quickly as we can. All cars have crossed the line then. Let's take a look at our final race results. Dave Chapman takes the win in the 444 by just 0.4 of a second from Shiyoshi Ishimaru. Third consecutive second place finish for the Japanese driver. Clifford Eben on the final step of the podium for Simucube Inex Racing comes home 1 second behind the race winner. Yannick Brenner in 4th with his teammate John Atkinson in 5th. Caleb Hydes drops to 6th on the last lap of the race. Dustin Heroder makes it 3 of those Phoenix Racing cars in the top 10 with Chris Whaley in 8th. Ollie Slade and Silas Frolick come across the line with the team boss in front. I wonder if any team orders were laid out there. Evan Gobdel comes home in 11th place then with Kevin Zwemstra in 12th. David Simone comes home in 13th, the only Fordzilla car in today's field with Adrian Hendy behind him. Dawin Mirek in 15th, Takumi Kusiyama in 16th, Takeshi Taniguchi in 17th, with James Yacht back in 18th. Simon Erpelding then in the 111 comes home in 19th place, with Andre Jameson in 20th. Take a look at the final 4 cars. Carl Robertson in 21st place, Mark Yacht in 22nd, Arthur Panzel comes back in 11th laps down, with Kevin Serrano retiring early on in that one. So that was our first race of today, and we get ready now for 2 more races. Before we get there, though, we've got the IVRA Club Sport qualifying to get to. We're going to switch over into that session as quickly as we can. It'll take us at least a couple of minutes' time, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back in a few minutes with the Club Sport qualifying as 3 classes prepare to head out onto Barber and its famed 16 turns. Hello everyone and welcome back to the IVRA ClubSport Series as ClubSport qualifying is underway for the 2.4 hours of Barber round number 3 in our 6 race schedule. Cars are underway. We're hoping to have a few more moments to talk you through our pre-show introductions as things were, but let's dive right into it then and run you through the stats and facts. Our series schedule up on your screen, 2.4 hours of action ahead of us today at the Barber Motorsports Park. And the one interesting thing about the ClubSport Series is the half points. We had halfway points awarded last time out in our 4-hour race, and 2 more races that hand out those halfway points are up for grabs on our schedule. Let's take a look at the event format. There is 3 classes of competitions here. The TCRs and the Cup cars are one make class, but the sport class with the BMW M4 GT4 and the Porsche 718 Cayman a option if you like to have a BOP applied to your classes. 15 minutes for each class in qualifying before we get to the 2.4 hours of racing action with live race control and safety cars. Safety cars always mix things up and something to keep an eye out for in IVRA competition. Something else that you should always note in IVRA competition as well, for qualifying, when cars head out onto track, they cannot enter the pit lane again and head back out. So one opportunity to head out onto track and make things happen. Let's take a look at our point structure then, and 100 points awarded to the winner of each class. And last time out at the 4-hour race that we had, it was 150 points on offer. And as we're about to take a look at the class standings in TCR, Team Hoisingveld taking full advantage last time out to put themselves top of the championship. Full Send Racing second and third, as for the first time in IVRA history, there was not a Full Send Racing car on the TCR podium last time out, so they were trying to rebound this time out at the Barber Motorsports Park. Let me bring in my broadcast partners then for the very first time in this portion of the broadcast. It is Samuel Aurora and Jonathan Burke once again. Live timing not available for this portion of the broadcast, but we will have that back up and running right after qualifying. It is another cold day here, Samuel. You'll see there 24 degrees Celsius. And when that comes to some of these cars that have gone through an update in the most recent iRacing build, that does make a little bit of a difference, especially here in qualifying.
Yep, quite a fair bit. Let's begin with the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. Let's not actually. Let's begin with the car on screen, the TCR machines, the Audi RS3. Now, these cars, all the cars in fact on iRacing, they thrive in colder temperatures. And there are some major TCR changes in terms of the way the car drives, not in terms of the engine power or the tire specs or anything, but there's one critical change in terms of the steering lock. Now, the steering lock for the TCR car has been increased, so they can actually go longer distance in terms of the turning circle. Why this is such a big advantage, it's quite clear. The TCR car front wheel drive, they don't have a very big turning radius, so for them, just to have that little bit more can give them such a big advantage at turns such as turn number 5 right here.
So, you can also see in front, by the way, I'm just noticing that the headlights being flashed by a number of cars as they work down into that tricky museum section. One of the Full Send Racing cars, I do believe, is part of that. That would be the 287, I think, not the main Full Send Racing car, but there are some interesting developments in this series. I think ClubSport TCR in particular, last time out, Jonathan, it was an interesting race, but like I said in my introduction with the standings there, the most interesting storyline, the fact that for the first time in about 8 months or so in IVRA TCR competition, there wasn't a Full Send Racing car on the podium. So they've got a bit of rebounding to do, but I'm sure for them it was more of a disappointment than anything, given their record in this competition.
And then, unfortunately, got part of the drama there at the end. Halfway through, they got good halfway points, which is a reason they are second and third in the championship, the 285 and the 287. But I think that this is going to be a rebounding race, and this is going to be a focusing race, I think, for both of their cars. And right now, as we're looking at the lap times, it doesn't look like they're rebounding. You know, I'll stand corrected. The 285 is on pole with a 287 down in 11th, almost half a second off the sister car.
Yeah, so you can see times coming in. 285 has just gone to the top of the timing sheets provisionally. Those times are actually not accurate. I'm taking a look. Gap between first and second, about 0.3 of a second as things stand. So we'll wait for those to get updated. There is a big update that we must give you direct from Race Control. Julian Bell, who was part of our RaceSpotTV Friday night shakedown yesterday, has sent me a bit of an update that we must talk about. I'm looking at the admin notes, and well, this part is bolded, which always tells you when Race Control bolds something, they want you to mention it. So we'll make sure to highlight it. We have removed the CPI rule for this race in all series. Now, that is a big deal. For those who are unaware, CPI, corners per incident, is a way that IVRA tracks the number of incidents, or rather the number of corners that you manage to get through without taking an incident point, and they try and uphold the quality of the driving using that metric, using this CPI metric. Now, the Barber Motorsport Park we mentioned in the Club Cup race, not much runoff, and while we saw in those Mazdas the opportunity for cars to go four-wheel drifting through the grass, Race Control firmly believes that the quality of the field is strong enough that they don't need to be policed. And so as a result, Race Control is not going to be enforcing the CPI rule, and that will allow, especially here in the TCR class, opportunities for drivers to extend the track limits in ways that they were unable to potentially do before. Let's ride on board then with, who is this? We're riding on board with Thomas Benninger in the 287, and Sommel, I'm going to pass it over to you in just about 10 seconds time, but the reason we're going to ride on board here is one of the big talking points coming into this race, and indeed this entire weekend, was another Race Control edict, which is into this corner right here, turn 11. Cars have to make sure 2 tires are on the racing surface. We're going to see cars through that curb right there, that left-hand part of the corner, cutting as much all the way down in the race. They might be even putting cars on, tires onto the grass. They obviously can't do that in qualifying here because that would invalidate their lap time, but it is something that we will see in the race.
Now, the thing with the Barber Motorsports Park is that they've got so much grass on the outside, which can be so slippery, that you're often having someone chase you around with a stick all the time. It's like you make one mistake, and it's almost always gone. Even with the TCR car, that's a lot more stable than the other cars that we've got right here. So drivers are often looking for that one opportunity where they can really cut the track and gain as much as track time as they possibly can. But with drivers given a little bit of leeway, there's also this concern that they can cut the second chicane out slightly, as you mentioned, Arjuna. So everyone will be on their toes. Everyone will be very, very concerned about how things go about. And the drivers, well, they have just a slight bit of leeway in terms of the corners per incident, but they have to still be on their toes and have to be having their full discipline as they usually do in a race like this one. And we've seen time and again that the club sport category, usually in the TCR category, it's all very sane, it's all very calm. Usually it's the 991 GT3 Cup category where we see a little bit of drama and say somewhat of drama in terms of crashes. Usually here it's a lot more stable, so everything should be rather fine around this category. But the main talking point for TCRs is how they're going to let past other traffic. Because Barber is so narrow, there are only limited places where you can actually go side by side, and because of the nature of the circuit, corners just combine from one to the other. So there are lots of places where you can chop the nose off the other car, just like this quick right-hander that we saw right here. So it's going to be very interesting to see how teams and drivers negotiate the challenge of faster cars without just having slight incidents of them hitting the back of the other quicker cars. I'm very concerned, but knowing the quality and strength of this field, there's also this slight bit of calmness that these guys know exactly what they're doing.
Did you just say that TCR is going to be calm?
In an endurance race, of sorts. Usually they want to stay behind and stick in the draft train. But
You just said that TCR is going to be calm, which breaks my heart because calmer. I'll take that. I will.
It's been the calmest of the three groups, if we're being honest.
Well, I'm going to let you off the hook there because totally chaotic racing is never calm. Yeah, I feel a bit hurt there, Samuel. You broke it. That one line has always stuck with me. Every time I talk about TCR, I always call it totally chaotic racing. I think you're right, though, and I think it's not just in this series. It's the nature of endurance racing in this car. The first stint is always so crazy. The draft is what produces that crazy racing, and as soon as the draft is broken up, then these cars become much harder to run in packs and for cars to make up time. So you find that in the first stints of the race, there's a lot of hesitation from these cars to... Rather, they don't want to lose the time as the lapped cars make their way around, if you know what I mean. So it's all about minimizing time loss to stick in that draft and maximize the draft potential, both for speed but also for fuel saving, which will be important. Impulse Racing there, the 222, flashing the headlights at 285. Not sure why they're flashing the headlights at the pole position sitter, who are giving them a nice little tow as Team Hoisingfeld in the 248 running slightly wide there. A few more updates we should actually hand on over to everyone watching. There was a few changes to the entry list coming into this race, and that will be something we can talk about more as well tomorrow for our IVRA Endurance Series, because more changes there and big shakeups across the entry list. In this series in particular, the biggest talking points to me out of four cars that would drop to the reserve list, the 134 Fiercely Forward car has been dropped, so that's the GT4 entry from Fiercely Forward, no longer part of the full-time entry list for this series. Additionally, Torque Freak Racing, the 243, and Mayor SimSpeed Performance, the 273, all demoted to the reserved list. And in the case of those two TCR machines, Jonathan, those were two cars that had some difficulties in our first two races, but also shown signs of pace. So a bit of a disappointment that they are no longer on the full season entry list. And indeed, tomorrow when we talk about IVRA Endurance, even bigger shakeups there in the championship situation.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointment for both of those two teams, but the two teams that got elevated, Eclipse Racing Team and Solar Sim Racing, are going to at least have a shot to go out here and make a name for themselves right now. As we looking, I believe this is the Solar Sim Racing machine. No, that's the Torque Freak Racing machine. So unless Solar Sim did not make the race and Torque Freak was able to jump on board, that would make a big change there. But I believe the Eclipse Racing Team, the 244, is out on track, not having the pace that they probably want. There it is, that beautiful purple and blue paint scheme. But this is a good time for them to show out.
And it is, and a good spot there. I've just spotted on the entry list, both the 273 and the 243 are signed up for today's race. You see the huge-ass TCR electing to complete its qualifying run down the pit lane. Leaves just one car out there on track right now. Blake Bottoms in the 251. Rogers A51. A checkered flag has just waved in qualifying, so that's why the TCR cars are down on the lane, and the sport cars have been given the instruction from race control to get ready at the edge of the pit lane, and you can see a number of these cars already getting set to go. There's a huge-ass BMW, and let's take a look at our championship standings once again and focus in on our sport class because, well, there's not much to say here other than a two-horse race is developing for the championship lead. My Day's Urban Works in the team name that we're still struggling to pronounce now have a almost 20-point advantage over the BMW for Huge Ass. And you take a look at the rest of the chasing pack there, the gap back to SRN Motorsports is, I mean, almost 80 points. So it's developing into a two-horse race out front. But there you can see the battle from 3rd through 6th separated by 9 points. So there's still excitement up and down this field. You do see the likes of Team Hoistingfeld on 94 points. They'll be hoping for some stronger runs. Andrei Ratchevich is going to be qualifying for the 148 today. So that's the situation in GT4, and, well, some slight modifications to this class as well in the most recent update. The balancing of the BOP, the fuel fill time has been something that has been slightly different between the two cars. The BMW M4 and the Porsche 718 Cayman. Traditionally, the BMW has had a slightly larger fuel tank that somehow also took less time to fill up. So that has been rectified, no longer the case. And now we'll see between the BMW of Huge Ass and the 124 My Days car, which is a 718 Cayman, what the BOP looks like now. This is a tighter and a twistier track, one that its nature might benefit the 718 Cayman a little bit more. You see, that was a little bit of a touch on the grass there for Christian Young, who is qualifying the 124. He'll be probably sharing the car with his teammate Danny Giese. But just a reminder for those asking in the YouTube chat, live timing not available for qualifying, but it will be available for the full race coverage, available right as we switch over from the Club Cup race number 2 over into the main Club Sport race. So cars starting that qualifying laps here. Barney the flagman sits up in his perch watching them all, keeping a keen eye on the action. There's already been an issue, and that's the Team Hoistingfeld 148 off into the barrier. Andrei Ratchevich going to be starting from the back of this class, unless he wants to try and take that damaged Cayman around the track. He now has to find an opportunity to head back out onto a safe racetrack. Lots of cars coming around turn number 3 right now, so it's going to be a long wait there for Ratchevich. The 174 waits now. Is Team Hoistingfeld car going to reset or not? We must reiterate, as soon as you leave the pit lane, you cannot re-enter and re-exit, so Ratchevich now has to deal with the consequences of that incident. Let's take a look at a RaceSpotTV replay. He's lost a lot of time here. Just touches the grass on the outside, you get a look there, and spits him out into the outside wall, Jonathan. Not much you can do when you get onto that grass, and that's going to really hamper his qualifying.
Yeah, especially that front end damage as well is going to hurt the steering, and you almost feel like for the Team Hoistingfeld teams that whenever their top cars, the upper tier and faster classes, don't seem to have as much luck as some of the lower tier class cars. They currently have their TCR machine leading the points in this Cup car. Not doing too bad in the points, but it's not had the good luck the past few weeks.
No, it really has not, but nevertheless, qualifying time starting to come in. We wait for the more representative lap times to start dotting the timing sheets, and indeed here they come. You see Huge Ass, the 137, 129, 788. The 124 My Days Urban Works team will change that so it's not showing you that very long name. They very helpfully updated their name in the series as well to accommodate us, so we'll get that updated after qualifying. The 124 was 1/10 of a second behind, but Shipsky Racing has now slotted themselves in 300ths of a second, the gap between first and second. We wait for a lot more of these cars to get their tires up to the operating window and set proper lap times, because you'll see there, Sommel, that full send racing time from the 285 proving to be pretty respectable right now.
Yeah, Fulton Racing have been stalwarts in the TCR category. The 285 having a good qualifying. Their teammates slightly worse, but that's for the TCR category. They're still holding up with the GT4 cars, and naturally TCR cars and GT4s, there is a big difference, and it really amazes me to see how much front-engine race cars can be pushed to the limits. That's what the Audi RS3 LMS TCR car does, but with the GT4s, it's a different story. Again, the younger brother of the GT3 category, they're very much similar cars in terms of the design, but the technology on board, the downforce, the aerodynamics, all layered down a lot more. And now, Ad Hoc Gaming by Team Midas Elbensberg heading towards the pole position, but Huge Ass, look, that's what happens on the grass. That's what happens.
That's their qualifying now compromised. They only got one lap on warm tires in. And now, as Pneumatic Motorsport sends themselves to the top of the timing sheets, Huge Ass in a bit of trouble here in qualifying. Alex Albert is going to try and keep that car rolling, but sorry, Sommel, I didn't want to cut you off there. That was a big drama there for one of our championship contenders. This race marks the halfway point of our season, and I believe you can see a little bit of damage there already on the steering. We'll jump on board here and try and just get a better look now, Sommel, but the 137 not in a good situation now.
Yep, the 137 high up in the championship. They finished third the last time out of the Circuit of the Americas, and they need those points to get up in the championship order. A good qualifying at here at Barber can change things quite a fair bit. That's not going to help out, is it? But the damaged car, trying to extract the fastest possible lap, seems quite the uphill challenge. Uphill considering Barber's elevation change. So.
I'm pretty sure he's got steering damage. You see there a lot of play in the steering through the right-hand portion of that chicane. He's going to elect to let the two SRN Motorsports cars go. Disaster then for the second place sitter in the championship, who was the only car trying to mount a challenge on the 124, who puts himself back to the top of the timing sheets. The gap not 300ths of a second. It's over 1.5 tenths of a second, so 0.150 as AOD Racing goes second in their BMW M4. They 600ths of a second behind. Pneumatic Motorsports again go a little bit faster. They're now half a tenth behind as SRN Motorsports Black goes second, now 8,000ths of a second behind. The gap between the top four cars, 600ths of a second. Make that, now the top five separated by 1/10. Shipsky Racing in the 111 decide to go for the pole as well. A little bit of hot potato being played with the pole position then, Jonathan.
And so if you're asking another team that's been elevated off the reserve list, they've shown their strength and drivers in terms of the Club Cup Series, but now they can really show their strength here. And some other news about the series, we have the 125 Hayach Motorsports BMW withdrawing from the season, which is kind of a bit of a shock. They were running 6th in the points. They were a good midfield team. That, I think, opens up the field for AOD Racing, No Luck, Team Heuskenfeld to really make up some points and try and get closer to those top two. And this might be a good weekend to get closer to those top two. The Midas car is still up there. However, Huge Ass looking like they're going to struggle a little bit right now.
Well, they're running out of time in one way. This will be, like I say, the halfway point of the season. But out of the next 3 races, 2 of them award those halfway points. So, 2 races where 150 points will be on offer, as opposed to just the normal 100 that are on offer today for each of our race winners. Shipsky Racing down to 3rd. The 124 retakes the pole position. Pneumatic Motorsports decides to rip that away from them. In the 120, Jason Lundy, who I don't think has qualified this car yet, doing a fantastic job. But Tim McLeish has just had a big issue in the SRN Motorsports orange car in front of the 120, and that will compromise a number of cars on their own qualifying runs. We'll grab a look at what happened here, and Sommel, I know, I mentioned, I tried not to think too much about that when I'm talking about people's names. There we see the 175 and Tim McLeish having his issue. For those wondering, Sommel has just pointed out Lundy isn't necessarily the nicest word in one of our Indian languages, so Sommel got a little bit perked up when he heard me say that.
Yeah, I just got scared for a bit of a second, as SRN Motorsport would be having a bit of a scare heading towards the grass and then the barrier as well. That's the nature of Barber Motorsports Park, and hopefully you get to see a lot less of that as the race goes on, as the drivers learn more about the circuit with more laps that they go on doing. Pneumatic Motorsport is the team that we are focusing on right now, currently sitting in 2nd place, and let's restart this debate about the Porsches and BMW, shouldn't we, Arjuna? Because here, It seems to be more of a Porsche circuit with very, very short straights at Barber and more about the corners where the balance really pays off. Quite a few of the BMW teams are going to have a bit of a disadvantage. And so this means that Ad Hoc Gaming, maybe even Heusinkveld, they could gain quite a fair bit. And just look at those gaps in qualifying, all very closely matched.
Yeah, it is very, very close. Actually, those gaps still not updating in the friendliest way possible. Gap between Shipsky Racing and SRN Motorsports, the 174, 1/10 of a second. The gap across the top 5 right now, just over a quarter of a second, just under rather a quarter of a second. And then 4/10 back to the Porsche Owners Club, who are having a bit better of a run this time around. Michael Johnson might not think too fondly of me remembering his issues and struggles at the Circuit of the Americas, but Jacob Abrams in the 121 doing a better job to qualify. Number of cars electing to complete their qualifying run. AOD Racing in their BMW have entered the pit lane, turned off the car, and put their feet up until the race in about an hour's time. Not an hour's time, in fact, about 50 minutes time as the clock stands. We've got one more class to head out for qualifying. That will be the 911 Cup cars. And then we'll head on over for race number 2 in the IVRA Club Cup. Based on race 1, should be an entertaining one, to say the least. Officially, all of the TCR cars have been passed in terms of lap time. Other than the 169, the electronic sportsman, Niels van Payne, has not actually headed out on track, I believe, and he has not set a lap time just yet. So other than that, though, we do get a good sense of the difference in speed between GT4 and TCR. Shipsky Racing retake the pole position. Christopher Pye is doing a good job there. A 128.851 puts him 3.5 tenths clear of Pneumatic Motorsports in the dying moments of qualifying here. So, a good job there. And Jonathan, let's just talk about the fact that the gaps between these cars are so close in these two classes, right? GT4 and TCR. It's going to make passing difficult, and that's one of the things we've been talking about so far in this broadcast. Lap traffic is going to be one of the key factors to winning this race.
I mean, it's probably a good thing, actually, for the GT4s. They might not catch the TCRs as quickly as they'd hope. The Cup cars, I think, are going to have the biggest struggles if they're put down lap times any faster than these 128s and 130s we're seeing. But, yeah, the passing is going to be difficult, especially with the lap cars. I know we've seen at other tracks that IVRA's been at that IVRA has really said, hey, if you're in a faster class, you have the right of way. The slower classes need to try and not race them and really get out of the way. So hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of that today. I'm really not expecting much drama between here and the TCRs. I'm more concerned, honestly, about the Porsche Cup cars, especially given their recent aerodynamic changes, how they're going to be able to cope with this traffic.
Well, we'll talk about that class in just a few moments' time as the GT4 qualifying comes to a conclusion. Shipsky Racing across the line once again, this time around a 1:30.277. So they're 1.4 seconds off the pace at this current point in time, with those tires being a bit worn after all of those qualifying attempts. The fastest lap attempt from anyone out on track the last time around was the 174 team, the 129.274. That was just marginally slower than their fastest lap so far. But it does show there is a bit of life still in those tires if you can find them. Shipsky Racing is going to check up the 174 there.
Bit of life in the driver right behind him.
I was going to say
that was the 161.
Scott McGarvey. Oh, that's the 160. Oh, no. Okay, so that's the Team Hella Media car. So we were just talking about in that IVRA Club Cup race the similar paint schemes between two teams, and now we've got another couple of teams with similar paint schemes, the Team Hella Media and the SRN Motorsports crew. But there you can see 1.3 seconds separating 14 cars in qualifying right now. Shipsky Racing clear of the field by just over 3.5 tenths of a second. The gap behind them, though, just over 7 tenths of a second, separating 7 cars from second onto about 9th. So there is close racing, and Hella Media is going to continue pounding around the track right now. Not sure what benefit they're really going to be getting. SRN Motorsports,
extra practice.
SRN Motorsports have just gone faster, by the way, as they have elected to call it quits on their qualifying. So they've jumped up into second to 1:29.150. So there is the potential here, guys, in these closing stages for faster lap times to come in. One minute left in qualifying. The word from race control, Casper de Court, who was also part of our Friday night shakedown yesterday on RaceSpotTV. And if you are following us, not following us rather, on RaceSpotTV already, just a reminder, you can tune in across all of our different channels. YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and Instagram. Go ahead and follow us at RaceSpotTV across all of those. And if you're not already subscribed to us on YouTube, hit that red button, hit the bell next to it to get notified every time we go live with our fantastic sim racing series. It's a relatively quiet weekend for us this weekend. It's been a hectic 2020, but only 2 broadcasts across Saturday and Sunday, and both of them are IVRA competitions. So you can join myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Somil Aurora, and Jonathan Burke for all of it. In total, 6 hours and 20 minutes of racing action and just over 2 hours in additional qualifying coverage. Pneumatic Motorsports across the line, a 1:29.849, so they're about 0.6 of a second slower, and that's going to be the end of qualifying because checkered flag is in the air. So GT4 is then done with qualifying. Shipsky Racing takes the pole position by just under 0.3 of a second. Jonathan, impressive showing there in the 111.
A nice showing for them as well. They only finished really far down the order, actually, and their one outing at Road America was not here for COTA. They were on the reserve list, but I think that for the Shipsky Racing team, this is a good time to flex and say that, hey, we really kind of deserve to be taken seriously.
Very much so. Barney the Flagman not flying the checkered flag because of the way the iRacing system works, but he'll be ready, I'm sure, to fly that flag when the time comes. So GT4 is done, and Shipsky Racing takes home a well-deserved pole position, and we switch it over. We switch our attention over to the 911 Cup cars, and a class that has had, I think, the most major change to its driving standard. So let's first take a look at the standings. You can see there fiercely forward, leading the standings, clear of the rest of the field. But this is a class where everything is up in the air. There has not been a consistent driver across our 2 races so far. Out of the half points available last time out in our 4-hour race, no one capitalizing on that opportunity. And as a result, a lot of that still up for grabs. Green flag in the air, the car starting to roll for qualifying. And Soma, let's talk about this class in brief detail, because the 911 Cup car, it is our World Championship car. We are just under 4 weeks away from getting another season of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup underway, and, well, this car has just undergone rather, a very major change. Decrease in aerodynamic downforce, an increase in braking distances, and maybe, in the words of some of the top-level drivers I've been talking to, the car has gotten a little bit easier to drive on power down. So a big change, and that's going to shake things up for this race, I think.
Yeah, we saw Hugo Jouret, who's also in the chat right now, who's also representing Team Fiercely Forward. He said that he also had a word with quite a few top drivers. Quinton Violate, one of them, racing for Team Fiercely Forward, who also races for the RAG Esports Junior team. He tried his hand at qualifying in the PESC. Didn't quite work out very well, but he's a man with great talent. And all of them seem to have the same opinion, Arjuna. They just say that although from the looks of things, it may appear that reducing the aerodynamic downforce will make it seem like the car is going to be, very tough to drive, considering the low amount of grip that you already have with this. It's just turned out to be a major paradox, with the pro drivers saying that the car has been made a bit too easy. And Hugo mentioned that locking up has become far harder, so drivers are being forgiven a lot more. You can commit to the corners a lot more as well. And on the whole, they just say that the challenge of the 911 GT3 Cup car that made it feel so special has been somewhat lost. Now, I haven't tried it firsthand myself, but if the opinion is coming from such talented drivers, such clear sources, it would make a lot of sense to trust them. And this just means that the drivers are essentially driving a whole new machine out here, Arjuna. So, past results aside, it could be a lot down to how they adapt to this new machine, how much time they've been putting in since the new build upgrade came in a couple of days ago. that could very well change things up. And when we consider how volatile and how topsy-turvy the top of the grid has been so far in the Club Sport category of the GT3 Cup Series, it's been mind-blowing. We could really see some new winners out here this weekend.
Yeah, keep your eyes out on that. I was talking to Tim Matsky, who is part of the the Maniti Racing team. Not competing in this series, I don't think. He competes in other IVRA competitions, but very quick driver, telling me it was also a bit more difficult over the curves. There you can see Hugo Giroux taking a nice healthy dose of curves, getting a bit onto the grass through the fast chicane. Matsky was warning me that there might be a bit of an issue over those curves for some of those cars, so just keep an eye out for that as well. The one thing that I'm expecting from this new Cup car, though, you heard those comments that Sommel is talking about. Some drivers maybe think it's a bit too easy right now. That sounds like classic racing drivers or sim racing drivers as things were. Ooh, and there's
a man backwards.
That's a man backwards. Who's that car? That's
Team Down Under, I believe.
That is the Team Down Under, the number 45, Vince Peters, who's fortunately not taken any damage, but he is going on a bit of an off-road excursion there. We'll have to watch as the Maniti racing car makes its way across the start-finish line to start its lap, and Vince Peters back up to racing speed. But let's just finish off that point. Classic racing, sim racing drivers, they want the challenge. If things aren't difficult, it's not realistic enough. Well, unfortunately, that's not how things work in the real world. We'll need to get some expert opinions from real racing drivers who have actually had the opportunity to wield these beasts out there on the track. And of course, who can forget, we are now just a couple of years away, I think, from a new wave of the Porsche Cup car machinery, a new generation out there on track being tested at this point in time by the Porsche staff, and we'll see what the next generation of Cup cars looks like. Maniti Racing provisionally sitting top of the timing sheet as Team 11 taking a bit of an off-road excursion through the museum section of the complex. Lap time for the provisional pole position sitter, 1:24.542. The gap down to the 10th place sitter in the Hell Racers number 16 car, who's just been pipped by Fuga Simsport and Taj Edwards, who's now just been pipped by Fisher Motorsport and Virtual Motorsport. So Virtual Motorsport just under 1 second behind your provisional pole position sitter. Tim Matsky, by the way, is actually out there on track, so he was giving me a bit of advice and now out there wheeling it itself. And Jonathan, I'll pass it over to you here. You've got some thoughts, I take it, on this update. Have you had a chance to try it just yet? And what's your opinion on this new evolution in this Cup car?
I haven't had a chance to try it myself, unfortunately, but I think this becomes more of a driver's car for sure. And I think that's something that this class really needs, but it's going to be hard to tell how it shakes up the order because we've had such different results in both the first two races. So it'll be very interesting to see. I think that's one of the Fisher Motorsports cars going to be very, very heavy on the curves, but it sounds like it becomes more of a driver's car, and it's a bit more fun to drive, a bit more challenging. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. We saw, again, different people at the front last week. We had Team Down Under and Team Bergen running at the front for a good portion of that race.
Let's take a look at what's just happened to Hampus Bars. I heard a puff of tire smoke and Bars pointing the wrong direction for a few moments' time. So jumping onto the roof cam of the Hell Racers number 16 car, healthy dose of curbing. Ooh, and there you can see very, very sideways. Bars doing a stellar job to actually hang on to that car. We'll take one more look at this from this onboard perspective through the left-right kink that is meant to be flat out in an Indy car, but I'm sure it's just as scary as it is in these Porsche Cup cars. You see the counter steer, and I think Hampus is going to need the next 50 minutes after qualifying, or however long it is, to get a change of underwear in his system. That was a scary moment there, Sobel.
Did we just hear drivers saying that the Porsche has become an easy car? No, it's relatively easier, let's put it that way. Still, no traction control, no ABS, it's a proper monster. It may be easier for the top-level sim drivers, but when you push it a bit too hard, things can still go very wrong. In fact, let's take a look at the car on screen. We've had, sadly, a few very wrong races. It's the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Machine. Miguel Vigo has had a bit of bad luck in both the runs that we've had. Road America and Circuit of the Americas. Got tagged, remember, in the very first lap, made an impressive comeback to finish in P number 9. Arjuna, the question is, can they avoid the bad luck? Because Alpine Stars Jurassic Racing have almost always shown great potential, shown really bright sparks in qualifying, but then they just somehow all their bright sparks get tucked away by the bad luck and all the chaos that we have here in the 911 GT3 Cup category. This, if things go cleanly, could be the big opportunity to register their first major point-scoring haul.
Yeah, they've had more success in the Endurance Series, and Vigo will be back on track tomorrow, but just under 1/10 of a second behind Matski. They did have, I must say, Matski and Vigo, or not Matski and Vigo, over the ClubSport Summer Series, which was the first series that the IVRA series organizers put on under this new name. We had a 3-race series with the same class of action. Vigo was competing in GT4, and he had some good battles with Maniti Racing and their BMW.
Yeah.
Vigo was in the 718 Cayman. They did come to blows on the last lap of a race at Spa. We'll try and put that incident in the rearview mirror, because I'm hoping that Vigo and Matski can have a very solid battle out front. Currently clear of Team Bergen in third by an additional 1.5 tenths of a second. The fiercely forward car that leads the championship 3/10 of a second behind Tim Matski's current provisional pole position time. Doesn't look like we're really getting too many fast lap times right now. It seems like a lot of cars have gone out, put in consistently fast laps in the first 2 laps of their stint, and now elected to call it quits. Vigo onto the lane has already decided that qualifying is over for him. Matski is working down into the museum section on his lap, running a bit wide through 7B. That's not going to help him too much if he's already talking about the curbs being a problem factor in this car. Left-hand side of your screen, you can't see the gaps, but you can see the ordering. Maniti Racing, provisional pole position. Virtual Motorsport in 10th position. And Eclipse Racing Team, the number 44, they're in 18th. NAB Racing, the number 8 car, they're in 19th, right behind them. Fisher Motorsport in their neon-colored 911 Cup car, they are in 20th. So 20 cars in this Cup class. It is our most popular class in terms of competition. We have 16 TCR machines, 15 GT4 machines. So this will be interesting from the perspective of the traffic. Lights flashing from Tim Matski. Is he happy about this lap? He comes across the line. Doesn't appear to be anything faster. So Matski's maybe
getting in the Christmas spirit, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe just doing a bit of race practice as well, I'm wondering. So Matski looks very content out there. 8,000 I rating. One of the strongest drivers in this field today. He's against Miguel Vigo, who at 7,000 I rating is equally strong, I'm sure. Let's run you through then some of the other cars. We talked about Fiercely Forward. Let's check in with Team Bergen. They had a impressive run in the Summer Series here, and they're having a interesting run in the full ClubSport Series. They're not even in the top 10, Jonathan, but they have had the pace. It's just been luck and, in some cases, safety cars that has hurt this team from trying to be where they want to be in terms of performance.
Yeah, they didn't really get any good luck with the safety cars out at Road America, but then at Circuit of the Americas, they didn't even score points at the end. They have a goose egg on their points with plus 30 for the halfway points. And they've showed good pace at Circuit of the Americas. I was really impressed with the team and how they were performing. Just, unfortunately, do not have the points to show for it right now, and this may be a good weekend for them to try and eke out some more points right here.
Well, another couple of cars onto the pit lane. PJ Clayson's is that car. Team 11 in the number 97. I am getting word Hugo Giroux in the Fiercely Forward 34 has just been off the track. We'll grab a look at the RaceSpotTV replay. See what happened to the number 34. Oh, it's just coming. Oh, that's not what you want to be seeing. There you go. That's what you want to be seeing. You can see Hugo Giroux.
Exploring our tunnel drifts.
Yeah, well, we're just showing you those standings once again. But you can see Giroux going through the grass. I don't think he's compromised too many other people on this lap.
I think he's trying to get out of the way, and he runs out of track.
Well, he was off the track at the same time as another car. So let's take a look at what's happened to the number 16 again. Baz loses through that very fast right-left chicane. Manages to hold on to that car, just noses the rear end into the barrier for a second, but that's going to be qualifying for the number 16 done. He's elected to call it quits. We've got just under 10 cars still out there on track then, and got about a couple more minutes left in qualifying here. Sommel, I think this race is going to be interesting. We're seeing these Porsche Cup cars having a bit more difficulty than we perhaps expected, just like some of these drivers have been talking about. The curbs proving to be very, very difficult.
Quite the paradox, isn't it? We come up with one narrative running around and then we end up seeing completely something else on the track. Whatever it is, if there's one thing for sure, regardless of how much you change the 991 GT3 Cup class, it will still produce a whole lot of drama. Miniti Racing at the very top, they've had a bit of a torrid year in this category, but with Tim Matska coming in, there does seem to be a surge in confidence in that camp. And Team Bergen, of course, great deal of potential. What can they do to translate it up here this weekend? Now, I'm interested. We saw Hugh Jass win the last time out, but we now have completely new faces in the form of Miniti, Alpinestars Geodesic, Team Bergen, fiercely forward are the leaders, so they're expected to be there, and Fuga Simsport, who again, just like quite a few other teams, have shown promise, but haven't quite been able to translate that into big results. All of them are right up there in qualifying. Now, maintaining this in a race is going to be something else, but seems like the fiercely forward car likes the camping zones at around Barber. I've heard they're quite popular when the race weekend rolls around.
Yeah, so unfortunately, fiercely forward maybe just not sure and trying to cool off the tires for one final qualifying run, but there's only 1 minute left in qualifying then, so we wait for Matsky. Is he going to try and finish this lap, or is he coming down into the pit lane? He's going to have an interesting one. I'm not sure why he's slowing down like that. He's flashing the lights, maybe celebrating his pole position, thinks that lap time is insurmountable, and indeed proving to be the case. Only 4 cars remaining out on track. That's Team Bergen, Fuga Simsport, H2 Performance in the number 22, the sister number 86 car not present for today's race, and Virtual Motorsport in the number 70. So, checkered flag waves on the GT3 Cup car qualifying. We'll wait for few moments time and then we can show you those final results. A couple of cars yet to cross the line, and then we'll switch it on over for our second race of the afternoon, the IVRA Club Cup race number 2, and its reverse grid race, so that should be very interesting. Getting word in the YouTube chat from Team Bergen's Anders Meyer that Marius Engbreston, I hope I didn't butcher that name too badly, is doing his first qualifying and opening stint for the Team Bergen car. So this is his first time in the pressure zone of qualifying and the race start situation. Let's see how Marius deals with the pressure. That's going to be it then. All cars have crossed the line, so let's take a look at the final results from qualifying. Miniti Racing on the pole position. You can see the gap back to 10th position in Team 11, just over 6/10 of a second. Fiercely forward, the championship leaders in 4th then, with Hugo Giroud having a bit of difficulties through that qualifying session. Take a look then at the other names on the timing sheets. You can see the likes of Team Down Under recovering from that issue in qualifying to qualify in the unlucky 13th. Hopefully not too unlucky. 1 second from 1st all the way down to 14th place. Let's run you through GT4s very quickly. Shipsky Racing and the 111 taking the pole position by almost 3/10 of a second. My Day's Urban Works in the 124, the championship leaders. They're in 4th with their main rivals, Huge Ass, down in 8th. Gap between the 14 cars in this class, 1.3 seconds, and they're not much faster than the TCR machines, where Full Send Racing and Ollie Peacock in the 285 took the pole position with a 1:30.256. Full Send looking to recover after a disappointing showing last time out, the sister car down in 6th. Team Hoysinkveld then in 5th position, hoping for a strong run in the 248. 15 cars in this class separated by just under 1.5 seconds. So that was qualifying coverage for today, done and dusted. And now we head on over for another one of our IVRA Club Cup races. Club Sport will return in about 40 minutes time with the 2.4 hours of Barber, but don't go anywhere on RaceSpotTV. We'll be right back with Club Cup Race 2. Hello everyone and welcome back then to a busy Saturday afternoon. We're already done with one race and we now get set for our second sprint race before we head into the main event. 2.4 hours of racing action is what we're really here for. But we have a support series ready to deliver the racing action. The IVRA Club Cup has already had 5 spectacular rounds and now one more race before we reach the halfway point of the season. This is the support series for the IVRA ClubSport Series, and a single driver's championship is to be determined. Round number 2, a reverse grid race after round number 1, was a very entertaining affair, as for the first time, the Club Cup uses the same layout of track as its big brother series. Cars getting ready to roll then on what is a full formation lap here at the Barber Motorsports Park, so let's go ahead and check in with that group, and as they roll off, let's run you through the starting grid for this second race. On row number 1, it's going to be Mark Yacht for the Yacht Brothers. After a disappointing race 1, starting on the pole position here in race number 2, he'll have Simon Erpelding to his outside. Row 2, the second of the Yacht Brothers, James Yacht, lines up then in third place with Takeshi Taniguchi to his outside. Takumi Kusayama lines up then on the inside of row number 3 with David Mirek on his outside. Adrian Hendy lines up in 7th. David Simone, the only Team Fordzilla representative driving on one foot, as he calls it, lines up then in 8th position. 9th place for Kevin Schwempstra for Fiercely Forward, the highest of the Fiercely Forward starters, with Evan Gobdell, who had a fun battle with the Fiercely Forward crew, to his outside. Edge of the top 10, it's 2 more Fiercely Forward cars, Silas Frolick and the team boss Ollie Slade, 13th and 14th, Chris Whaley and Dustin Heroder. Caleb Hyde in 15th place with John Atkinson to his outside. Yannick Brenner lines up in 17th place. Clifford Eben finished 3rd last time, lines up in 18th place with Shiochi Ishimaru and Dave Chapman on the edge of the top 20, looking to make their way through the field back to the top steps of the podium. Arthur Panzel lines up then in the 222 behind. He was not classified in our race results from race number 1. He has a lot of work to do from the rear end of the field. So, that was your rundown through the grid. Get ready for another 30-minute sprint race. Sommel, quick question for you. What's your expectations from the like of Ishimaru and Chapman here? We saw some patient racing up and down through the field, but there's going to be less patience from those top drivers at the back.
I'm going to borrow a team name from the IVRA ClubSport Series to frame my answer for this one. Full send. That's what we're going to get right here at Barber. We saw some patience in race number 1. It might be a tricky circuit to pass on, but here, the stakes are high, and if you want to be the champion, we've got to full send it right here.
Full send, just like full send racing in the ClubSport Series, in about 30 minutes time. But pace car dives onto the safety of pit lane, field in control of the number 28 and Mark Yacht. He'll be on the inside. There is a start zone. We saw a bit of confusion in our race number 1 start further back in your field. Let's see if race number 2 able to get underway slightly cleaner. They're in the start zone. Mark Yacht already underway, and we go racing here then for race number 2. Barney the flagman waving that flag vigorously as they go 4 wide further back in the pack, down in towards turn number 1. They're going to make their way slowly through further back. They're going to lose a lot of time with all of this scrapping to those cars further forward. Mark Yacht and his brother James Yacht now run 1 and 2, but in the further back in the pack, Ishimaru already up a couple of positions. Dave Chapman struggling to find opportunities to make a way past as we dive in towards turn number 5. A few of the Fiercely Forward cars side by side, 3 wide with David Simone on the inside. Simone's up into 5th position as things stand, and we work our way down into the museum section with the leader starting to run away.
It's almost reminiscent of another Alabama track that's going 3 and 4 wide in the first few corners.
Oh, contact!
Stuff.
That was Takeshi Taniguchi making contact with Dawid Mirek on the entry into 7A. More contact! Oh no, that was 2 Fiercely Forward cars making contact with each other. Ishimaru getting caught up, Eben getting caught up in that one, so Eben, who had a very strong race number 1, now languishes at the rear of the field, along with Evan Gobdell, who's had his own issue. We'll grab some replays in a few laps' time once these leading cars sort things out as we dive in towards the roller coaster section then for the first time. Single filed out for the most part. Big crash. Oh, Kevin Schwemstra's involved in that one. Dawid Mirak's involved. Chris Whaley is involved. Big one. And we'll have to take a look at that one now. So you see the tail end of that one there. Big issue with Ollie Slade, Chris Whaley, 2 of the major contenders in that one. We'll take another look at this one, Sommel, here. You'll see the top of the incident and then just chain reaction kind of being set off.
Yeah, I'm not sure which car exactly it was. One with the rather bland liveries that went out there on the grass, and then you just don't have any space at Barber, so everyone just comes in and hits each other. You know, the 2 fiercely forward cars going against each other, getting high on the curbs, and then in a pile of smoke, everything just disappears for all these cars. So many teams and drivers just caught up. Unfortunately, that's what happens. It bites you back.
So back to the live pictures then. And look at this. This is the second group of cars because the leader is starting to run away. Mark Yacht has a 1-second lead. Dawid Simon just threw it up the inside of Simon Orpelding, able to make that work. But top 5 as they run. The 2 Yacht brothers, Mark Yacht, James Yacht, lying 1 and 2, Takumi Kusuyama in 3rd, Dawid Simon in 4th, with Simon Orpelding then in 5th position. Where is Shiochi Ishimaru, you might wonder? Well, Ishimaru has managed to get through all of that chaos, Jonathan, and is up to the edge of the top 10. He's 6 seconds behind your race leader right now, and just based on what we saw last time out at the Circuit of the Americas, Ishimaru is the type of driver that can make these gaps up over the next 25 minutes.
Especially if some of these guys do have any damage from any of that earlier scuffle. I was going to try and mention, I think that was every fiercely forward car getting involved in there, and to quote Chris Whaley on the Discord, brilliant, with 3 dots after it as well. So frustrating, I think, for several drivers in that race. But here comes Ishimaru. Is he going to be looking upside the inside of the 92 in turn 1? Yeah, not yet, but he does go fastest.
He does go indeed, and we'll jump back out front because that gap between the 2 Yacht brothers has closed on up there. The familial ties as they try and hold off the battling pack behind. Dawid Simon, who, like I mentioned, is dealing with some injuries, having to drive with, as he calls it, 1 foot. Now tries to hold off Simon Orpelding around the outside. He almost gets squeezed as well from Kusuyama in front of him. Kusuyama trying to apply the pressure to James Yacht. Mark Yacht has his brother defending him for now. James Yacht has to go to the inside. I'm going to have to make sure I clarify which Yacht brother I'm talking about every single time. Big curb usage as Sommel is marveling out there. But let's go back and run you through that incident one more time then. Chris Whaley was not too impressed, clearly. And we'll take a look at the tail end of it here. We'll grab one more look on board from the onboard with Chris Whaley, Sommel. Just talk us through what's happening in front of him. Nothing he can really do.
Exactly. At this stage, now the Master's known to be a car that can be very nimble, very agile, can turn over very quickly. But when you see that, there's hardly anything that you can do in your power. Look at him. He just thought he had enough room, but then he didn't. And then all of a sudden, there are so many other cars bounding right into each other. Well, when you race Mazda MX-5s, you kind of expect this to happen, but yes, indeed. Well, the perils of racing, well, it's happened again, hasn't it?
And that's Kusuyama.
Has to be Kusuyama, exactly.
And that's a driver who was scrapping it out front. So one more RaceSpotTV replay to take a look at, side by side with Dawid Simon, and through the same section of track, through the roller coaster, Kusuyama gets sent straight into the tire barriers. Not much the Japanese driver could do there in that situation. And Jonathan, we'll take a look at an aerial look here. Look at the curb usage on the inside.
He leaves the door open for Dawid Simon, and Simon goes around the outside. He's all over the curb. There was not much margin for error, and unfortunately, there was a slight error.
Slight error indeed, so Kusuyama drops from 3rd all the way down to 19th place. Let's jump back to the front of your queue. Look at that shot. Ishimaru now looms in the rearview mirrors of all of these drivers. He's just 3.4 seconds away from the race leader right now. I would feel, if I was a betting man, and I am not, I want to make that very, very clear, we do not condone gambling here on RaceSpotTV, but if I was to be forced, I think I'd be putting some money down on Ishimaru at this point in time as he closes up on Caleb Hyde's behind. Look at them in the background of your shot, just funneling down in towards this section of the track. Kusuyama's incident has promoted Simon now up into 3rd place, and now he tries to get past both of the Yacht brothers. Last time out, he had a difficult race, did Simone. His teammate Jack Ashton had a much more successful outing. This time out, Ashton is unfortunately unable to make it, so Simone representing the Team Fordzilla name and doing pretty well right now to run up in 3rd despite his injuries. Let's check back in at the rear end of this train though, Sommel, because Ishimaru, a man on a mission, what's your expectation from him? You mentioned him being a bit patient in race number 1. Well, he's got 20 minutes to work past 7 different drivers up towards the pointy end of the field.
It's a test of clarity, this one, for Shoichi Ishimaru, and he's proven that he has quite a bit of that in the earlier races, but now he wouldn't have expected to gain so many positions in such a compressed amount of time. But now that he has, will he go the patient route, or will he start to gain more positions? We know that he wants to take it rather clean and easy and take his time for the higher up positions, but now here he is fighting against Dustin Hiroda, is it? That is indeed Dustin Hiroda,
well, no,
the number 5 car.
That is Adrian Hendy, Ishimaru's teammate in front. So side by side, Hiroda throws it down the inside. Caleb Hydes tried to follow him down, almost loses out to Ishimaru. So there is a lot of scrapping going on here. Erpelding and Taniguchi side by side on the entry into the kink as well. This is a nice little group of cars. 10 drivers still in with a chance here. Dave Chapman as well, it must be noted. We jump on board with the Shibsky Racing 444. He's made his way up with Ishimaru as well. So race 1 winner now looks to try and get past Ishimaru, forces Ishimaru to defend the inside. And Caleb Hydes chooses to cover them off. Ishimaru looks for a window, not able to throw it down the inside. And here comes Dave Chapman. Brilliant opportunistic driving there from the 444. Not able to carry the momentum on the inside of the corner. This is some great fighting. As up front, David Simon has managed to get past James Yacht and now tries to get into the lead of this race. Jonathan, this is fantastic stuff. And while race 1 might have been a little bit more processional, race 2 is proving that reverse grid racing always delivers.
You were saying you were a gambling man, you were going to bet on Ishimaru. I think you were kind of forgetting about Dave Chapman and his drive at Road America where he drove through the field on the reverse grid. He's capable of moving through the field. But I think if David Simon gets out front... Oh, no! That was full send from someone.
That is a huge issue. Mark Yacht off into the gravel as we try and take a look. Oh, there is about 5 different cars. Ishimaru gets caught up in that one. Chapman involved in it. The big winner, though, Dustin Hiroda, 2nd place in the championship, now takes the lead of this race. The Phoenix Racing Esport driver slips it through the inside. Adrian Hendy and Simon Erpelding side by side through the museum complex. And now Hiroda has a 1-second advantage. What happened there in towards the chicane? We'll take a look at the RaceSpotTV replay right now. And it was just a little bit of contact then between the 28 of Mark Yacht and David Simone. That set off a chain reaction that we're going to have to take a better look at from an aerial angle there, Sommel.
Takeshi Taniguchi, I think that was in the 861 car who really sent it, well, off the track limits. In fact, he went down the inside on the grass, and when he came back, it was much like a game of bowling when the bowling ball comes in, hits everyone, and a noise goes saying strike in the background. You might see him coming up unusually there. Look at him, trying to cut past. Yeah, just a car out of control. Bang, he goes. It's everyone, including the Fordzilla car. And both the Yacht brothers, unfortunately, taken out with that. James Yacht is in 11th, Mark Yacht in 15th. It's all opened up here.
Yeah, and look at that. Ishimaru and Chapman both force each other off into the grass. So we'll take a look then on board with the 444 and get a good look at what's happened here on board with Dave Chapman as we work our way down in towards the braking zone. That is turn 5. The incident's going to unfold in front of them. It was a good call there, Sommel. The 861, the major contributing factor that, you'll see a very slow car off the apex of the corner, and that's what causes Ishimaru and Chapman to make further contact on the exit. We'll jump back then to the live picture and try and work through what the current race situation is going to be. We'll take a look at the standings on the left-hand side of your screen then. As you can read their full names this time around. Hiroda, Hendy, Erpelding, Hyde, Atkinson, Ishimaru, Chapman, Panzel, all separated by just under 3 seconds. So We've had about 4 cars taken out of that lead pack right now. Still an opportunity for the likes of Ishimaru to make this work. Ishimaru looks to the inside of Atkinson as they work into the roller coaster section. Doesn't commit to the move. But Jonathan, I mean, we just went from a big incident to right back to the fight. I mean, there's still the opportunity here, 18 minutes to go, for any one of these 8 cars to take home the win.
Yeah, well, now it really shook up the fight, too, because it did shake up Ishimaru and Chapman. They're basically in the same place, but now Hiroda, Hendy, and Erpelding are the 3 in the catbird seat, and they are a little bit faster than the Yacht brothers. They're a little bit harder to pass, and one of them is Ishimaru's teammate, Aaron Hendy, so it's going to be a bit more of a challenge, I think.
Ooh, Ishimaru looked to the inside of Atkinson. He squeezes Atkinson. He forces Atkinson to concede some space. Ishimaru is going to work his way then up the inside through the very fast right-hand sweeper. Contact made. Oh no, Ishimaru. He manages to hold on to that car, and now Chapman is going to throw it down the inside. Ishimaru's championship just hung in his hands as in front of him, Erpelding and Hendy make further contact. So 2 positions gained then for both Ishimaru and Chapman. Will follow along with the positions on the left-hand side of your screen. And, well, Ishimaru just had the save of the century and now gets that move made on Atkinson, but now is dropped behind Chapman. So we are in with a very interesting fight here with 17 minutes to go. Chapman and Ishimaru now sit 3rd and 4th sawmill, but Ishimaru's championship just almost ran right before his eyes.
To all our viewers, if you said what something rather special word after that, I don't blame you. That was absolutely ridiculous. Unlike Ishimaru, he was going on a bit too the aggressive. Both the drivers clashed and rubbed wheels, but then he just saved it somehow. I don't believe how. I mean, again, MX-5, you can save the car, but that was ridiculous, wasn't it? Then it all spilled out. But yes, Ishimaru is now in P number 4. And let's go back to the leader, because Dustin Hiroda, it may seem like he didn't have any pace at all in race number 1, but he's still really doing a very good job in the championship. So that P number 6 or 7 just lets him back only slightly, but that win really puts him back into contention. And now, Ishimaru, if he really wants to build up on that gap that he's created at the very top, he has to gain a couple of more positions. It's not going to be easy positions, Arjuna, because it's Dave Chapman for Shipsky Racing and Caleb Hides, both rather tough cookies in here. Man, what is it with the IVRA Club Cup Series? This racing is just out of this world. I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. I don't believe this. This is amazing. Brenner, wait, what's happening in the background now?
There were big changes. We'll take a look at that in a few moments' time. You see that big group of cars
there's a pile back there. There's a pile of cars back there.
We'll take a look at that in a few moments' time, because we're going to take a look at the replay of what happened here between Erpelding and, as you see the tail end of that incident, Erpelding and I believe it was Hendy in front of him. So there you'll see, that was the initial contact between the 2 cars. Hendy is not going to be too impressed with that one, I think. In fact, I have a feeling Race Control going to be taking a look at that after the fact. But this is what I really want to take a look at. Let's look at this. You'll see the move as Ishimaru committed to the inside. He forced Atkinson to give him the space, and then this is the contact. Atkinson tries to come over. Ishimaru's left rear gets touched and does a fantastic job to hold onto that car and hold onto his chances in this race, because, I mean, you see further contact there between Ishimaru and I believe that's Arthur Panzel in the 222. That was just one of the most amazing bits of reactionary driving I can remember seeing recently.
Still at a loss for words how he didn't just clobber it into the barriers.
Well, nevertheless, out front, the gaps have closed on up. Dustin Hiroda is now getting challenged by Caleb Hides, and this is opening the door up for Dave Chapman, who's getting a good look of the 2 cars as they exit side by side out of Charlotte's Web, down in towards the tricky braking zone. Hiroda has had to concede on the inside for just a few moments' time. He's going to have a fight back at it, I'm sure, but Chapman's now close. Ishimaru's now close. 15 minutes to go. We're only halfway done with this race, so only halfway done with all the action here, Jonathan.
It's been a bit chaotic, a bit hectic, but somehow I think the best still reigns supreme. Chapman and Ishimaru have climbed up through the field, despite their few incidents, and there's still a few guys that have also impressed. Arthur Panzel, who started last, had an issue in that first race, up into 6th place and has avoided a lot of this trouble.
He has, but look at Chapman, who's now throwing it down the inside of Hiroda at the second to last corner. Not going to make it work. Is the switchback going to be an option? Hiroda has to brake heavily on the inside. Chapman carries the momentum through the corner, but on the outside, Hiroda able to make it work. This opens the door for Ishimaru, who uses that draft and sucks up right behind. They all concede, they slot back into line. Ishimaru, though, close onto the tail of Chapman once again. This is that same battle from race number 1, the 444 versus the 94. This time scrapping for the 3rd and final step on the podium as things stand. Caleb Hides has done a very good job on his introduction into the series to get out front and now holds that lead pretty comfortably. Dustin Hiroda doing a good job as well to hang on to second. Sommel, the move is coming, I think, from Chapman, but he's going to have to be patient. He can't force it here and risk a penalty.
Exactly, we can see the rear end of his car almost snapping out of control when he goes downhill towards the braking point. You can see him being on the very edge right there, Dave Chapman. And why would he not be on the very edge? He wants that position. He wants to elevate himself up into P2. Folks, if you've ever watched any wrestling, you know this is what the final part of a Royal Rumble match looks like. 4 top competitors right there with each other. Nobody quite having the edge. It could all change within a matter of seconds. Best part, all of them have the draft train on each other. Here comes Chapman yet again, bouncing over the curbs, and this is the best seat in the house. Shoichi Ishimaru in P number 4. If anything goes wrong, he's the man with his bright pink car who has it all. Chapman to the inside.
Chapman makes it work. Hiroda has to concede. He's going to try and hold off Ishimaru now, and he's able to slot back into line. Chapman now tries to get to work on the car in front of him. Ishimaru is going to follow him through, potentially in towards turn 1. Sucks up right beneath the rear bumper. Get a great onboard look right off the shoulder of Ishimaru in towards turn 1. He backs up the corner. Is he going to set up this second part of the corner to get the run off like we saw him do with John Atkinson? Hiroda parks it on the inside, doesn't open the door, but the run off the corner is better for Ishimaru. Chapman as well closes on Hides out front, so they're both trying to get the moves done. We jump off the onboard now. Neither of them committing at this point in time, but 11 minutes to work. Hiroda goes slightly deep under braking. That will let Ishimaru close up even further. Out front, Chapman manages to pull alongside Hides, but he's on the outside as we enter turn number 7. That's not where you want to be, and I think he's going to have to try and just slot back in. Indeed, yes, he just tucks back in. And indeed, now we've got 5 cars starting to be a factor for the win here, because John Atkinson, Sommel, is also closing up here. All of this fighting is bringing in a number of other cars.
Absolutely, this is turning out to be so much fun. Hides having to defend. And look at this. Dave Chapman for Shipsky Racing has been standing out today, and he wants to put his foot in the door for P number 1. Not quite there, the launch for him, so it's getting ever so closer. I get a feeling that he's trying to force a mistake out of Hides. That could very well be the case. And now, Dustin Hiroda joins the party. Chapman once again on the inside, Arjuna.
Too wide, too deep. Ishimaru also throws it to the inside. They're both going to try and sweep around the outside. Chapman's going to get the momentum down the start-finish straight. Hides will defend the inside of turn 1. Ishimaru's going to follow Hides on the inside line. Hiroda's going to get caught out here, I think, on the outside. He's going to try and hold it. We hold this too wide, too deep formation. Chapman takes the race lead. Fantastic move. Manages to secure the inside here, and Hiroda slots it down the inside then of Caleb Hides. Ishimaru still caught out then in 4th position. Meanwhile, Dave Chapman won race number 1, and another superb drive here in race number 2 to drive through the field and get out front. Ishimaru looks to go to the inside, make it 3 wide, doesn't commit to the corner. Hiroda does commit deep, unable though to get the move done. Top 3, Chapman, Hides, Hiroda as we work 10 minutes to go. This is a very fun race, and it's not just Atkinson who's now popping up at the back of the shot. It's also the 222 of Arthur Panzler, 2 of the Shipsky Racing teammates up here at the front of this field as we approach the dying stages of this race. Jonathan, you mentioned the superb drive from Dave Chapman at Road America. This has been another one of those superb drives of cutting through the field and finding the right opportunities.
And I don't think we've had a winner of both races in one weekend before, and I think Dave Chapman is going to put his name down in the book as possibility for one of those, but he hasn't dropped Hides or Hiroda. Both of them are still there, and a mistake out of the 444 could have cost him dearly.
So here we go then, second to last corner once again. Ishimaru is getting stuck at this point. You did mention that in race number 1, Sommel. He's not the kind of driver to really force the issue. We saw Chapman being a bit more aggressive. That's what has given the 444 this opportunity to jump into the race lead. And interesting point you also raised there, Jonathan. Not just here in the Club Cup Series have we not had a race weekend where the 2 races have been won by the same driver. The same is true in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, where that reverse grid series has also had similar interesting races, where race number 2 has always thrown up some interesting obstacles for drivers. Chapman now has a 0.6 of a second advantage. Caleb Hides looks content to hold on to the position. He goes a little bit deep, under braking into Charlotte's Web, loses a little bit of time. Hiroda just closes on the bumper once again. Ishimaru not closing on the guys in front of him at this point, Jonathan. In fact, he's going the challenge from behind as Atkinson closes in.
He's been through the wars a little bit. He's got a little bit of damage, and I'm wondering if he's just trying to be a little bit patient with those 2 ahead of him. You know, with the 92 and the 5, they've been very, very racy, and he's trying just to set up a move. He still has time. And he's been the fastest car on track, but he's going to be running out of it shortly if that 444 gets away.
A keen-eyed of you will notice Clifford Eben now scored at the top of the timing sheets. That's because Eben has had an issue and has been forced to tow back to pit lane, so he'll be taking no further part in the remaining 7 minutes of this one. Scrap further back between Atkinson and Panzel, starting to heat up. Panzel has managed to catch Atkinson, and Atkinson has once again fallen off the rear of Shiochi Ishimaru. We jump on board once again with Ishimaru. Not looking like it's going to be 4 consecutive second place finishes. At least that's one relief, I'm sure, for Ishimaru, but his championship hunt, he will need race wins, I think. Consistency will get you a long way in this championship, Sommel, given that there's 200 points for the race winner and only, a handful of points on offer if you're unable to finish. But at the same time, there is a big delta between some of these positions, and Ishimaru is going to hope that in the second half of the season... Oh, big issue in front!
Oh, no!
Hiroda has just turned around Hides, and that's promoted Ishimaru up into the aforementioned second place. Caleb Hides is now languishing down in 6th position as he tries to get back up to racing speed. He's going to potentially lose one more spot out to Yannick Brenner, but... well, that just invalidates everything I was talking about, and now we're threatened with the possibility of another Ishimaru second place finish. What would be his 4th consecutive in a row. And I mean, just...
Did you knock on all the wood? Did you knock on all the wood?
I mean, it's my fault. Clearly, I wasn't knocking hard enough. But Hiroda has dropped to 5th. He might try and redress the position with Hides. I wonder if that's what we are going to see. But back to the point at hand, Sommel. I mean, Ishimaru will be content with these second place finishes. But when it comes to a championship, more often than not, you need to get some wins in order to get that championship, to claim it. Dave Chapman didn't show up last time out at the Circuit of the Americas, but when he shows up, this is going to be his 3rd win of the season. So Chapman looking very strong, Ishimaru is going to want to respond.
I think you can still do that. The Corvette team of IMSA last year would kind of come in and disagree with that point because they won the championship without winning a single race. Yes, it's a different series altogether, but it is possible if you're consistent all the way through. Chapman does seem to have the raw X factor in a race weekend like this one, but knowing Shoichi Ishimaru, that consistency will pay off towards the very end. If anything, it gives us a race of different styles, because we have one driver who's not able to win, but he's always hitting the target just at 9.95 instead of the proper 10. So this should be a championship race of 2 different styles culminating towards the very end. But that aside, Arjuna, Atkinson, Panzel and Hiroda. Now, it's another point that Jonathan mentioned. Panzel climbed all the way out from the back of the grid. He finds himself in P number 4. That's quite a position to be in. But chasing him is Dustin Hiroda, who we already saw had quite a bit of pace. And we have Atkinson up ahead. This is a bit of a tricky place. Do you attack? Do you focus more on getting the position up ahead? Or do you go the defensive mindset and defend the position behind? Panzel is facing quite the challenge in the last 4 minutes. He seems to be going for the attacking option.
And just remember, by the way, that Hiroda behind is going to have a bit of a challenge coming from race control after the fact. Something that has just been pointed out in our YouTube chat, by the way, as we jump on the rearward shot of Arthur Panzel, we're going to jump onto the onboard shot. Apparently, I don't think I truly believe this, but apparently Arthur Panzel using a controller to race. Well, let's take a look at these steering inputs as we dive down in towards turn number 1 with the 222 for Shipsky Racing. You see there, I'm going to remove those obstructive vertical tickers for now. Let's take a look at this here, Jonathan. You'll see it doesn't look that different from normal, but I think if you're watching very carefully, what you might notice is the way that he's reacting to bumps and things is looking like he's more on a controller than he's on a wheel.
That's crazy.
It's also sudden reactions too, because it goes back straight as soon as he comes out of the corner. It's like right here, so it's almost like he puts his hand off the joystick right there.
Yeah, this is interesting, and maybe this is one of the few cars in iRacing that you can get away with this. You know, it's I would shudder. We could talk a little bit about iRacing's new content. The brand new Dallara IRO1 car is absolutely brutal. I would not want to be trying to contain 1,000 horsepower with my controller. I can barely do that in the F1 video games, so I would shudder to think how I'd manage to do with that in the iRacing side of things. I have heard of controllers being fairly common on the oval side of things, but never on the road side. But Arthur Panzel then in the 222 doing a smashing job to somehow manage to keep this car under control. Not really putting the pressure, though, onto Atkinson. Indeed, Hiroda closing up on the rear of him 2 minutes ago, so 2 laps to go then. This will be the white flag next time around, and here does come Hiroda. He's going to close up in towards turn number 1. He's not going to get the move done, and I would suspect Hiroda is going to be giving up that position, at least one position, to Caleb Hydes at the conclusion of this race. No in-race penalties for this one, so all race control decisions are applied after the fact to the post-race results. Here comes Hiroda to the inside. Someone in our YouTube chat just pointing out that it might be a Wii controller. That might be slightly easier now that I think about it. Maybe he's found a way to make that work, but he's going to lose out for now. Hiroda makes it work on the inside. A couple minutes to go, though. The opportunity for him to fight back, Jonathan.
Yeah, he's still got like 1 or 2 chances, I think, does this 222 car, and Hiroda may have a little bit of damage as well. We don't know how hard he got into the back of Caleb Hydes, but definitely something to consider. And for Ishimaru, well, a famous racing driver, Tony Stewart, once said, second sucks. 4 second places in a row, that kind of sucks.
Well, I don't want to rub salt into the wounds, but it's a famous saying. Second place is the first of the losers at the end of the day. That's the classic racing driver's mentality. If you're not on the top step of the podium, you're not where you want to be, and Ishimaru is still going to, I think, be leading this championship coming out of this weekend, but as we head into the next race meeting, which is going to be our first round on a European circuit, we head to the very historic Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Not sure which layout of the track we use, but that's going to be an interesting proposition. Well, every time I watch MX-5 Cup cars around Spa, it's just one huge swarming pack of cars, so I'm hoping that we get another good turnout for that one. Maybe we can get 30 cars signed up for that and have them blast around the Belgian countryside. White flag then is up in the air, and, well, for Dave Chapman out front, he's had to drive through the field. It's not like he's had an easy race by any means, Sommel, but 2 consecutive race wins. He's going to be the first man this season to achieve that fate across a IVRA competition. Dave Chapman looking like he's going to be a contender for this championship as long as he can make the remaining races this season.
Yup, he's hitting the mark. A full housey, that's what we call it back here in India, whenever he's coming out to race. Winning every time he's been right here. Man, Chapman is on a mission. If he can stay consistent, well, we will have quite the contender to Ishimaru.
This is a very interesting championship battle which is getting set up. Ishimaru leads the championship. Consistency has been his thing. 4 consecutive second place finishes. He'll be wanting to go one step better. He'll be wanting to take the step on the podium where Dave Chapman is going to be standing for a second consecutive race, and he'll take home a third win here in the IVRA Club Cup. Dave Chapman looking to make a good run at the championship title. What a way to do it at the Barber Motorsports Park. Complete domination in race number 1 and a fantastic drive through the field in race number 2. So we just wait then for the remaining cars to come across the line. Chapman will celebrate. Barney the flagman has flown the checkered flag and now waits and watches as the remaining cars come across the line. Sommel, I do want to ask you a question here, though, because I don't know about your mindset, but personally, when I'm sitting there in second place over and over again, I just go out there and I practice more. I think Ishimaru is going to have a fun new year of practice. The MX-5 Cup cars, that's a minor update, and Ishimaru is going to have the opportunity this holiday season to get to grips with everything the car has to offer.
It just drives certain people to a level where they push even harder to get that elusive victory. Clearly and purely depends on your mindset. Ishimaru seems to be quite the patient one who doesn't mind sitting behind at the right moment. So I wonder how he'll look at the situation. But if there's one thing for sure, the pace is there. It's just that cutting edge X factor at certain times that's missing. And he'll want to go ahead, but he'll want to practice. When we come back the next time out, expect a fair few fireworks.
Well, let's take a look at the race results before we head on over to the main event. 2 races done, 1 still to go here on a wonderful Saturday afternoon at the Barber Motorsports Park. Dave Chapman then with a second consecutive win, wins by just under 2 seconds from Shiochi Ishimaru. Phoenix Racing Esport having a solid run here today. John Atkinson, Dustin Hirota 3rd and 4th with Yannick Brenner in 7th for them. Arthur Panzel on his controller comes home in 5th with Caleb Hyde, victim of that incident, dropping to 6th in the closing stages of the race. Adrian Hendy lines up in 8th then, after recovering from his incident earlier on, with David Simon, Simon Erpelding, other cars involved in incidents. Kevin Schwempster then in 11th. Not a fun outing for the Fiercely Forward team this time around. All of their cars getting mixed up in that big accident. James Yacht in 12th, unable to capitalize on that fantastic starting position. Takeshi Taniguchi back in 13th place with Ollie Slade in 14th. Mark Yacht back in 15th. Takumi Kusayama in 16th with Evan Gobdell in 17th. Dawid Mirek comes home for Nitro Racing in 18th place with Clifford Eben unable to get past the middle stages of the race. He comes home in 19th. Silas Rollick, then our final finisher, he comes home in 20th. So that is the IVRA Club Cup done for the weekend. We have 3 series in action this weekend, and well, 1 done, 1 to go, and then we'll leave the final 1 for tomorrow. We're going to take a short break here live on RaceSpotTV, and we'll be back in just a few minutes' time with coverage from the 2.4 hours of Barber as the ClubSport Series prepares to head back out onto the track at Barber. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back then for the final time today. We get ready to go racing for the main event. Two 30-minute sprint races in the IVRA Club Cup, all building up to 2.4 hours of racing action live around the Barber Motorsports Park. 3 classes of competition, and we are just moments away from getting underway then and getting the cars rolling out onto the track. Thank you for sticking with us here live on RaceSpotTV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, doing double duty on commentary and the camera work, and I'm joined by my broadcast partners Somil Arora and Jonathan Burke for this one. Istvan Ballo and TrackCams 22 provides our TV cameras for today's broadcast. Additional car cameras are provided by our very own Tyler Maxon. Live timing is up and available. Head on over to Timing 71 to follow along with your favorite team and drivers throughout today's race. Let's take a look then at the track once again and talk about the track conditions. We've just jumped over into the race and you can see there, conditions have just updated. It has gone from being fairly cool to being slightly warmer. We've gone from a track temperature of about 22 degrees Celsius to now 26. Fairly strong winds as well, 15 kilometers an hour at the 16 turn and a 3.6 kilometer track with more than 80 feet of elevation changes. This track was built only in 2003, but as you can see from this view, very old school in its nature, and it has hosted the Indy cars since 2010. Let's run you through then the stats and facts for the ClubSport Series one final time then. We have a 6-race season and we're about to reach the halfway point. Halfway points are also awarded in our races 4 hours and longer, and that means that in our back half of the season, 2 of the 3 races will award those half points. As mentioned, 3 classes of competition. You got the Porsche 911 Cup car, the M4 GT4, and the 718 Cayman GT4 in the Sport class, and then TCR, another one-make class with the Audi RS3 LMS. Each class had 15 minutes for qualifying, and they're about to get underway for 2 hours and 25 minutes of racing action with live race control and safety cars. We'll show you the point structure once again, 100 points for first, all the way down to just 1 point for finishing back in 25th. Races longer than 4 hours will award 50% points at the halfway point, and in the case of these half points, they get rounded up. And what does that mean after our second race where those halfway points were awarded? Well, Fiercely Forward leads in our 911 Cup class, the My Days Urban Works team leads in our Sport class, and Team Hoistingveld leads in TCR. In the GT4 class, you will notice it's a bit of a runaway lead for those top 2 contenders, but from 3rd on back to 6th, there are interesting battles to take a look at. The rest of the class is very interesting as well. The car is about to roll for their formation lap, so let's run you through our starting grid for today's race. Maniti Racing and Tim Matzke takes the pole position with a 1:23.940, the only driver breaking in to the 1:23s. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing are going to line up then in second on the outside of row number 1, Team Bergen and the number 46 in third position. Fiercely Forward is going to line up in fourth position as we see the GT4 cars rolling off from the starting grid. Fuga Simsport in fifth, H2 Performance SRT in sixth, with Huge Ass and Virtual Motorsports on row number 4. Hell Racers and Team 11 on the edge of the top 10 with Impulse Racing and Hell Racers in 11th and 12th. Team Down Under lines up then in 13th place with World of Sim Racing iZone Performance in 14th. Ragazzo Racing and Stefan Frister lines up in 15th with a second iZone Performance car next to them in 16th. Eclipse Racing Team in the 44, they'll be on the inside towards the end of the field. Fisher Motorsports and their Neon car in 18th with the number 84 in 19th. NAB Racing, they've had some strong showings so far. They're going to be lining up at the very tail of the 911 field. Let's run you through the GT4s very quickly. Lots of cars to get through, and they're already halfway through their formation lap. Shipsky Racing with a fantastic effort to take the pole position here, with SRN Motorsports and Scott McGarvey just under 0.3 of a second behind. Pneumatic Motorsports in the 120 lines up on the inside of row 2 with the championship leaders next to them. AOD Racing then in their BMW, they'll line up in 5th with Porsche Owners Club in 6th. Team Hoisingveld back in 7th with Huge Ass in 8th. SRN Motorsports, the 175, they line up in 9th place. Samsoid Emerald, they're back in 10th. Hella Media, the 161, they're back in 11th place with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in 12th. We're going to have to run through the rest of these cars because we are running out of time. Final 3 cars for GT4s, and let's move it on over to TCR, where Full Send Racing takes back the top step of the timing sheets, but last time out, they struggled a little bit at the Circuit of the Americas. The first IVRA TCR race not to see Full Send on the podium. Impulse Racing then next to the 285, Pure Sims and Boosted, row number 2. Team Hoisingveld in the 248 lines up in 5th, Full Send Racing in 6th, Fiercely Forward in the 234 in 7th, Alpine Stars in 8th. We'll scroll through the final names on the sheet then. We are just a few moments away from getting underway from round number 3 here in the IVRA ClubSport Series. The field left in control of Tim Matzke as we enter the start zone for the very first time. A specific start zone is noted for the drivers, and Tim Matzke is in control and leads us to the green flag here at the Barber Motorsports Park for 2 hours and 25 minutes of racing action. Too wide further back for third place they're going to go, and they're already having a few issues in this 911 Cup car. There you can see that's the Hell Racers number 16 car that has ended up on the outside of turn number 2. Everyone else safely through. We jump back to the GT4s as they've just taken their race start. Shipsky Racing safely into the lead, and My Days side by side already losing out now to Pneumatic Motorsports. Huge Ass side by side as well. They're second place in the championship, trying to make their way up after a disappointing qualifying effort as they see the My Days car holding on to the third position. My Days has a challenge from behind as Pneumatic Motorsports and the AOD BMW working down the inside, but My Days able to hold on. Let's jump back over to Totally Chaotic Racing as they get started for their 2 hour and 25 minute race. Side by side, Pure Sims and Boosted. Boosted, a veteran of so many series in this TCR car, but they're going to get hung out to dry on the outside now of Charlotte's Web. Other than that one big accident that we had, everyone else seemingly safely through these first opening portions of the minute. So I will bring in my broadcast partners for the very first time now. And Samuel Aurora, interesting start across all 3 classes as Tim Matzke feels the pressure to complete lap number 1.
Indeed, Tim Matzke getting pole position for the second time in a row in IVRA competition, the last time for the Endurance Series. But now, Miguel Vigo, the interesting thing is, Miguel has had torrid first laps in every single one of the Club Sport races, but now things are in his favor as he qualifies higher up on the grid. Now he can put his attention on Tim Matzke and see what he gets from this position. Hugo Jouet is in third position for the Fiercely Forward team. Everyone very close to each other, but these two have just been in a class of their own in the first couple of laps.
So let's go ahead then and walk you through some of the replays as we complete lap number 2 of this 2 hour and 25 minute race. 95 laps predicted for the GT3 Cup cars, but safety cars I'm sure will have a factor to play. This was on the 911 Cup cars start. You'll see Fuga Simsport getting squeezed there, and that's actually the number 26 Hellracers car that ends up in the barrier. So they fortunately do not get collected by the rest of their competitors. Nicholas Helm, though, taking a while to get back up to speed. Take a look at another replay that's popped up on my timing screen. This was in the TCR field. Eric Mickey for Bombshell Motorsports side by side with George Gruber. They both get forced off into the grass, able to hold on to that car, and they enter the braking zone at turn 5, 3 wide, about 3 rows deep as well. There was a third issue involving the Alpine Stars Geodesic GT4 machine, and that was the Porsche Owners Club Porsche, of course, which got turned around. So we'll take another look at this one here from the aerial view, brought to us by our wonderful partners at ATVO, graphical partners that power all of our graphics here. You'll see they get turned around by that green Samsoid BMW, and that sends the cars off into the barrier. That also Tim McLeish involved in that one, so a couple of cars getting mixed up, but we'll jump back to the live pictures and tune in with the front of the field once again. Vigo putting the pressure on Matsky. Let's jump back to the GT4 lead as well, because, well, SRN Motorsport, Scott McGarvey doing a good job to stick it in second. He's got the championship leader behind him right now, Jonathan, but starting to fall away very slightly from the cars in front. So Shipsky Racing now up to a 1.3 second advantage.
This is everything you want if you're Shipsky Racing. There's no pressure of the championship or anything on the 111. There's no really thought of points. Our reserve team that was recently promoted, so this is just go out and have a blast. And right now, they're really showing good pace with this early gap they've created.
They are indeed. A few more replays to take a look at, by the way, starting portions of the race, usually filled with lots of excitement. We'll grab a few of them as GT4 cars down in towards the museum complex. This is for Niels Van Pen, who started from the pit lane, loses it by himself. We saw Alex Neller side by side as well. That was the boosted motorsports car getting forced off into the grass at one point. This is Andres Quintana in the world of sim racing, iZone Performance number 52, deep under braking into turn number 5, overcooks it very slightly. And unlike what we just saw in the Club Cup race a few moments ago, Quintana able to get through safely. Final replay to take a look at then, because there have been a few of them. This is Michael Darby in the huge-ass TCR, and, well, Jonathan, not much he can do, as you've rightly just pointed out.
There was nowhere for him to go. He was in the middle of 2 other cars, and, well, and sadly, 3 doesn't go into that area. And there's a car off right here, and it stacks everyone up. Everyone gets loose, and then just tagged right there.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate one. Start of the race, and like Leo in our YouTube chat is saying, boom, 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 boom. Replays coming back to back to back often indicate something has happened. We'll jump back to the live pictures once again, and let's run you through these 3 class lead battles. So Vigo still tries to close in on Matsky, gap up to about 0.8 of a second as things stand. Let's jump over to the Totally Chaotic Racing, because they're not being that quiet right now. Sommel may have jinxed us talking about these guys being quiet. Top 3 cars starting to pull away here, Sommel. Impulse Racing and Pure Sims in a very comfortable spot, given that they've got the draft from the 285 out front and have the added benefit of fuel saving.
Absolutely. At Barber, there are only a few straights where you can actually be in the draft and do a bit of fuel saving. So for them, it'll primarily come down to lifting and coasting at all the right places, and they're just the right teams for that, because all 3 of them have a vast amount of experience in the TCR category across different leagues. So they're just the right teams for just that. They've got the combination of pace and fuel saving. Let's see what they can do from here. Remember, Full Send Racing and Pure Sims had quite the battle the last time out at Circuit of the Americas, with none of them eventually getting a good result. Now, they have a new competitor in the mix with Impulse Racing. Things could just get a little too interesting when we come up towards the pit stops. Meanwhile, Alpine Stars Geodesic having a good start in all the categories except GT4.
Well, that TCR car has just gone and passed the boosted Motorsport TCR in their wonderful RAF Tribute livery. I'm not going to be too biased. They run in another league that I'm a part of, and that RAF Tribute livery a little bit more special than this one. They need to get that one copied over into this series. Out front, by the way, there's what I was just about to talk about out front, except into turn 5, slight issue, Andrei Ratchkovich, and there you can see a slow BMW of Albert Jones. Will grab the RaceSpotTV replay and take a look at what happens under braking into turn 5. Also mixed up into this one, Pneumatic Motorsports, who you'll see getting close. They're going to be the ones making the contact with the AOD Racing BMW. Hugh Jass able to scurry through. Hoisingveld not as lucky. And of course, we must mention, Hugh Jass, second place in the championship, so they will be hoping to try and stick out of the trouble as much as possible. Fortunately, getting through that one cleanly without any damage. We jump back to live pictures and a battle in GT4 because, well, the main championship rival to Hugh Jass, My Day's Urban Works, putting the pressure onto SRN and Scott McCarvey. Currently, 4 Porsche 708 Caymans running in the top 4 spots in GT4, so I think we're getting a pretty clear indication of relative performance, but that Hugh Jass BMW looms in the rear of the shot, Sommel. So this championship fight in GT4 that is developing is very much between 2 cars, and 2 cars that are at the top of their class here in IVRA.
Absolutely, but don't forget SRN Motorsport. They weren't quite there at Road America, but at Circuit of the Americas. Not only did they secure the maximum halfway points at 50, they scored 90 points in the overall race as well. So they're a team to be reckoned with. This two-way battle in the championship, of course, could very well turn into a 3-way one if SRN Motorsport do stick around for more of the races. Christian Jung is having to see quite a bit of that SRN Motorsport Porsche right now. It's a lovely backhand, mind you, but you would want to get past as soon as possible. With the GT4s, with their fuel restrictions also coming in with the BOP, you would want to save a little bit of fuel and just be slightly more sane, slightly more mindful of the circumstances around you. Nevertheless, sticking behind a car for so long can just get the better of you in certain cases, Arjuna.
Yeah, and McGarvey is a veteran of sim racing. I've had the good fortune of competing with him myself. The Canadian driver has been competing in iRacing for so many years, and this is a team that's been in iRacing in one form or another since all the way back to 2010. They have sponsorship from Daily Sports Car, where you can keep up to date with the best and the best of the best, rather, in terms of sports car racing news. And of course, there was a GT race happening this weekend. Not too many cars, obviously, participating in the Kailami 9 hours, but nevertheless, Daily Sports Car, the place to follow along. Let's check out GT3 for a second, because they're working through traffic, and the championship leader in this situation, Hugo Giroud, in the number 34, currently sits very nicely in the 3rd position, chasing down Vigo. The gap you can see up on your screen, just 0.6 of a second. However, Sommel, they are starting to lose out to Tim Matzke through the traffic, because the gap between 1st and 2nd is now up to 2 seconds.
Yep, facing major issues in terms of TCR traffic. We know that the Porsche is far, far faster in terms of the corners and the straights, but sometimes it can just go bad, just like the AOD Racing BMW car, which shouldn't exactly be there, should it, Arjuna?
And that's a car that's got some damage, it looks like, as well. Here you can see that car definitely not driving in a straight line, crabbing pretty
a
bad.
few issues.
Yeah, they're going to be hoping that they can get that back to pit lane or to one of the safe tow options, because otherwise that's looking like that might be a safety car. I'm also getting word Andres Quintana has had another issue off the track, so that world of sim racing Porsche 911 is having issues. This is the replay of Jones. Heavy braking into turn 5, loses the braking zone. Samsoid, the unlucky car, the 199. So that is entirely self-inflicted from Albert Jones. Let's jump back to the live pictures, though, and figure out exactly where he is, because this is important. This could be our first safety car just 10 minutes into the race here, Jonathan.
He's going to make it back, but there's now TCR traffic going inside and outside of him. He has a broken suspension. It's clear by the way that car is driving. And here come the Porsche Cup leaders, as well as some of the top TCRs. He's able to get to pit road, but he's probably caused a lot of, spikes in heart rate, at least for a lot of those TCR, as well as the Porsche Cup guys.
So he is able to get back onto pit road, but I think we're all fairly confident in saying that's probably that BMW's race done and dusted. It's not like the IVRA Endurance Series where PND Racing came back from being upside down at the first caution to being able to win that race in class. Back to this battle for second place, because through traffic, it has really closed on up. Geodesic fighting hard, defending that inside as they pass the full send leading car in TCR. Sorry, that's the 287, further back in TCR, but nevertheless, they work their way through all of this lap traffic. Team Bergen in the background of the shot as well. 1 second behind, gap out front. Now up to an incredible 4 seconds. So Matzke is being clinical when it comes to the traffic. Yes, sometimes when you're the race leader, traffic is a bit more willing to get out of your way, Sommel, but at the same time, Matsuki, you've talked to him personally, you've interviewed this driver, you know just what a strong driver he is, and he's come into this ClubSport Series first race this season and already showing exactly why he's such a well-regarded driver in the iRacing side of the road.
Yeah, Tim Matsuka is quite the veteran. He's been around for quite a while, but...
Championship leader in the wall, Sommel.
Exactly, Hugo Jouet. He was just behind the Alpine Stars geodesic car, and now he is right there, stuck in the barriers. What in the world has happened right here?
It's right after that fast chicane. It must have been contact with traffic, and he's already going.
I've just seen what's happened here, and that Alpine Stars geodesic TCR car is going to have a little bit of a word with race control in a few moments' time. Here comes the replay. Giroud's going to try and get the move done. He throws it to the inside, commits.
No.
And the TCR car just makes contact with the rear. Nothing Giroud could do there. You can see that second bit of contact with Team 11. I mean, I'm trying not to be too harsh here, but I don't understand exactly that move from the TCR machine. We'll get an aerial look at it here, Sommel, and just talk us through it.
I had it in my notes, a very significant point which said, watch out for faster cars coming in, TCRs chopping their noses off. Classic. Clinical maneuver of exactly what happened. TCR cars chopping the nose off, they get in the wall, and the Carrera Cup car of Hugo Jouet and the Fiercely Forward team, they are in the wall. And a very interesting point that you mentioned, Arjuna, class leaders in the championship, they don't get halfway points like they did the last time out at Circuit of the Americas. That is gonna change things up in the air completely.
And we've already had a slew of race control, I don't know what to call these, just reports, that's what we should call them. Let's run you through a number of them, because this is going to change the story as Hugo Giroud tries to get past Benjamin Fischer on his recovery drive. Let's jump on over to the My Days Urban Works team as well, as they try and reel in Shipsky Racing, making their debut in this season of the IVRA ClubSport Series. My Days Urban Works, the championship leader in this class, but let's run you through those aforementioned penalties right now. There you'll see the first of them to the World of Sim Racing car that's just had another issue as I see it on my timing screen. Andres Quintana leaving the pit box before they were allowed to. The same happened to Benjamin Fischer of the number 84, but more importantly here, Jonathan, I'm going to pass this one over to you. We're going to see two incidents come up. You'll see here Hampus Bars in the number 16. He's going to have a 5-second penalty to serve. And then the number 199, we saw that incident with the Samsoid Emerald team. That's going to be the 199 down onto pit lane for a 10-second stop and hold.
Yeah, he carried too much speed into that one. And, you know, Barber's a tricky place where stuff like that happens in a lot of these slower corners. But again, these penalties should be able to kind of reinforce this, and it's going to be a really tough battle, I think, for the 199 to really come back for this 10-second stop hole, especially this early. You can manage, but this is one of our shortest races on the schedule, so going to be hard.
So, lots of work, I think, up and down the field for so many teams to do. We continue watching the GT4 scrap where Christian Jung continues to work away on the lead that the 111 has. Let's jump back to TCR for just a few moments' time. The traffic has separated up this grouping, just like we expected. The leading two cars now try and run away. The Impulse GT3 Cup car makes its way down the inside of the race leader. There is still a couple of little groupings of cars here. You see the Full Send Racing 287. They're engaged in a battle with VEC Sim Racing in the 272. Also, right behind them, Fiercely Forward in their other car, about 0.7 of a second in front of the Torque Freak Racing team and the Bombshell Racing team. So the 243 and the 286 doing battle. We saw them out into the grass on the outside of what will be turn number 4, just like in classic American style. Corner numbers always disputed at American tracks. Jonathan, something else you've just told me as well. Apparently the boosted TCR car that we saw scrapping it out at the front of your field slightly earlier on has been forced to come down the pit road due to a qualifying infringement. Just talk us through this one.
Actually was just a little bit of a setup mistake. They started on qualifying fuel, so they actually were low on fuel and had to top off. Which
Oh boy.
maybe if you are Jesus and you can save another 10 minutes of fuel, you can make it on one more stop, but it's going to be a long road back, and maybe a safety car might help the boosted motorsport team, but that's a bit of a hard one to come back from this early on.
They're not only going to just need a safety car, as there you can see the time taken to re-add the fuel, but you have to wonder, qualifying setups sometimes a little bit more aggressive than other setups. So let's see what happens there. Big issue. Oh no, that's a big issue into turn number 5. World of Sim Racing involved. Alpine Stars Geodesic also involved. Oh no, this will not be a great start for the GT4 Alpine Stars team. Here you can see. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh. Well,
That was a bit of a send.
just a bit of a send. Race Control did make note of this right before the start of this race. They did tell all the ClubSport teams after watching the Club Cup race, it is easy to miss your braking point, especially into this turn number 5. So just watch out during traffic. We'll jump on board with the 162. This is going to be a penalty, you would have to assume, as they stick to the inside, let their teammate through, and then misjudge the braking zone, and, well, Samuel, nothing that World of Sim Racing car can do.
Nothing except for getting the head back down and carrying on. They would be compelled to complain and cry foul about that, but there's not much that they can do in this case apart from just getting the head down back again and trying to climb up the positions. The braking points, Arjuna, that you mentioned, they are so tricky at Barber. None like the other one. They're all so different, and that's something that the 991 GT3 Cup cars are going to experience with Team Down Under going for an over-under, not quite working out. That is where the intensity is, right here in this battle that's happening between Team Down Under and the number 70 car of Michael Storm for the top position. Speed number 5 this is. Ooh man, 991 GT3 Cup cars, do they know how to put on a show? Yes indeed they do. Watch out for this one, folks. This is going to be wild.
There's been a few more replays that we do need to take a look at, unfortunately. We try not to get stuck in the replay loop as things were, but things are starting to stretch out very slightly out on track. Nicholas Helm having a second issue in the number 26 car. This is coming out the top of the hill. Oh, it just loses the rear end. He's going to nose that one into the wall. That's going to be a bit more damage after that turn 1 incident that we saw for Helm. Another 911 Cup car that did have issues was the Fuga Sim Sport car, and that's because they just got upended from behind. Nothing you can really say about that other than Taj Edwards just got driven through there. We'll grab another look at this one. And Jonathan, I mean, we expected a lot of chaos. We maybe tried to talk up that this might be a slightly cleaner race, given that a lot of these drivers have experience here, but traffic is proving to be such a difficult thing to manage at this point.
Here's the other thing as well. These, the Cup cars have a new tire set and have less downforce as well. This is a newer build for them as well. It's probably one of the first times I think a lot of these teams are getting out here in this big of a race on this build. So it's kind of a bit of an unknown, I think, running through this traffic and really having to manage, as we see the Team 11 car has damage from that contact earlier, I believe, with the Fiercely Forward machine. That's going to hurt them as well. Yeah,
they have damage from that incident. They are able to at least hold on to the back of that third place group of cars, the second and third rather. Miguel Vigo, who is having to get past the Team Hoysinkveld GT4 machine, puts a bit of space between him and Team Bergen, who is chasing him down. But that gap now up to 7.3 seconds. If we take a look at those lap gaps, you'll see, well, there's not much to say. The traffic is playing a factor, but Tim Matske consistently proving to be very, very clean and just not putting a foot wrong at this stage of the race. Vigo, we know his strength across a number of cars across the iRacing service, but he can only do so much against a man like Matske, who's in the form of his life. Just a word from Race Control. No further action for the incident between the Alpine Stars Geodesic TCR machine and the Fiercely Forward 34 911 Cup car that leads the championship. So that has been a rather quick decision from Race Control because they're having a lot of these coming in very, very quickly. Let's jump back to GT4 because the My Days Championship leading car has closed in on Shibsky Racing and now looks to try and get past. This is a car out front that raced in race number 1. We must make a correction. They are being re-promoted to the entry list after missing race number 2. They're back into the series, and what a way to return with that pole position. However, the pressure coming from Christian Jung right now. And Jonathan, just a quick correction on what we said before. Race Control has reopened that incident between the 34 and the 200, so still investigating at this point in time.
Yeah, they're still investigating. I think there was a report on the Team 11 car for the contact afterwards. I think that is where the no further action has been placed, and it looks like they've reopened that one. They're also coming to a decision about the 234 and 26, which I believe is the 54 TCR car, and then Nicholas Heim. When it rains, it pours, I think, for that 26 car. It's not going well for them right now.
And then for the sister car, I'm not sure if you remember as well, Hampus Bars not having the best run in qualifying, so difficult day overall for the Hell Racers teams, who have had a good showing in a number of series. We'll see them again in action tomorrow. There are so many teams and drivers who are competing across of IVRA Endurance and IVRA Club Sport. Tomorrow we have the 2.75 hours of Barber Motorsports Park. We return with LMP2 and GTE machinery, as you saw Alpine Stars Geodesic there splitting the traffic 3 wide. So you see this battle for first and second in the GT4 class, battle for second and third just as close in the GT3 Cup classes. They approached the race leaders in GT4. Let's jump back to more GT4 action, because Huge Ass, second place in the championship, sweeping around the outside into the museum complex. They get the move done on Pneumatic Motorsports, and Huge Ass and Alex Albert doing a good job in the BMW M4. He's the highest place running BMW at this point in the race. A bit of BOP update in the iRacing build this past week has leveled out the fuel economy and the fuel fill time to be a bit fairer across the two cars. It was a bit unbelievable that a BMW would have a bigger fuel tank that somehow took less time to fill up. So iRacing has decided to put a little bit of a fixing in there, and that will affect leagues with BOP, and indeed that affected this very league where fuel limits are a thing. And let's briefly then touch on strategy. 25 minutes into this race now, and we are almost halfway into this window for the GT4 pit stop, Sonal, because with their roughly 50% fuel limit, they're looking at stints in about the 50-minute range. Usually those cars go for about 90 minutes, which is ludicrous. It's just an absolutely ridiculously long stint, but 50 minutes much shorter, and it plays up some interesting strategies with the drive times.
It does indeed. The maximum drive time here in this race is 1 hour and 30 minutes. In a race that spans around 2 hours and 24. So you can't go on a one-stop, as Jonathan told me before the race, but you've got to go for a two-stopper. So that second stop has to be a bit of a tricky one, because if you're going 50 minutes on the stint, 50 and 50, then I think for them fuel saving is going to be a bit less. They can just push towards the end in this one, but it's still going to be very interesting in terms of how they manage everything out and how they manage to be very calm in this case.
Oh, and there's
a message.
There's a car around, sorry. That's the Alpine Stars GT4 machine. They've not had a good run of things at all. So Corey Ruin once again at turn number 5. Christian Jung is caught up in this as well. The My Days Urban Works team has been caught up in an issue. They've dropped from 2nd to 5th, and now off the road is Jung, and he's going to get into the barriers. More damage for the 718 Cayman, and that is not what Danny Gieser, teammate for Jung, will want to see. Is the 124 electing to pull it down to the lane this time around? No, he will stick on track, and very interesting what has just happened. Race has just been changed in the course of a few minutes. Here was the replay. They go side by side into the kink. Not a very wise move, if you ask me, especially leading the championship. The My Days team commits to the move, able to hold on to that car though, and Jung has to contend then with the effect of those very blistered tires. They will be red hot as he gets back up to racing speed. That will have contributed to this second issue, and Som will just talk us through this again from this aerial look that we're going to get at it.
Curbing, you can't go too hard on the curbing right here. The Porsche may be known for its balance. When you push it a bit too hard, you can lose control, and that slight bit of contact can change things up so much. That, Arjuna, was the SRN Motorsport car also getting in the grass. So it's not just these two guys that were caught up with that. SRN Motorsport also having to take a bit of evasive action, and now Shipsky Racing coming back to live pictures. They've got quite the gap, haven't they, in this particular case?
So there was slight contact between Shipsky Racing and My Days as My Days tried to send it around the outside. And you know what this has done? It's opened the door for the huge-ass 137. They're now up into second place right on the tail of the Shipsky Racing 111. And that BMW looms rather large in the rearview mirror. So, challenge is coming now. And if you are My Days Urban Works and maybe Danny Gisa in race control for that team right now as he prepares to take over the car from his teammate when Young hands it over. Lots of work to do. Huge ass in a very, very prime position to try and get back a few of that championship points. Let's take a look at the replay then for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, because we saw that tail end of the issue there. You can see Corey Ruin once again getting the braking into turn 5 wrong. He's not enjoying this race so far. Another driver who's really not enjoying this race so far is Andreas Quintana, who through turn number 1 gets it slightly wrong, holds on to it, then goes into the grass and gravel on the outside of turn number 2 and once again manages to hold on to it. So Quintana all the way back in 20th, and he's already in danger of going a full lap down. As we jump back to the live pictures and, well, let's highlight that. Let's highlight the gap between the top 2 as things stand, because, well, if you're Maniti Racing, I mean, your strategy for this race has got to be pretty simple, Jonathan. Use as much of the drive time for Matsky as you can and make sure you don't get a safety car that bunches everyone up.
I think we've been lucky so far not to have any major accidents or major safety cars, but I think something that's also helping Beniti Racing is Team Bergen is putting a lot of pressure on Miguel Vigo, and that's keeping Vigo's vision behind him rather than in front of him.
Well, yeah, Vigo feeling a lot of pressure right now from Team Bergen. Team Bergen, a relatively new entry to the iRacing service. We saw them explode onto the scene in the IVRA ClubSport Summer Series, where they won the first round of the season at Watkins Glen. They've got the same driver lineup carrying over from the summer, so a lot of experience in IVRA competition. And Team Bergen, I am a big fan of this team. They are always in contention, always have that fighting spirit that endurance racing is all about. As we jump on board through the roller coaster section, closing in on Vigo, and I mean, Sommel, Vigo has in so many IVRA competitions been such a strong driver. It just highlights the level of competition we have in the IVRA series here when you see someone like Team Bergen, a brand new team, challenging the likes of Geodesic and Maniti.
It's actually quite interesting, Arjuna. Quite a few new teams have come into the iRacing service. Not their drivers, teams as organizations, of course. And straight away they come in and have proven to be quite competitive. Team Bergen being a clear example of that one. In fact, Team Fiercely Forward as well, another team similar on the grid who have also been nominated for VCO's Best Newcomer Awards. So it's quite clear new teams can come in new organizations and straight away put up quite the challenge, much like Bergen are.
3 wide though.
Negotiate traffic, yeah.
3 wide. That was close. The 2 TCR machines trying to fight it out at the same time as those 911 cars coming down the inside. Sorry to cut you off there, Sommel. That battle in TCR is also something to keep your eye on. That is Team Hoisingveld 3 laps down. So maybe not something to keep your eye on, but we'll wait and see indeed. Corey Ruin once again pointed in the wrong direction. And he's just had a
very far off.
He's just had a moment. Sorry, we're right next to your TCR leaders, and I wonder if that TCR lead has just been changed. Yes, it has. Corey Ruin is tangled with the Full Send 285 car, and the Impulse 222 has now inherited the race lead once again. So we'll take a look at this replay once again from an onboard look, but there's a lot of drama in this race, and I'm not sure exactly why. It's all involving traffic, and Jonathan, talk us through it.
Full Send just kind of minding its own business, gets a little off right there. So he's going to be slow coming out. I believe that was turn 10, and they head to turn 11 and 12, and then the Geodesic car, I think, assumed he was faster and just kind of cut him off a little bit, but he was still there.
Well, we're going to rewind this back maybe 10 or 15 seconds or so, get a better look at it, but there's a bit of a block here from the Full Send car. You'll see cutting all the way across the nose, but this is what I don't necessarily understand. You'll see Ruin does get to the inside, but then leaves no space. I mean, there is nowhere for Peacock to go in that situation. And unfortunately, if I'm being honest, Ruin has already had a difficult race so far. He's running towards the tail end of the GT4 field, and he just caused a bit of a switch up in your TCR lead battle, and now brought up the gaps very slightly. You see, as we jump back to live pictures, the gap between these top two cars now 2 seconds. So that has mixed things up very slightly, and I think if you're full send racing there, Sommel, you're not going to be too impressed with what's just happened.
Yeah, far from it, far from it. Fraser Smith coming in the chat and clearly expressing his discontent, saying, nice send.
And to make matters worse, the 162 has gotten a 30-second stop-go for the incident with the 151. And double-checking who that is. That was with the iZone performance car all the way back in turn number 5. So it's not a good day right now for the Alpine Stars Geodesic GT4 team. It's going okay in the 911 class, though.
Yeah, that 911 car still sits in second as we get confirmation on screen direct from race control. 30 seconds stop and hold tier 8 penalty as well for the 162. So IVRA does have tiered penalty system, so that will be almost the full weight of race control bearing down on the Geodesic team. The highest tier would be a tier 10, and I've just noticed that few drivers have decided to come down onto the pit lane. Impulse Racing in the number 15. That's because they've also had a drive-through penalty, so let's talk about that. Tobias Meisel for the Impulse Racing team has made contact with car number 2, which would be the Fuga Simsport car, which we saw that incident unfolding on screen, Jonathan. So, I mean, race control is busy, and I mean, you're going to be watching very closely at that race control decision seat as more and more things come on through.
Something that's a little bit different about this week than the past few weeks is that race control is very, very quick with some of these decisions at the moment, and they've been really, really good with making sure their reasoning is pretty well explained over what the penalties are. And oh no!
No, that's the Fisher Motorsport Neon car. Wrong way. Just a little bit of a 360 loop through the kink at turn 9 and 10. We'll grab a replay of that. Yannick Hignett involved in the number 85 machine. He just gotten passed by Huge Ass up the inside. We'll take a look at this aerial look on above. Very unlucky for the car that was right behind. Nowhere to go for Ragazzo Racing. And the number 63, but that 911 Cup car, a lot of these drivers mentioned the difficulties over curbs. Well, there you can see that Huge Ass car able to use a lot more curb than the Fisher Motorsports car. Unfortunately, he's pointed in mostly the right direction there, Sommel.
Yeah, there have been so many incidents happening, it's hard to keep track, and Fisher Motorsport involved in another one of those right here. Where are they on track right now? They haven't lost too much places, too many, I beg your pardon. This in P number 18. Could have been worse, could have had far more damage than that, but clearly not what they would want at this particular stage of the race when we're already coming up towards the pit stops in not a very long time. So, yeah, chaos all the way through, it seems.
Few updates from race control. That penalty for the number 15 has been downgraded to a stop and go, so Meisel serving a stop and go. Update from race control about the AOD BMW that we saw going deep into turn 5 as well, making contact with the 199. They've got a 20-second stop and hold penalty. So race control being very busy, and they're going to have a busy weekend, like we mentioned. 6 hours and 20 minutes of total coverage of racing action this weekend as the Porsche Owners Club, their miserable run continues. They had a bit of a better run in qualifying than they did last time at the Circuit of the Americas, but Jacob Abrams has been struggling in the early portions of this race. He now runs 1 lap down from the rest of his class and be hoping for some safety cars to bring him back into the fold. Let's check in very briefly, shall we, with Tim Matzke and jump on board here because, well, he's come up behind some traffic, and that's basically the biggest challenge that he's got to deal with. You see how clinically he just gets to the inside very smoothly onto the power, gets through, and now focuses on continuing to extend this lead. It's now up to an incredible 14 seconds as we've just finished less than 30 minutes in this race, just over 30 minutes. So Matsky really setting sail. And no other word you can even use at this point, because he's just so far in front that it's going to take a miracle. Many safety cars, lots of misfortune for anything to happen here. My Day's Urban Works, by the way, in a battle with Team Hoisingfeld as they try and recover a few positions of their own. They slot in directly behind. They also have SRN Motorsports in the 174 in front of them, so fourth on back, fighting it out in GT4 machines here. And if we jump to the front of this class, you can see the top three have also managed to close the gaps. Pneumatic Motorsports has decided to make a little bit of a BMW sandwich here, with the Porsche being the bread. The BMW M4 for Hugh Jass, the only one of these BMWs sitting in the top 5 right now. So clearly BOP playing a factor here, Jonathan, but good to see that the guys running second place in the championship are still using this race as an opportunity to try and get some very crucial championship points.
Yeah, it was kind of my concern when I saw a little bit of the BOP with the adjustments to the aerodynamics, specifically to the M4. We haven't really talked about it much, but I already felt like in this series the Cayman has been a bit stronger, at least here in the IVRA competition. And Hugh Jass proving me a little bit wrong right now. They're still in contention. They're still running a nice second place, but no other BMW in the top 5. A little bit upsetting if you ask me.
Yeah, just a bit upsetting. It'll be interesting tomorrow when we return here with the GTE machinery, where you've got a lot more wide-ranging choices. You've got different cars that all develop speed in different ways. We'll see what the BOP looks like there. Let's jump on over, by the way, back to TCR, because we've not really talked about them too much. They very much got broken up very, very quickly, and Full Send Racing and Ollie Peacock looking to get back onto the podium. Last time out at the Circuit of the Americas, the first race this era of competition since IVRA renamed itself and rebadged itself, has a Full Send Racing car not been on the podium for TCR, so they'll be hoping to get right back to where they belong. The 285 runs in second. The sister car sits back in 6th place. They're about 3 seconds behind Fiercely Forward and Matthew Crisp in the 5th place. TCR machine. Things opening up very slightly here. We haven't had that safety car, which we thought we might have at the early stages of the race, but as we work, about 45 minutes completed in this race, let's run you through the top 8 drivers right before we enter the pit window then. We'll start it off with the 911 Cup class, where for Maniti Racing, Tim Matsky has basically been out for a Saturday afternoon stroll. He leads by 16 seconds from the chasing pack, where Miguel Vigo is having to fend off Team Bergen and Marius Engbretsen in the number 46. Another 6 or so seconds down the road, you look at Team 11 and the number 97. They have damaged the front clip of that car as a result of incidents that unfolded in front of them. They are still doing a good job to hold on to the edge of that group. Team Down Under and Vince Peters in 5th place. The Impulse Racing GT3 Cup car, by the way, is in 20th place. Just saw them spinning right behind Team Bergen. But continuing on this rundown, Team Down Under, after struggles in qualifying, run up in 5th position. They've renamed themselves this season, and Vince Peters continues a good run in IVRA competitions in 5th. Virtual Motorsports lines up in 6th position then, with the World of Sim Racing number 51, 5 seconds behind them. Hugh Jass, the number 37, and Jeff Tyler trying to make his way through the field, but he's unfortunately 46 seconds behind the class leader as things stand. Let's turn it on over to GT4 very quickly and run you through this class, where Shibsky Racing has a fun little fight on their hands with Hugh Jass just 0.3 of a second behind. Porsche versus BMW at the front of your field, but then you look through the rest of your field and it's a lot of these Porsche 718 Caymans. Pneumatic Motorsports in the 1:21.5 seconds behind class leader, with SRN Motorsports and My Day's Urban Works doing battle. 2 cars that got forced off the road and lost about 7 seconds time. You go back to 6th place and you find the BMW for No Luck EM Sport, where they're having a bit more luck today, where that car looks factory fresh. They managed to avoid hitting some of the leaders as they make their way around. They are then the 2nd place of the BMW runners in this class. 2 final runners, Hella Media in the 161 and SRN in the 175. 3rd and final class, Let's jump on over to Impulse Racing and the 222 as their sister car in the fastest class is going to make their way around very carefully. Full Send Racing and the 285 took the pole position, but 0.7 of a second behind now after contact with Alpinestars Geodesic and their BMW. Pure Sims Esports starting to lose out very slightly. They've lost the draft and now are languishing about 4 seconds behind the 222. Alpinestars Geodesic Racing, they're having a better run of things in this class than the GT4 machine. They're 11 seconds back in 4th position. Fiercely Forward, the 234, a further 10 seconds back in that class, but they do have some challengers behind. Full Send Racing, the 287, Torque Freak, the 243, and VEC Sim Racing, the 272, all 5 seconds down the road from the 234. So that is the race situation as things run. 3 classes of competition. And right now, 3 lead battles that all have different levels of intrigue. We're going to stick on over with the GT4 battle because Full Send Racing have just managed to get past the Impulse Racing 222. The 222 is tucked back behind the 285, doing a bit of fuel saving. And Sommel, this is now a battle that is a 3-way fight out front, and it truly is a BMW sandwich. You've got that BMW filling in the middle and then the Porsche bread on the outside.
It's an unusual place to be in for the GT4 BMW right there, because for Hugh Jass, this was not supposed to be the weekend where the BMWs were supposed to have a good run. Barber, traditionally a very sports car circuit. Also, Barber Motorsports Park has a Porsche Experience Center right around here, so people often come up and test Porsche cars at this very track. So that element aside, the balance on the Porsche Cayman really should favour them in this particular weekend, but Hugh Jass have just been there. They've capitalized on the rather varying circumstances and have put their nose in there. How are they going to control it as the race goes on? That's going to be an interesting challenge. But indeed, Alex Albert finds himself in number 2. Jason Lundy for Pneumatic Motorsports is there or thereabout. You can see him lurking in the distance, but it's not as serious that he could go out there and force Hugh Jass into making a mistake. So the gaps are there, all pretty equidistant. Could all close up as we come closer.
Oh no.
To the pit lane cycle though.
Oh no. Well, it's been a very difficult day for the 162, and this might be a safety car. Let's see if Corey Ruin's able to get it back around the track to one of our tow zones. Tim McLeish, by the way, a second GT4 machine, has had an issue. That is a stationary Alpinestars BMW on the main straightaway. We're going to cut away to the replay for just a moment's time to see what happens here. It's through the last corner. It's going to be a self-issue, you'd have to assume, with the slower class TCR machine behind, getting onto the grass, nose first into the wall, and that's why the 162 is stationary on track. As we jump back to live pictures, still stationary on track. We are moments away, I think, from the first safety car, and this is right before the pit window for GT4. There it goes. Caution flag flies. We have our first safety car in the 3rd round of the IVRA ClubSport Series. While the cars all get formed up behind the safety car once again, I'm going to run through a few of the other replays which we have to take a look at. This is Tim McLeish in the 175 SRN GT4 machine, just looping it a bit too wide, coming in towards that penultimate corner in the lap. He'll get that back under control and keep it rolling. Jacob Adams had a bit more difficulty keeping it going, and that's because he got turned from behind by the NAB racing car that qualified at the end of the 911 Cup class. The Porsche Owners Club's miserable run of luck continues. And this is big drama because I'm trying to look at my timing sheets right now, guys. I'm trying to understand in this GT4 class specifically which of our drivers has come down the pit lane to make their pit stop. Because if they have managed to do that, they are set. Same thing applies in our other classes here. Any cars that have elected to come down the pit lane might be in a favorable position come the end of this caution period.
I don't think anyone has. I think everyone was trying to fuel save. Like, one important thing about the strategy we haven't really mentioned is the drive time limitations, which when I talked to the TCR group, it sounded like there was 2 different ways to go about it. Either you're managing the drive time limitation or you're managing the fuel. You're not managing both. So I'm wondering if a lot of people were just staying out.
So we'll see. drama is unfolding on the track. It's not just because of the safety car. That is exactly what it looks like. The race-leading TCR car has just gotten a 20-second stop and hold penalty for an unsafe rejoin. In the words of race control, car 285 rejoins across the track in front of car 162. Car 162 adjusts position to pass on the inside of 285, who has lost speed. Jonathan, I believe that was the incident where we saw the 285 car getting slightly clipped at the nose by the 162, heading into the roller coaster section there.
Yeah, turn 11, turn 12. He got off track. He comes back on the track right in front of the Alpine Stars Geodesic car, and yeah, a penalty is a penalty, and unfortunately under caution is probably the worst and best time to serve it, because now that full send car is going to be well sent to the rear of the field.
I don't think you can serve penalties during the caution. That's the thing.
You are correct, Samuel.
Oh.
So,
well, that's even worse. That's even worse.
So, I mean, and I've just seen there's another penalty that's coming in for 287 versus 70. So, not a great day for full send so far. And it's looking like that run of not being on the podium might start to be a bit of a trend here for the full send team. A long way still to go for Ollie Peacock in the 285. I'm not sure who he's sharing that car with, but Peacock down onto the lane then. Not sure exactly why. This must be for emergency service. In fact, he's not even stopped in his lane, in his box. So Peacock is, in effect, just driven through the pit lane.
I'm wondering if he's just cycling towards the rear of the field before pit stops start. That way he doesn't have to pull off immediately.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to do like a little bit of a gentlemanly thing here. He wants to be at the end of the field.
Well, the thing is, as Peacock, who is known for having technical issues, we must also point out, has a few of those technical issues. The thing is, surely these TCR cars are going to come down the pit lane in a few laps' time. I mean, I would assume everybody comes down the pit lane when it gets opened by race control. However, I mean, if you're Ollie Peacock, you just put yourself... you could have just sat there in the pit lane. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm a bit perplexed here. I'll reach out to Steen Ledger, see if I can get word from the team boss at Full Send Racing, but under caution for the first time today, we almost got a full hour of racing action done without any cautions.
Almost.
And for, I believe that is Dexter in our YouTube chat who is questioning the safety car rules. Summer, let's just clarify this up right now. If you are in your pit box when the pit road gets closed, my understanding in IVRA is you are okay to complete your pit stop. However,
Yes.
even if you have gone into the safety of pit lane before the pit lane closes, if you have not stopped in your box and started your service, you're not allowed to stop in the lane. You have to continue through and get your pit done when the rest of their field makes their way down as well.
Yes, and you've got to wait until the pit lane is open to exit. So the entire pit lane entry will be closed off at that stage, but the pit exit will be open in that case. So you'll be allowed to go past, but you have to wait for the other cars, of course, because of course you can't find a free space when everyone's single file and everyone's going through. So that's the complication. So a bit of a tricky one, but IVRA of course has to manage it between the existing iRacing safety car regulations. So it is a little bit of a manual mess at times, but now of course race control has manually opened up the pit lane, and now that's when all these cars can shuffle in, and it's a bit of a Monday morning traffic jam, isn't it, this one?
They must also remember not to get foul of the one rule that is basically shared across of all of the IVRA series, that pit lane time where 3 seconds to get into and out of the fast lane, cars onto the pit lane. Then Matsky with this alternate strategy. It's what we saw before in the ClubSport Summer Series, a driver change. Matthias Dehaene gets behind the wheel of the number 78. Anders Meyer also making a driver change for the 46. In the 62 though, Miguel Vigo stays behind the wheel of that car as cars jump up on the jacks, and we get the first of our pit stops underway.
Full Send looks like they have sent it somewhere.
That's what I'm looking at right now. I think Full Send might just have missed their pit box. The Full Send 287 that would be, because the 285 is stationary as things stand, so the sister car to the 287 struggles. Continue in this race, not the best qualifying for that team either. You see the string of cars all making their way off the pit lane. GT4s have the shortest pit lane time. 911 Cup cars the longest. And there has been a major shakeup at the top of the order then in this class, because lots of different strategy is being played out right now. And, well, we have the very difficult job that is figuring out what the strategy is here. So, Jonathan, I'm going to hand this one over to you because I feel like making your brain struggle with all of this strategy math, but here we go. Top 8 on your screen right now, and well, the thing that you noticed, Maniti, Alpine Stars, Team Bergen, they're not even in the top 4 anymore. Instead, we're looking at an all-new top 5, all of whom have chosen to come down the pit lane for a much shorter stop. We're looking at about between 20 and 25 seconds stationary in those camps. The rest of your field looking at pit stop time in excess of 50 minutes.
I think a lot of them were taking tires, taking driver changes. Notably, Miguel Vigo did not take a driver change. But some of these guys, I think, only took fuel. And some have also been down on the pit lane numerous times. The Hell Racers have been, due to penalties, so I'm wondering if at some point they did service the car during a stop-go. But I'm a little bit perplexed, and as long as we're getting reports that the 78 car has sustained damage on the pit lane, our race leader.
I'm trying to figure this out. Tim Matzke is not in a good mood right now. He is in one of the worst moods you can have right now. Not only has his lead been stripped away from something that is not even in his own control here, there is now potentially damage onto the number 78, and we're going to have to go back and try and scour this tape. So here you can see that car looks factory fresh. They've got the Porsche Owners Club GT4 in front of them. It was going very slowly, it must be said. Maniti actually has to pull off into the slow lane for a second because of how slow this train of cars is going, and it's really hard for me to get a good angle here to show you. And I think that was the stack up right there, and I think that's what we've just seen. It's hard to get a look here, and we'll try and grab another look at this one, but it appears as though Matzke now has a bit of damage to that car. Here we get that wonderful drone angle, and oh, there you can see front and rear damage for the number 78, and for a car that has been dominating. We cannot even stress just how big the pace difference has been at the front of this field, Sommel. And now you're saying 20 seconds of damage repair for the number 78.
Exactly. I'm just having a word with Tim right now as it goes on, and that was 18 seconds of extra pit stop time. So normally they would have been fine to come out back up in the lead, but no, they're not right now because of that checkup. That second stint for Team Maniti needs to be absolutely huge to get that lead back once again. Matzke was phenomenal in the car. He put the car in pole position, but this incident, not in his control, clearly setting him back. And just look at the train of cars that he has to get past now.
That is heartbreaking, and you know what? I think that's going to be feeling a bit of deja vu for Matzke. Not the contact by any mean, but more the cycle of Matzke builds up huge lead and then safety comes out. It was the story of our summer series and the story now of round number 3 here from the Barber Motorsports Park. Let's check in with GT4 as well, because a bit of a shake-up there. The Team Hoisingfeld 148 didn't come down the pit road that time around. Interesting change there. Andrei Ratchkovich still out at the front of this field. Might be seeing him down the lane at some point in the next few moments, I think, as we come back to green flag racing. Bit of a shake-up, though, as the Shipsky Racing 111, Matthew Short gets behind the wheel of that car now. He's dropped to 5th position on track. Pneumatic Motorsports up into what will be net first position, with Hugh Jass still in second, and the My Days Championship leader, net P3. So a bit of a shake-up there. SRN Motorsports Black in 6th position, as well as No Luck EM Sport and Hella Media being brought back into this fight. Check in with TCR then. Not much of a major shake-up here. The one name that you will notice no longer on that screen, and it was the case last time on the podium at the Circuit of the Americas, Full Send Racing. The 287 car has missed their pit box, had to come back down the pit lane, unfortunately. The 285 is got a penalty to serve. I'm still not 100% clear on that penalty myself. However, penalty is penalty. I'm glad I'm not in race control at the end of the day, because that is always the more difficult job. But I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that one. Ollie Peacock, I think, might be feeling a little bit frustrated, Sommel, given that, at the end of the day, that GT4 machine that cut him off in towards that roller coaster section didn't leave him any portion of track to really come onto. So, yes, there was that little bit of an incident where the TCR car got wide through the kink, but at the same time, I'm not really sure if I agree with that penalty.
That is going to create quite a bit of debate, as it is already right now. It's going to be so tricky. It's an incident that has to be analyzed time and time again. And you've got to give it up to the race control for taking it straight down the line, but that's what happens, right? It's such a tricky place, and some incidents, there's such a fine margin in going left or right, and it's a really, really hard job being right there. But no, I agree. I think it's a little bit harsh, but how hard to really give a complete call on that? Sometimes you really got to step back and appreciate what kind of a job the race control has to do in this case.
And I think race control is having a bit of an issue right now. In fact, maybe not. I think we're going back to green flag racing. Team Hoysinkveld leads us back to the green flag. I expected Virtual Motorsport to be picked up by the safety car, but the GT4 car then leads us back to racing action. Hugh Jass tries to get back to the net lead of GT4, but they're going to lose out to the My Days car, who slips down the inside. My Days up into a net P2. And the championship contenders run in order, as they do in the championship itself. Restarting then back to green flag racing. We've got 1 hour and 25 minutes left on the clock. We've had 1 hour done in this 2 hour and 25 minute race, and you can see all of these cars diving through in towards Charlotte's Web. That spider looms in the background if you want to make a mistake and work your way into the gravel trap. But let's jump to the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing 911 Cup car. They are net, I would say, the race leaders. Everyone in front on slightly alternate fuel strategy, and it is yet to be seen how that will play out. Vigo gets slightly wide through 7A, and that's going to cost him a bit of time on the run through the kink as well. Jonathan, you've written in your notes, everything is not okay. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Just with everything, all the chaos that went on pit road, and even on this restart, we're seeing a lot of cars go off. Yeah, everything is a bit chaotic right now, and it's hard to tell like where some of these fastest guys are. There you see the 78 car, who's currently 9th in class. It's going to have a tough job, and with this restart, with the pace car picking up the GT4 class, which perplexed me a little bit, it's really put these Cup guys in a really difficult situation, because now they're in the middle of traffic as they restart.
Yeah, that was a big surprise to me. You could hear the surprise as I tried to figure out if we were going back to green flag racing. Maniti racing down the inside of the Alpine Stars Geodesic TCR machine. Meanwhile, just in front, Team 11 and Team Down Under side by side in towards turn 2. Team 11 with that damage to the right front clip of the car is going to use that Samsoid Emerald GT4 machine as a bit of a pick, but they're going to now get a bit squeezed out as Team Down Under holds on to the inside of the corner. Maniti Racing slots it down the inside of Team 11. Ooh. Samsoid does a good job to see that coming, just stay on the outside line, not do what Sergio Perez did at the Sakir Grand Prix just a week ago. He did manage to come back to win that race, though, so maybe we should use that as a bit more positive kind of a quote than anything else. Miniti Racing continues their charge through the field. They slotted down the inside of Pure Sims Esports and their TCR machine, and now get past the Impulse Racing TCR race leaders. Lots of action then on this restart as all of these cars try and shuffle for the track position. Let's check back in with the GT4s because Pneumatic Motorsports, they've got the My Days Urban Worst team right behind them. Danny Giesa has gotten behind the wheel, taking over from Christian Young. But in the number 120, Jason Lundy continues to pound around the track. Next time down the pit lane, he'll be handing it over to his teammate. Maybe we'll see Paul Darling getting behind the wheel of that car.
Danny Giesa, of course, shifting to the Haupt Racing Team sim racing effort after this one. DCRs though, what's happened to this car right here in the grass? That is...
It's a torque-free car.
Here.
So that was James Ewens, who's had a bit of an issue as he gets sent off the track. More cars off the track as well. I think the Fiercely Forward 234 and the Alpine Stars TCR car both off the track. And this is at turn number 2. They've lost about 8 seconds. More contact almost made as they rise the hill at turn number 3. Geodesic getting forced off into the grass. They'll do a nice little four-wheel drift there. And we'll take a look at the RaceSpotTV replay here. And Jonathan, just talk us through this.
These are two teams that have fought hard. Oh, I think that might have been a little bit of curbing or possibly a technical issue. I'm not really sure. That car just darted to the left, and there was really nothing Harris could do. And then this little cheeky move by the Fiercely Forward car, just not giving them a lot of space.
Yeah, not much space at all, and Damien Owen Harris is not going to be too impressed there. He's just taken over the car from Matthew Crisp, and we'll jump back to the live pictures now as Crispy is going to be watching on in a bit of disappointment, I'm sure, as that slight contact with his teammate. He did a pretty impressive job, I thought, Matthew Crisp, in this outing. He'll be back in action tomorrow in the IVRA Endurance Series, one of those drivers. We've got more than 60 drivers competing in both Club Sport and Endurance Series across the 2 days. There's about 9 drivers, if I remember correctly, doing the triple header. The Club Cup, the Club Sport, and the Endurance Series. There are teams like Shipsky Racing that have cars entered in all 3 series, so that's nice to have. Let's jump back to this GT4 battle, though, because, well, this is the closest one, and net race lead is up for grabs. We're still trying to figure out when Andrei Ratchkovich in the team Hoisingveld 148 wants to come down onto the pit road, but he's being chased down by Pneumatic Motorsports and the My Days Urban Worst team. You can see them closing under braking here, Sommel. This Hoisingveld team on that slightly different strategy, I think, has to be assuming and hoping for more safety cars to be coming very, very soon.
Yep, they're slightly off the cycle in this particular case, the Hoisingveld team.
That's going to be another safety car. Speaking of it, Manuel Mayer does a full 360 barrel roll. Sorry to cut you off there, Sommel, but we were just mentioning safety cars, and I think I need to take myself out back and give myself a little bit of a paddling until I stop bringing these commentators' curses onto these drivers. So here we'll see the replay, losing it very, very early.
Oh, boy.
Jonathan, I mean...
Oh!
We'll have to get another look at what happened on the initial incident here. I'm not sure if it was grass or they just lost the rear end. You'll get a good look here as they try and carry speed, and indeed, it's just a bit too much speed. They lose it very early, and it's going to be a pretty remarkable crash here.
Yeah, it hits the 44, and then I believe, I'm not sure what team that was. I think it was the Ragazzo 63 that turned him or over, or I need a better look, but that hit to flip him over. Ooh. That was hard. That's going to be a lot of time in the repair. You can see that car is limping home.
Yeah, that is not a pretty sight. Mayer's going to be... He's just got a few more corners to go. He doesn't have far as he enters the roller coaster section. Doing a good job to hold on to that car amidst all the damage. He rounds turn 13 on the entry into turn 14. And he'll manage to bring that car back to the safety of pit road. That's going to be another retirement from this race then. And we are an hour and 20 minutes still to go. Doing a good job there to get that one safely back. Let's take a look at that replay once again, Samuel, because that was a huge incident. And I mean, we were just talking about safety cars. That was almost another one.
So that's 3 consecutive IVRA Club Sport races with the flipped over Porsche, isn't it?
It is, you know.
Turning out to be a bit of a trend, this one. The way the car got clobbered in from behind, not from behind, midway through. It's amazing to see how much the iRacing physics can actually go bonkers, but this is the tricky part. Gets on the curb, much like the corkscrew at Laguna Seca, you're going to have a rough ride down, then gets flipped over. Crucially, the point is, how much damage has he got on a more serious note? And the answer, quite a fair bit. Expect his race virtually to be gone for Manuel Mir at this stage, because we don't even have fast repairs in the IVRA series. So we got safe from a safety car, but Manuel Mir, man, he's taken some pounding right there, that machine. But now it's Maniti Racing, even de Brewer in the car. He's chasing. No, that's not even de Brewer, that's Matthias de Hene, closing up to Anders Meyer. So both of them were in the chat a few minutes ago. Now they're fighting against each other on the tarmac. This should be a fun one for P number 6 on the field right now then. Michael Storm though, Arjuna, that's going to be the key part. For Virtual Motorsport, he's leading and he's got a 5-second gap.
He is indeed. A bit of pressure being applied there, but alternate pit strategy is going to be so important here. Still trying to figure out what the 70, 51, number 2, number 26, all trying to do. They stopped for between 18 and 25 seconds the last time around. Matthias de Hene on that recovery drive. I do wonder if Matsuke is going to get back behind the wheel of the car at some point. You do wonder. We do have another issue. I've been monitoring it on my timing screen. Chris Chatterton, I guess is how you say that name, and the Eclipse Racing Team number 44 is spent about 50 seconds, if you can believe it, parked in the gravel. We'll take a look here at the RaceSpotTV replay. Loses the rear end of the car, and I'm guessing now just has to make his way back onto the track while watching this field of cars just make their way by him. Chris doing a good job here to do a 99-point turn, I think. Very respectful. Doesn't want to risk a penalty, as the 285 car did get. I'm taking a look at my timing screen once again right now, not seeing too many penalties as the 44 continues its struggle to get back up to racing speed. So we're going to get away without another caution there. Fiercely forward the 285. There you can see Ollie Peacock has just come down the pit lane, so they have just served their 20-second stop and hold penalty. And they are now already 1 lap down from the rest of the field. That is disastrous for the 285 then. And Sommel, this is a team that has been so dominant in IVRA TCR competition, and their struggles continue after what was a very difficult race at the Circuit of the Americas.
It has indeed for Full Send Racing. We often see them at the top of any TCR category all the way through, but in this particular season, Full Send Racing have just not been able to capitalize on things completely. Sometimes it's not even their fault in this case, so yeah, not really turning out to be the best one for them. But Maniti Racing, I had a word with Tim Matska. The car seems to be fine. The team loves a challenge, and they are getting quite a challenge right here, because Anders Meyer and Team Bergen, if you've seen their races on RaceSpotTV, then you know for a fact that these guys are proper hard racers. They're not going to give this position away for granted. With both the cars now seeming fine, it should be a battle towards the very end.
And in GT4, by the way, there's been a bit more of a shake-up. Danny Gisa has been off the track in that championship-leading 124 car. This is coming through the last corner. You see the World of Sim Racing car getting out of shapes in front of him. That's Victor Abelin in the number 52. Gisa's able to keep that under control. Doesn't lose too much time to the Pneumatic Motorsports 120 that he's chasing down. But that was a close call for your championship leader, who then you see has to go side by side with their championship rivals. The 137, Giovanni Romano, unable to get the move done on Danny Gisa. So back to live pictures we go, and let's check back in with Maniti Racing, because they're putting pressure onto the Team Bergen number 46. Anders Myers is now behind the wheel of that car, and unfortunately they've dropped off the back of the Alpine Stars geodesic car very slightly now. So roles have shifted. It's now Vigo who's proving to be one of the faster cars out on track there. Gap between the 62 and the 46, about 3 seconds as Matthias Dehaene tries to recover from that damage. And Jonathan, that car is looking pretty clean right now, so they may have had 18 seconds of damage repairs. However, it does appear as though that car is about as clean as they were going to be able to get it.
And at least they took the 18 seconds of repairs and didn't just kind of leave it. So that's probably a good thing for Team Racing. The only issue they're having is I think Team Bergen appears to kind of be holding them up, as now the huge S37 is kind of waltzed up to the back of this group. And for Team Bergen, I want to be careful. I think the Maniti Racing car, you know, you're a white and black car, but you can see in all red right now. They're a little bit frustrated after that pit stop cycle.
So you see there, 3 cars. This would be what we think is net P2. Still trying to figure out the details of this alternate strategy that a number of the GT3 Cup cars have chosen to do. They went slightly shorter in the safety car stop, maybe expecting a slightly longer stop to close out the race. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. Now gap has dropped to about 2.5 seconds behind Team Bergen and Vigo. So Anders Myers in that number 46 car starting to close out. Vigo has been in since the race start, so might be starting to feel slightly tired. Team Hoisingveld also trying to figure out what they're doing in terms of the strategy. You can see there, Andrej Ratchkovic, last time he came down the pit lane, it was, as far as we understand it, for some type of penalty, but it could also have been for an alternate strategy here, because you can see 20 laps on the stint so far, and when he came down the pit lane, he was stationary for about 15 seconds there, Sommel, so he might be doing something different in terms of trying to eliminate a stop at the end of the race. He's now used that safety car, though, to jump up to the front of the field.
He'll have to do a little less of fuel saving in comparison to the others. Towards the end, it could be a bit stretchy. Of course, he's trying to roll the dice. That's what you have to do in this case, and I wonder why, because the pressure from behind doesn't seem to be that great, but that's what Team Hersing will have chosen to do. Let's see if it pays off towards the end. That's the beautiful thing about IVRA competition, isn't it, Arjuna? So many strategies, so many different approaches. It's only towards the end when we realize whether it's going to work or not.
And Jonathan, you think you have spotted something in the strategies?
I think it might be like a short pit strategy. I'm wondering if we're going to see in about 20 minutes, because the stints for all 3 of these classes have been about 50 minutes under green. If we're going to see in about 20 minutes time these lead cars come down, however, there is a lead car that will come down sooner rather than later, and that's Michael Storm, the current leader of the Cup class, has got a stop-go penalty for contact with the 287. That's the other full send racing TCR, so that's going to change up the current leader of the Cup class.
So change will potentially happen at 911 Cup class lead, but in the sport category, My Day's Urban works down the inside of the last corner, and Danny Gisa gets past Jason Lundy and makes it look very, very easy, and now gets to work on Team Hoisingveld in front of him. Danny Gisa it's a competitor who competes across the multiple simulators, is now going to get 2 potential moves here. My Day's down the inside at turn 5. They inherit the lead of the race. Around the outside, though, Giovanni Romano tries to get 3rd position, not able to make it work, and he now sees his championship contender running away potentially with the lead of the race. Good move there, Sommel, from the My Days team, and a good opportunity, I think, therefore, Huge Ass to try and move around the outside. They do not want to lose track of that 124 car out front.
They've got their target clearly up inside. They want to make sure that they close up right there in those straights. That's where the BMW advantage clearly lies. So they'll be knowing that, and they'll be playing to their strengths in this case, Arjuna. That's the important one. But coming back to Team My Day's Earlman's work, very smart move. They knew exactly where the Porsche was good in relation to the other Horsingwell Porsche. Clearly were committed. Did not make a last-minute move. That's the critical point. That can wreck your races. There, that's when they got the position in and got it done for themselves. But meanwhile, seems to be a bit of disgruntling going on with the Full Send Racing team. They're clearly not happy with the way race control has handled out the decisions, Jonathan.
No, and we were talking, it's a controversial penalty, but at least right now they did get a penalty on the number 70, so the sister car, the 287, I think will be okay, but it's definitely been a down day for sure. There's still an hour left, and again, with this alternate strategy, who knows if this is going to play out. I am thinking in about 20 minutes time we'll see some of these top guys short pit, do their driver change, do a tire change for their last stint, and then head back out there, while the other guys that we saw take those long stops in the first stop just fill up for fuel. I think that's the plan. Some of them I'm not so certain about at the moment, though.
So we'll see what's happening. Like Samuel mentions, Fraser Smith not too happy with race control at all. He's voicing his displeasure in both the YouTube chat and the Discord directly to race control. So hopefully Fraser Smith doesn't irritate Julian Bell, Casper DeCourt, Richard Bell, and everyone else helping out on the race control side. It is a very busy weekend for them. Of course, 3 different series. Julian doing a good job to prepare everything we need for the broadcast through the week, keeping us up to date, and we continue to watch this battle as the My Days team has started to pull away. 1.3 seconds the gap between first and second, and they're now about 4 seconds clear, no, about 3 seconds clear from the huge-ass championship rival. They are getting stuck right now behind Pneumatic Motorsports. My Days already about, I would say, half of that straight clear as Huge-ass pokes the nose, thinks better of it, and just tries to apply pressure to Jason Lundy in front. Let's jump on over to 911 Cup class because, well, Maniti Racing has managed to reel in Alpine Star's Geodesic Racing, and Matthias Dehaney tries to get to work then on getting past Miguel Vigo. The Virtual Motorsport car has already come down the lane to serve its drive-through penalty, as actually Virtual Motorsport having a big issue there. You'll see Michael Storm has come down the pit lane and come back out to, unfortunately, visit the grass this time around. He'll chop off the Impulse Racing car because that is for position, and the safety car has really bunched up a lot of these cars and brought them back into the action. Let's jump back to this battle, though, for 4th place on track, and we're still working, trying to figure out this strategy in the background. I'm doing some math in my head, but I think what's happened here, Sommel, is a number of teams are expecting another safety car and are choosing a strategy that's going to give them the most options come the end of the race.
As Jonathan mentioned, we could very well end up seeing that sort of short pit. And that short pit on the green flag is going to compromise the races quite a bit. So they are banking quite a fair bit on that second safety car happening. What are the possibilities? What are the odds of that taking place? Quite a bit, you know. Barber can be a bit of a hectic place at times. It just takes that one unthought of move that could change the entire race for all the teams going around in a matter of moments. Now, again, it comes back to the point of betting on it. What are the odds or the possibilities? Calculating that does not quite help, but we saw a spinning car in the background, so maybe that could just help out with the same. I don't know, there was a car facing the wrong way, was it?
I think there was, but that might have been the Eclipse Racing Team TCR car. I'm not exactly sure, but interesting stuff as we work towards just 60 minutes left in this race. It's a short race in some ways, 2.4 hours, but when you consider that this IVRA series has got up almost 7 hours of total racing this weekend, you maybe understand why we're not doing a 12-hour race this weekend. Just the one safety car so far. We say so far, we knock on the wood, we say our prayers, we do our little safety car dance, praying that it stays away, and Matthias Dehaney does the same as he tries to put the pressure on Miguel Vigo. Out front, by the way, we should also say, the gap between the top 3 cars has closed on down. Fuga Simsport is now 2.5 seconds behind the World of Sim Racing number 51 car, and the Hell Racers number 26 car, which has had a number of issues throughout today's race, both in qualifying and the race, now runs in 3rd. Vigo almost got checked up there behind the Boosted Motorsport TCR car, but able to get past without too many issues. So let's jump back on over to another battle, because Huge Ass in this GT4 class starting to lose out. They've just gotten passed by SRN Motorsports Black, and they now sit 4 positions behind their championship rivals, Jonathan.
And I'm wondering if that car is just starting to struggle a little bit, maybe for tire wear, a little bit maybe for handling. We saw it. He was going really aggressive with this Huge Ass machine on the braking, and maybe trying a little bit right here, but fortunately, that's not the high. That is the highest ranked BMW. Still, we have a bunch of Porsches currently dominating this GT4 class.
So, Porsche's dominating. BMW now, highest ranked of them in 5th place. And the No Luck EM Sport car that was also sitting in the top 10 for the BMWs has now fallen a couple of laps down to the tail end of that top 10. Pit stops underway then for a few cars. The World of Sim Racing number 51 has elected to come down onto the lane. There's a driver change happening there, and they should be within the window to get to the end of the race from here. However, there is that added complication of the drive time regulations. In this race, we're looking at a maximum drive time of 1 hour and 40 minutes, and that means that your other driver is going to have, give or take, about 45 minutes of drive time. So that does open up the door here, Sommel. Think about someone like the My Days team. You got Danny Gieser behind the wheel. Christian Zhang, he did the first 45, 50 minutes of the race, handed over to Gieser, and now Gieser is expected to take the car home all the way to the end. But if you compare and contrast that to someone like Jason Lundy, who's been in that car since since the start, the next time they come down the pit lane, he's going to have to hand over that car to his teammate. And very importantly, that's going to have to happen in just a few minutes' time.
And if that's on the green flag, that could cost him a little bit more time. So it could just end up being that the teams that opted for, let's say, the shortest in the first time out, it may just have played in their hands thanks to the safety car. As you see, the Helsingwell car go past the other lapped car right there. But yes, indeed, Arjuna, that's the case. They will have to change drivers, and the drive time complications will make that quite a bit interesting in terms of how things will manage out. If it's on a green flag, man, they're under some deep trouble, because changing drivers takes time, doesn't it?
It does indeed, and look at who's also trying to get in on the fun here. Pneumatic Motorsports leads a train of cars, SRN right behind them, and now the huge ass 137 wants to have a bit of fun and get up into that third and final podium position. So this is the GT4 battle, 5 cars separated by just about 4 and a bit seconds on the track. I think Team Helsingwell yet to come down the pit lane, but they're working lap number 26 of their stint, so they are coming towards the point in the race where we expect them to come down and pit. Changes at the front of the 911 Cup class as well, because Fuga Simsport have just inherited the lead of the race. Pascal Costa has just coming down the pit lane for Impulse Racing, and that's going to leave just 2 cars out in front of Miguel Vigo and Matthias Dehaene, who are scrapping it out right now for net race lead as we come towards the conclusion of the hour, and we start to think about that one final stop that awaits all of these cars. The likes of Vigo and Dehaene are going to have a slightly shorter stop potentially here, Jonathan, but track position has been so vital throughout today's race. You're still yet to be determined how this is going to be played out.
No, I'm still trying to math out like how exactly this could all work out for people. You know, when do you pit? When do you try and make the changes that you had? Obviously, the Mitzi car did take tire changes, did repair damage, and started further back in the field than Vigo, but they're on the same piece of tarmac right now, except there's a Shipsky car right in between them. So they're going to have a similar pit stop. I think Vigo's just going to... Oh no, Vigo actually has to do a driver change. That's even going to be worse for the Geodesic car.
Yeah, Vigo's in that same spot with the GT4 machines we just talked about, isn't it, Jonathan?
Yeah, it's a weird strategy call, and I think for those guys that didn't do their driver switch already, this might cost them a lot of time under green.
So we'll have to wait and see. You see, by the way, Team Bergen and Huge Ass having a fantastic scrap as they dive to the inside of Shipsky Racing. Sven Demel's going to try and set up the corner. Slight contact between the 2 cars. Demel looks to the inside, has to concede for now, and that's going to compromise his run down that main straightaway. Good spot, though, there, Jonathan. You had just wondered what's happened to Matthew Short, and unfortunately, you can see a little bit of damage to the front end. Yes, that is the case. However, the lap time has been falling off since Short got behind the wheel of the car, and Shipsky Racing from the pole position now languishing in 9th.
Yeah, just a little disappointing right now, honestly. They had a good car, fast car, put it on pole, and right now seem to be kind of out of the fight.
Well, they had a good run out then in the IVRA Club Cup, so at least it's not going to be a totally forgotten day for that team. Let's talk a little bit about...
Wouldn't you love the Club Cup and a Club Sport win? Like that would be a good team day. Like that's what I was kind of hoping for a little bit.
You know what? So the only thing better than that is the clean sweep. You win both the Club Cup races and then every single class in the Club Sport race. That's a challenge that I want to see some of the teams try and take on next year. Let's talk very quickly about Fuga Simsport, because there you can see Miguel Vigo just 2.5 seconds behind now as he closes in on the race leader. This is a team that has renamed themselves this year. Justin Rem, Jeffrey Garzotto, Taj Edwards, the three drivers that we see throughout the course of the season so far. They used to compete last year as the Gold Racing team, and they are an expert here in the Porsche Cup class. They have competed in this class in so many different series. Think of the 2019 SCO GT series, the Neo Endurance, which became 24-hour esports last year. And then one of my favorite leagues, the Winter Green Hell, as we now call it, all in this Porsche 911 Cup class. And they have become very, very strong runners here. Taj Edwards doing a good job here, Sommel. This alternate strategy is giving them an opportunity, I think, to try and contend for the race win in about 58 minutes' time.
Yeah, Fuga Sport Red really do seem to have the track position advantage. They currently are in P number 3 with quite a good gap to the cars up ahead and behind. So they've got Hellraiser's Litany behind them, that's 2 seconds, and WRSR iZone Sim Performance, they are 3 seconds ahead. So they've got a bit of a gap everywhere. And Fuga Simsport, after the renaming, they've shown a lot of potential everywhere. I mean, we saw a little bit of that in the last race too. But that's not how you show your potential.
And that's going to be that's going to be a penalty, I'm pretty confident in saying. That was the 175 SRN Motorsport car, so not the car that was dicing it up in the top 3. That car, though, now having issues. You know who else is having an issue? Michael Storm in the virtual motorsport car, pointed the wrong direction at the museum complex. So when it rains, it pours. RaceSpotTV replay time, as always. And got a few extra ones to show you as well. Let's start it off with Chad Wilkes in the No Luck EM Sport car, who that bad luck of no luck continues. He gets spun with a TCR car down in towards that same complex, that museum complex. Let's keep on this replay right now. Let's see if there was any relation to Michael Storm's incident. In fact, there was not, so Michael Storm's separate incident then at that very same corner. Here's that contact between Ryan Huff and Fuga Simsport. I think Fuga might get in a bit of trouble from this one, Jonathan. You'll take a look at this aerial look here. They're not clear, and although from that angle, if we watch this one more time, that bounce on the curb from the GT4 car might have spelled danger in this case.
Yeah, they're side by side heading through this fast turn 9, turn 10 complex, and then that bounce from the curb is really what does it. I really don't think either of those two could do anything at that moment.
Well, I would suspect if a penalty's to come down, it might actually come down on the Cayman in this case, so we'll wait and see. Let's take a look at what happened to Michael Storm then. We get a good aerial look. Gets past the Impulse Racing TCR on the entry. And ooh, that is an interesting one. The front-wheel drive car from behind makes contact, carrying a bit more speed, Sommel. Sometimes stuff like this happens.
It really does. The Porsche has had low aerodynamic grip. And then the Impulse Racing car just sadly compounds a worsening issue, let's say, for them. They were already losing track to the Porsche, so yeah, it gets far worse. But coming back to the incident between the Cayman and Fuga Simsport, I guess the stewards already said that the benefit of the doubt will go to the faster car, wouldn't it?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. That's going to be an interesting one to see. GT4 leading battle. This is the second place battle as Alpine Stars, Geodesic, and Maniti Racing make their way through in third.
That's all of the Cup cars right there. That's like all 5 of them. What happened?
There is a nice little train all the way from the leading Fuga Simsport car, who just got involved in that contact, of course, all the way down to number 37, huge-ass Porsche 911 Cup car, driven by Sven Demel. So lots of interesting strategy here. We must remember, the top 2 runners on slightly different strategy. The rest of the contenders, though, in a very, very comfortable spot. They round at least one of the cars. Still waiting for the Pneumatic Motorsports 718 Cayman to get cleared. He gets cleared in the roller coaster section. Allows the GT4s to resume their fight, and also allows these 911 Cup cars to get to work. Great little shot here, Jonathan. Like you mentioned, top 7 runners almost separated by just 3 seconds right now.
Like, you can fit those cars under a blanket. It looks like a little bit of a draft train that you see on another Alabama track. I'm a little bit surprised. The Maniti Racing and Geodesic car had a bit of a gap to Team Bergen and Hugh Jass, but that gap is closed, and then obviously the incident with the 2 and the 26 having to check up a little bit as well. Now it's game on. I'm going to be really interested to see who tries to be aggressive here.
Oh, Matthias Dehaney not choosing to be aggressive just yet. We haven't talked about TCR in the longest time, so let's just talk about them very slightly. Pure Sims leading that class. They've got Fiercely Forward in the 234, just 0.2 of a second behind, so there is a close battle at the front, but they've got 13 seconds then to the third place Impulse Racing 222. So that's the state of TCR. GT4, Team Hoistenfeld and the 148 has come down the pit road. They are right on the bubble of being able to make it to the end. Around a 50-minute stint in that class. However, they've come in with about 60 minutes left on the clock. So they're hoping for at least one safety car to shake things up, and they'll be hoping for a bit more luck to come their way as well, I have a feeling. Let's jump over to this battle, because Fiercely Forward has just managed to get past the Pure Sims car down in towards the museum complex. And this battle for the battle for the lead rages on, well clear of the rest of the field somewhere, because there you can see 13 seconds the gap. I mean, this is going to be a fight to the end between these two cars. They're hoping that we don't get that one more safety car.
Nothing to separate them at this stage. Nothing has so far, and it seems like nothing will towards the very end as well. This is the kind of battles that we all love to watch, and we all tune in to watch for the IVRA leagues. Pure Sims, though, although they lost the position, they're not making sure that they go down without a fight, because they were just constantly nudging the Fiercely Forward car.
Look at this, though. Look at this, Sommel. No, that's contact between Fuga and the Hell Racers car. They're entering the museum complex right next to the full send TCR, and they just managed to get that one settled out before they dive into the corner. That was almost near disaster there. And this leading pack of cars is now seeing changes for the lead. Fuga drops to second, Hell Racers to first, and Team Bergen, Maniti, and Alpine Stars all looking to pounce.
Oh, watch the slower sport car, though. Watch the slower sport car, though.
That is the Alpine Stars GT4 machine that's been struggling today. He's aided the Hell Racers GT3 Cup car very slightly. Gap between the first two, now 1 second, as the rest of the cars coming through.
Oh, that was just pit road. Whew, my bad.
Yeah, that was the 285, and Ollie Peacock deciding to come down the pit lane, and here comes the move then from those newer tires. Vigo looks to the inside, but isn't going to commit to making the move happen just yet, as we work through turn 2 then with 50 minutes left on the clock and still a lot of racing action left to go. Down the inside of the Team Huge Ass TCR, they're going to go too wide on the entry to the braking zone. Maniti looks to try and get things done. Geodesic tries to close the door. They're going to bang doors very slightly. Slight contact on the exit of the corner. But Maniti with superior traction. They're going to be on the outside into the next complex of corners. Are they going to have to concede the position? You get a good look of trees side by side. Alpine Stars holds onto that place. Still side by side, though. Maniti Racing tries to carry momentum, unable to make it work. Those top two cars starting to pull away once again now, Sommel.
Yeah, it's turning out to be quite the battle at the very top, isn't it, for the Porsche GT3 Cup class? Carving their way past traffic, with Team Maniti still sticking behind, and then Team Bergen and Huge Ass right on them. It's become a tougher car to handle, this Porsche. Easier under braking, but still very, very hard on the corners. And now at a circuit like Barber Motorsports Park, a proper roller coaster, not only do they have to fight complete equals, but they have to slice and dice their way past traffic, which can be quite unrelenting at times. So here come Team Bergen. Are they going to make the lunge at turn number 1? That would not be very wise. But they stay behind and are forcing the issue right now. Look at this. Around the outside of traffic goes Team Alpine Stars Geodesic. Much like the Bruxelles corner, you have to take a wider line and just wait for the right moment to power out. It can feel like eternity. And now, Geodesic have used the traffic to their advantage.
And now Bergen side by side with the Huge Ass car. Huge Ass tries to make it work around the outside, not going to get the power down. No changes then at the tail end of this chasing pack for the lead. Ben Palmer, by the way, down onto pit road from the lead of TCR, so that class within its pit window as well. Safety cars could play a factor now. If any of these cars Oh, safety cars could play a factor. Nicholas Helm off into the gravel from the lead of the race. He's not going to cause a safety car, but that is the ever-looming threat that is presented by it. Let's take a look at this RaceSpotTV replay carrying an unhealthy amount of speed into the corner. You caught the tail end of that one there, Jonathan. Just look at this and look at the commitment from Helm into the corner.
That's a little too much curb. A little too much curb on that one. And unfortunately, I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to push. He sees these faster cars all fighting behind him as now Alpine Stars Geodesic and Team Bergen now both hit the pit lane. This is going to be key to figuring out the battle later.
So this is interesting as well. These are two cars that went slightly longer the last time around, so this is going to mean this stop should be shorter. Notice the time as well, 48 minutes to go. We are within a 1 pit stop window for all of our classes now, so all of these teams diving onto the pit lane, hoping that they can get out and try and catch a safety car that will propel them to the front of their class, give them the track position that they need. Pit road, a very busy place right now as Miguel Vigo finally steps out of that car and hands it on over to Raf van der Linden. Short stop then for Anders Meyer, just 20 seconds in the box. And that is the pit strategy playing itself out. Because Alpine Stars didn't make the change the last time around, they had to do it this time, and 30 seconds the time in the box. So they lost 10 seconds as compared to Team Bergen in front of them. So that is the situation. If you want to know in 911 Cup class how the pit stops are going to cycle out, we have a pretty cool idea right now, expecting those cars that took a slightly shorter stop last time around to be down for a longer stop in a matter of laps time. Let's jump back to the front of the battle pack then, because they're all down onto the lane. Fuga Simsport, Maniti Racing, and the huge-ass Cup car all behind No Luck EM Sport, and that is costing them time. You can see the Fuga Simsport car was trying to find a way around there, Sommel. He was trying not to break into the slow lane, though.
Yeah, exactly. You've only got to spend 3 seconds in your slow lane. That got rather complicated. Even in the pit lane with all the cars right there, as Maniti Racing sadly learned the hard way, you have to make sure that they're clean, because the cars do not go south in the slow lane. So let's
watch this then. Team Bergen around the penultimate corner, diving in towards turn number 16. Where are they going to come out here? Maniti Racing have been stationary for 20 seconds so far. Huge Ass the first to drop off the jacks. They're rolling down the pit lane. So is Maniti, though. It's going to be close on the exit. Maniti slots in right behind Team Bergen, though. So Team Bergen is going to inherit the lead of this race. Huge Ass up into third.
Now this is a battle to watch out for. Maniti on the track. Bergen just coming out right now. This is going to be a fun one. Both of them right against each other. We saw this battle happen early on. Welcome to part number 2, ladies and gentlemen, with 45 minutes to go. This should be a fun one. This should be a proper slogfest to the end, Arjuna.
Bergen down the inside of 2 TCR machines. He put some TCR lap traffic in between him and Matthias Dehaney. Dehaney then will take us to the end of the race in the Maniti car. Slight issue in front of Team Bergen. That will help them as well, potentially, if they can get clear into the kink. World of Sim Racing in the number 52 does not comply, though. That's going to close up that gap very slightly. 45 minutes to go then, as we almost go 3 wide on the entry into the roller coaster section. Net race leader getting held up as Maniti Racing closes the gap. Indeed, Maniti Racing having to look all the way to the inside as they rise the crest at turn number 13. It's going to be a fun battle all the way till the end, and I think safety cars are going to have something to play here. You see Huge Ass close behind as well. 0.3 of a second separating our net race lead right now. Maniti Racing goes to the inside, covering off Huge Ass, looking to the inside of the No Luck BMW. This might actually compromise them very slightly. Are they going to go side by side behind? Indeed they are. Huge Ass looks to the inside. Maniti forces it around the outside. They go 3 wide on the exit of turn number 2. They're still side by side for net second position. Maniti Racing, though, off into the grass, just about holding on. Jonathan, I mean, we've still got 45 minutes here. It really is only looking then like a 3-horse race. Everyone else out front needs to pit. That's the Fiercely Forward car, the number 34, leading the championship. All the rest of the contenders behind, a bit too far, I think, to try and claw that gap back.
You say that, but then Team Down Under is only 4 seconds behind, Ragazzo 2 behind that, and that comes Ralph van der Linden. So, and we've seen him close up really quick gaps in the past, so I would not count him out yet, especially with all this traffic. And that move that Hugh just put in the No Luck EM Sport car, brilliant. And I think the No Luck EM Sport team is just thankful no collisions happened there.
Well, I'm sure they are very grateful for that indeed. Stephen McGarvey, no, from second place on the road, coming down onto the pit road. McGarvey has had an issue, and that is going to be a very painful trip down the lane for him. He loses about 13 seconds in totality due to this incident, and we'll grab a look at it here. You can see nothing McGarvey can do. The Torque Freak Racing TCR has already had its issue in front of him. James Ewens unfortunately having to back it up. And, well, contact made, and Samuel, I can hear the sigh of disappointment in your voice there.
Arjun, we've seen exactly the same thing in the iRacing IndyCar racing, which we commentated on. So this car, the TCR car, loses it on the entry, and the SRN car, man, they have nowhere to go. The split entry at Barber has already caused lots of drama on RaceSpotTV broadcasts before. We just get to see it once again. I don't even know what to say at this stage.
No, you're right. We did say it. We did see it again. I think last time in the IndyCars there was a bit more of a traffic jam. This time just the two cars, so it could have been worse if you think about it like that.
No, absolutely, but still compromises a fair bit of their races. And now we have My Days Ulbensberg, Danny Gieser behind the wheel. The interesting thing is Danny Gieser is leaving My Days in a matter of time to join Hop Racing team, the HRT GD3 team that you normally know, to head their sim racing effort. It'll be a nice way to cap off this championship with a big win with his long-standing team that he's been working for. But he's got some fierce competition around in the GD4 category. He's not the only one in there.
No, don't say. Raf van der Linden having bad luck. Is this on the exit of the roller coaster section, or where is this? Van der Linden back up to some sort of racing speed as he rejoins right in front of that My Days car. We'll take a look at this replay, and we'll get back to the point that you were trying to make. Oh, that's a bit of an interesting incident. We'll have to spool this one back. Contact made with No Luck EM Sport. Take a look at this aerial coverage brought to us by ATVO, RaceSpotTV's official graphics partner, as we dive into the roller coaster section. Van der Linden's going to just look to the inside here, and the No Luck EM Sport car doesn't see him coming and closes the door and cuts the nose off. So that's what happened then for Raf van der Linden. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing falling back in the pack. That's going to drop them out of any serious contention for the race win. FYI, Quentin Violate, who is leading this race, I'm getting word that he had a bit of an issue coming through the second to last corner. Able to hold on to that car, but he is still due to give us a pit stop, so just waiting for him to come down onto the lane at some point. Sam, I do want you to finish off your point here about Danny Gieser, because I didn't know he was leaving the team. From what it looked like to me, Gieser was an integral part of this 124 squad, where you've got the likes of Christian Young, Florian Denzler, Lucas Muller, and Lars Freunus, the other drivers. But this is a strong lineup. It's a lineup that's been slowly growing over the 2020 year. Gieser, a former iRacing World Championship competitor, and he's been using all of his experience in esports to grow this team, and I guess a bit sad to see him leaving for pastures new.
Exactly. He said that he's looking for a bigger challenge, and he didn't want to, but the opportunity of the new challenge was just too big for him to ignore. So there he's going to spearhead quite an existing and well-known brand out there. So it's a step not into the unknown for Danny, but just into a new environment, let's put it that way. Sometimes that can be what a driver needs at this stage of their sim racing career. Meanwhile, this battle will not end, will it?
It hasn't, and there's been a big shake-up here. Team Bergen now dropped to the rear end as Sven Demel and Matthias Dehane have gotten on past, and this will end up being then the top three runners as we approach the last 30 minutes of this race. It's been a fun one so far, and despite being just 2 hours and 25 minutes, it's been action-packed as though it was a 12-hour race, just like our season opener for the IVRA Endurance Series, the 12 hours of Spa. Just 5 safety cars in that one. if you can believe it. The next time out at Phillip Island, a 4-hour race, they ended up having an incredible 7 safety cars. They'll be hoping tomorrow is a little bit cleaner. Just a reminder, it's a combined weekend of IVRA action. We've had double headers before, but never before has 3 different IVRA series visited the same racetrack over the same race weekend. Team Bergen, though, loops it coming around turn number 3. Just manages to avoid getting picked up by the World of Sim Racing car there, and that's going to be Team Bergen's challenge. Now, dusted until we might get a safety car to come and help them out just a little bit. Sawmill, we talked about what we've seen before in the Indy cars, and, well, that's something we've seen from Indy cars many a time here in iRacing.
Absolutely, but Team Bergen, I was so eager to see what they would do eventually, and am I wrong in thinking that that's just them getting too much curb on the exit, and that's why the rear end of the car just got a little bit tipsy? That's a downhill descending corner. I think, yeah, that's just a wheel getting on the curb on the grass and just not getting any traction at all. And I was so eager, so pumped up to see what Team Bergen would do towards the end. This spin just really puts them back in contention, doesn't it?
Spinala, Spinala. There's a final race of the F1 calendar. Sebastian Vettel will say goodbye to the Ferrari F1 team, but I have a feeling the Spinala memes will continue on for many a year to come. Quintin Vialate, by the way, for Fiercely Forward, has come down the pit lane, and that's going to promote these runners back up into the top 3. So take a look at the left-hand side of your screen, and you'll be able to follow along with Maniti and Hujas as they do battle over the next 37 minutes, because we want to try and turn our attention for just a few moments' time to some of the other battles taking place out on track. TCR battle for the race lead, Fiercely Forward on a nice little recovery drive here, Jonathan. They're back up into 2nd place and hunting down Ben Palmer in front.
Hunting down, making moves. They're right there. They're on the back bumper, and they may try it in the museum section. That's going to be risky, though. Harris is looking inside, looking outside. He darts back to the inside. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Pure Sims later on the brakes. They'll stay 1 and 2 for now, but I think that Fiercely Forward car is just going forward. There's no stopping it.
Well, we jump on board with the 234 then, as this is the very definition of totally chaotic racing. Damian Harris has got that lead in his sights. He's got Ben Palmer in his sights, and he wants to pull the trigger, looking for the inside into the roller coaster section. Lots of curb usage here in the TCR machines. They rise the crest of the hill, dive it down into the 3rd to last corner. It sweeps into the 2nd to last corner. Ben Palmer parks it very nicely on the apex. Harris is going to try and make the move into last corner, but front wheel drive never really an option there, and both of these guys compromising their runs very slightly. And while it's been an impressive run for the 234 car, let's talk very briefly about their sister car that came into this race leading the 911 Cup class. They're unfortunately, though, here now down in 9th position with Vialate struggling as that is the Boosted Motorsport car and Impulse Racing, who are at one point leading this race. So more action happening, and I mean, Samuel Aurora, can you talk us through what you just saw?
I just saw quite a bit of drama with Impulse Racing involved. There's the 296, that is, isn't it, coming from behind, and that not much, just a gentle kiss from behind. Usual thing between touring cars. That's how baby TCR cars are born. No, on an honest note, that's just the last thing you want to see towards the very end of a sprint race like this one. It just really sucks to see conquer on that like this one. TCR cars can usually sustain more damage without spinning out, but when you push them a bit too far, that is a clear case of what can happen in the wrong way. Meanwhile, though, that was not the way it was early on, was it?
No, this is the same way it was. Damian Harris putting pressure onto Ben Palmer in front of him.
Just got confused for a bit.
What has happened is Shibsky Racing, who, after taking a very, very impressive pole position, now sitting all the way back in 8th. They're fighting for position with these TCR machines, given the relative low delta across the two classes. They're very closely matched out on track. Shibsky Racing cuts off the line for NAB Racing, who has to just slot back in. NAB not had a good run of their own, it must be said. They've been one of the stronger teams that we've seen in many different series, and must also give a big shout out to Team NAB, specifically Nick Thyssen. We shout out ATVO during our broadcast on a number of occasions, and Thyssen is part of the ATVO team that powers everything that you see here live on RaceSpotTV, so we couldn't do our jobs without him, and well, he wouldn't get that airtime without us. So it's a nice little symbiotic relationship, and good to see him out on track. Let's just check back in for a few seconds here with the leading battle in 911 Cup class, Jonathan, because, well, here you can see the gap. Sven Demel is very close, but not trying to force the issue just yet. And I think Demel sniffs an opportunity as we approach the last 30 minutes to go.
It's going to be where he gets the traffic. Right now, these two are in clean air, and it appears the Maniti Racing Machine is a bit stronger in the cleaner air than the Team Huge-Ass car. But once they hit that big sea of traffic with the TCRs and stuff, it's going to be a bit hectic, I think, for Maniti Racing. Using the draft, Huge-Ass getting closer into turn 1, but not doing right there.
Oh, Nick Thyssen has just shown up in our YouTube chat right now. I know you're not on track right now, Nick. We're just shouting you out for all the hard work you do. Such a,
We're giving you credit. We're giving you credit. Come on, man.
I know.
We know you're not racing yet.
We're trying to say nice things, but if you don't want to take it, I can say mean things as well, if you want. Or I can file some bug reports. I'm sure I can click around and find some bugs if I really needed to. Nevertheless, though, battle out front. Still very, very close. Sven Demel putting the pressure onto Matthias Dehaene, and Sommel, I do have a question for you here.
Uh-huh.
We saw that... I almost said that name wrong in all the different ways. The Maniti Racing number 78. We saw them taking damage in that first caution flag where everyone was down on the pit lane. There was a bit of a checkup. It doesn't appear to be compromising them too much right now, and they seem to have all of that damage being repaired.
Yep, it is not compromising them one bit. So Tim Martzke said that after the 18-second repair that they had to go through, they literally papered over all the cranks. That was fine. The car seemed to be okay. Not any major issues in terms of handling for Matthias Dehaene. So everything seems to be all right. So it's all down to Matthias as a driver, trying to make sure that he blocks off all the right lines, blocks off all the right spaces, so that Sven Demel cannot put his nose in. That is relatively easy to do at a circuit like Barber, which is a bit of a roller coaster, A, and has limited passing opportunities, B. So as it goes right now, Maniti seem to be in a bit of an advantage purely because of the track position advantage. But knowing IVRA competition, there can be two ways of going past. One, very clearly by having a very calm move, which we know Sven Demel can do, or the Phillip Island way. Let's hope we don't go to the second route, but from the looks of things, it's turning out to be a very respectful, very clean and very admirable battle between both of them that could spill over to the very end, which is what we want to see. This element of unpredictability creates this sense of real drama, and it really opens up all the narratives that we all like to watch here.
And race winner last time out was that number 37, so they didn't have the best of runs halfway through the race. They didn't maximize the halfway points at all. What they did was get the maximum result at the end of the race. Maniti Racing squeezes the 285 to try and get past. That was very, very close. Contact between the 37, though, and the 285. Full Send not enjoying this day at all, and their terrible run of form is going to continue as Team Huge-Ass gets involved and is going to lose out very slightly there. We saw a penalty coming down for the 285 about an hour and a half ago for a similar type of incident there, and if we're applying consistency, Jonathan, you have to kind of say Huge-Ass being a little bit aggressive there.
They're trying to keep in touch with that Maniti Racing Machine as best as they can, but they just caught the lap traffic in a poor area, that turn 11, turn 12 complex down into turn 13. It's just a tough place to pass those cars. And those TCRs were just, they were in the way, and unfortunately the Huge-Ass car was trying to get them out of the way.
In the way, you sound like you'd like racing in faster cars rather, in multi-class races.
No, I'm usually at the back. I'm usually in the slower machines. Well, this is why I finish towards the rear in multi-class racing, because I tend to get out of the way when I shouldn't.
No, Shipsky Racing! Oh, Shipsky Racing has just been hit into the wall by Fiercely Forward in their TCR machine, second place, and now that car may have damage to deal with. The 234, with 30 minutes left to go in this race, give or take, has just been compromised. Here comes the initial incident. The pole position winner in GT4 gets clipped by the Huge-Ass TCR, stricken in the middle of the road, and, well, nothing that Damian Harris can really do in that situation there, Sommel. I mean, just really, that's heartbreak, both for Shipsky, but also for the Fiercely Forward crew.
Holy Shipsky. That's all I can say in this case. It's a blind corner. For Fiercely Forward, that is. They see it coming, but because that M4 is there, there's not much they can do. The turning circle of the TCR car has been improved, but even if you take it and improve it by 1000%, that car is not going to be able to go past there without hitting it. And so Shipsky Racing, after a race of great promise, I'm afraid it's all going down the drain. And we've got so many passionate Shipsky Racing viewers. Rachel Williams, one of them in the chat. That's not the best thing. Neither is it for the 52. What's going on here, Arjuna?
I mean, it's been a disastrous day for the 52, but look at the damage to that car. Quintana, I am struggling to believe that.
Where did he go off at? Like, that's I mean, he might hit the wall again.
That's on the exit of turn number 10. So that would be the outside of the very fast left-to-right kink before you enter the roller coaster section. Quintana being very, very cautious as he tries to make his way back to the pit lane without bringing out another caution. It's been a rough day in general, but we'll take a look at the replay here. Big healthy dose of curb using a nice little lift there as he tries to go for a bit of a jump. And take a look at this one on board, Jonathan, and just talk us through this.
Yeah, he's down in the dumps, just trying to make as much time as possible. One curb, it's a little loose, two curbs, and then this. Sometimes I'm thankful this is sim racing and not real racing, because that was a heavy impact.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of being lucky, that was a comment that I made yesterday in our Friday night shakedown with some pretty horrendous accidents in the Dallara IRL1 at Spa. Back to a GT4 battle for the race lead. 30 minutes to go, and Danny Gieser has got a bit of a challenge on his hands now. Team Hoisingveld has managed to make the strategy work. Leonard Hardenberg in the 148 is right on the rear bumper, and we'll see how he's able to make this work. There is that question mark. We saw the Hoisingveld guys coming in with about 55 minutes left on the clock. That might be just a little bit too long to be able to make it without needing a splash of fuel. So they may be using this opportunity to try and save for a few laps before trying to make the move happen in the closing stages of the race.
Yeah, exactly. They've got to save at this particular stage. They know they're tough with the fuel numbers. I'm wondering, what approach do you want to go for? Do you want to save up and then make the move, or just go full send, make that stop, and come back with the hope that you've gained too much time on the track? Let's see. Here come Hoisingveld though.
Oh, and I've just noticed something else. Let's jump back to TCR for a brief moment's time, because Damien Owen Harris, well, he's got a bit of damage to the front of that TCR car now, but now into the class lead because he's gotten past Ben Palmer somehow. So we're going to have to try and...
That's by a large margin, because he was behind about a second after that contact. And unless Ben Palmer has an issue...
Has something happened then to Ben Palmer? Well, grab the RaceSpotTV replay and take a look at the move that has given the race lead, and yes, contact made with the world of sim racing. GT4 cars checked up that TCR machine, and Pure Sims now in the same situation as the 234. So two cars potentially with damage, and well, maybe that damage is going to cancel out at this point, Sommel. I mean, that's what you'd like to hope, because this might be a very interesting final stage of the race in TCR, and indeed in all three of our classes.
It has been, Arjuna. We were wondering why they haven't really been totally chaotic racing cars in the past IVRA races. Here they have been, but I'm afraid not through a lot of fault of their own. They've just been caught up in some rather unfortunate incidents. So that's both the fiercely forward car and also the other TCR car, their main rivals, Pure Sims, that have been caught up in incidents in this particular case. So where do you go if you're a TCR car? There's just drama and carnage happening all around you, and as the slower car, almost always you're going to be the one getting the blame.
So, up into the lead for Damien Harris. He's now got 2 seconds to Ben Palmer behind. See how that one shakes out. Out front, by the way, you can follow along with the overall lead for the race on the left-hand side of your screen, where you can see that Hugh Jass is now starting to fall away very slightly. 1.5 seconds up to Maniti Racing out front. Matthias Dehaney doing a very impressive job to start building up the lead at this point in time. Of course, his teammate Tim Matzke at one point had a 17-second buffer. Doesn't matter if you have that buffer, though, with an hour gone. All that matters at the end of the day is the positions at the checkered flag in these shortened races. Obviously, races longer than 4 hours, halfway points come into effect as well, but for the huge-ass team, last time out, they won the race. Like we said, struggled on the half points. They sit second in the championship, and after their own struggles at Road America, almost getting into trouble there with the Impulse Racing TCR, they are hoping to start building up a consistent run of form here. First in the last race, second in this race would be a very good start to just build up momentum, Jonathan, as, like we say, we head into the second half of the season that features a lot of races that will award these halfway points.
Got 2 races with halfway points, and they're all international tracks. We talk about Spa, I think, believe it to be the next one up. And that should be a very exciting race, especially with these Porsche cars. We saw the Porsches do well in the Enduro side in the GT classes, but it should be a very exciting race, and it's a track that has everything we've seen from both Road America, Circuit of the Americas, and Barber combined into one, and QGS has been a very good and consistent car.
Yeah, they had pace even at Road America. Just a bit of unlucky fortune getting caught out by safety cars. A few incidents has put them in a bit of a points hole as compared to Fiercely Forward. Fiercely Forward, though, Quintin Vialate sits in 7th position right now. So championship leading car, but a bit tougher this time around. They'll lose a little bit of ground as the rest of the field closes that gap. The gap was 45 points, so almost half a race win coming into this one. And they'll take what will hopefully be a points buffer heading into the second half of the season. Let's jump back to GT4 and talk through this championship picture once again. Lennart Hardenberg continues to do his fuel saving, we believe, as he's still potentially a bit short of getting to the end of the race, and he's tucked up right behind Danny Giese in the My Days car, using all of that draft to get as much fuel saving help as he can get. I got a bit confused there. We've been doing a lot of talking so far today. But Hardenberg, after missing race number 1, they had a decent performance in our outing last time out at the Circuit of the Americas, but they need to get a good result here to try and close the gap to both the My Days car and the huge-ass second place in the championship that currently runs 4 seconds down the road from these guys in the third and final podium position. GT4 proving to be an interesting place to keep an eye out for.
All the traffic coming through, Maniti Racing going past the My Days car. Now Hersingwell and My Days going wheel to wheel. This is good stuff indeed.
And this is for the lead in the class as well. Sommel down into the museum section on the inside. Danny Giese is going to try and slide in front of Hardenberg. Contact, they touch. Hardenberg sends them both around. And this is going to open the door for Giovanni Romano. Where is the huge-ass car? He's just gotten through. And all the time, all of these cars coming through. My Days now down into 4th position as Team Hella Media has managed to sneak their way by up into 2nd. Take a look then at our RaceSpotTV replay, because big drama in the closing stages of this one. Contact made. There wasn't much room on the outside, you must say, for Hardenberg, but ultimately contact was made, and now the My Days championship leaders find themselves in a bit of trouble, Jonathan.
Yeah, I think they were worried about that faster Porsche behind them, and then just doesn't leave enough room for the Hersingwell car. I believe he was expecting the Hersingwell car maybe to check up a little. I'm not really sure the thought process of either of them at that point in time. It's a tough place to pass going down that downhill section.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. We'll grab that same look at it from the TV camera, but not really too much that can be made out in this situation. However, as we jump back to the live pictures and jump back to the new class leader, the huge-ass number 137, this will be what they wanted. Sitting 2nd place in the championship, 17 points behind the My Days team. The 137 took victory at Road America. A bit tougher last time at the Circuit of the Americas. They did get good points both at the halfway stage and at the end of the race, but this will be a dagger in the heart of the My Days team. It was looking good for another race win here, a 2nd consecutive race win. Danny Giese, though, not much he could do from the move from Hardenberg behind. So let's walk you through once again then, Jonathan. We've got 20 minutes to go in this race. All our cars have come down the pit lane. I think it's a good opportunity for us to just run through the standings one more time and try and understand the various positions that cars find themselves in and what that means in the championship picture. So Maniti Racing, well, they lead this 911 Cup class and now have built up a 2-second buffer that should hold them in good stead with 20 minutes to go. Maniti Racing came into this race in 9th place in the championship. They were 100 points behind Fiercely Forward, and this race win will hopefully set them back on the road toward the front of this class. The Huge Ass, number 37, sits in second, and second they sit in the championship as well. This will be them closing the gap then to the number 34 Fiercely Forward car that leads the championship. Team Bergen, we saw Anders Myers losing it by himself through turn number 2. That's dropped him about 10 seconds behind these leading 2 cars out of the fight for the win. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing then, they also had a small issue that's taken them out of the fight for the race win, but strategy as well has caught out the number 62. H2 Performance, the number 22, they're just right behind the number 62, trying to close on that gap. Hell Racers, the number 26, in 6th with the Fiercely Forward number 34 championship leader, 55 seconds down in 7th place. Fuga Simsport, we've checked in with them every now and then. They are 1 minute down and currently sit in 8th position in a fun little scrap with Fisher Motorsports in the number 85. Before we run you through the rest of the classes, we're going to show you a replay that involves that Fuga Simsport team that we just mentioned. This is coming in towards the second to last corner. Jeffrey Garzotto looping the car around, loses the rear end, and he's lucky to not get caught up too much. Pascal Theiss in that Fisher car does also get involved, but fortunately no contact was made. So back to live pictures, and now let's run you through the GT4 class because, well, big drama late in the day as Team Hoisingveld turn the My Days Urban Works 124 car, and that's promoted the Huge Ass car, the 137, up into the race lead. Huge Ass was just 17 points behind coming into this race, but they will retake the race, the championship lead as we head into the second half of the season. Hella Media in their 161 will get a nice chunk of points from 5th place in the championship, sitting 2nd place in this race, but they are being chased down by Team Hoisingveld and the My Days car right behind. The Electronic Sportsmen have had an up and down race, but they sit in 5th place in the 169. Pneumatic Motorsports in the 120, down in 6th after running up earlier in the field. They did have that same strategy issue as the number 62 Alpine Stars Geodesic team, and they run 20 seconds behind the class leader. SRN Motorsports, the 174 car, was having a good look at competing for the race win, but contact made has dropped them back down the order, and the 175 sister car sits in 7th with No Luck EM Sport in 8th. Final class of competition then, TCR, Totally Chaotic Racing, not so chaotic this time around. The 234 Fiercely Forward team is looking good to take home the race win. Currently sits in 5th place in the championship. They'll be looking to continue this momentum after a disappointing Road America, but good showings at Circuit of the Americas and here at Barber. Pure Sims Esports, they languish in 8th after a difficult start to the season, but this 2nd place finish will be just what they wanted to kickstart their season. Team Hoisingveld, the 248. The championship leader is going to come home in 3rd. They should just about hang on to that championship lead because the Full Send Racing 285 car that was challenging them is not even in the top 8. Leipert Esports, they're going to finish hopefully in 4th position. They sit currently 10th in the standings, but they are being chased by Bombshell Racing Team and the sister Full Send Racing 287. The 222 Impulse Racing currently sits in 7th place with VEC Sim Racing, the last car in the top 8. 51 seconds down from the net race leader. So 15 minutes left to work then. Not many battles happening at the top of each of our fields. All of our leaders are fairly comfortable as things stand, but there are battles still going on. Let's check in with Team Hoisingveld because Sommel, they may have a trip to the steward's room in order right as Hardenberg comes out of the race car, but if he can get up into 2nd place, doesn't need to come down the pit lane, this will be a good sign for the rest of their season.
Yeah, they've clearly had potential, the Hoisingveld car. They've been always close by. I mean, if you take a look at the results, Hoisingveld have shown great potential, but I haven't quite been able to capitalize on things. We saw them have a good race in the Circuit of the Americas the last time out. The alternate strategy didn't quite help them work around that way, but they get the move done in this case right now on screen. But yes, had they had a better one at Road America, they'd be higher up the standings. But if they can negotiate that rather, let's say, impending trip to the stewards room, they should have a great amount of potential in the overall season towards the whole. They've shown class, just a few rough edges that need to be sharpened out in that case, Arjuna, I guess.
I think Hardenberg will be back in action tomorrow in the IVRA Endurance Series as he goes wide into the grass. He's just gotten past that Hella Media 161 car up into second place in this class. More lap traffic making their way around Hardenberg as I'm getting word on my timing screen that Michael Pollard in the Samsoid Emerald machine has pointed the wrong direction.
Oh, no.
This is going to be then coming out of the exit of turn number 2. Samsoid Emerald back in the right direction at the very least. That will be the minimum expectations that they'll be hoping for in the closing stages of this race. And this is a team which is partnered up with a few of some big names. Tony Kanaan, the one that obviously comes to mind. He's been running with David Sampson, the team owner, in a number of different series. Tony has also been increasingly streaming to his Twitch audience, which continues to increase. We had a challenge during our Jimmy B 23-hour race for charity where if we could get Tony up to, I think it was 5,000 subscribers, we were going to get him to donate another $1,000. So that Samsoid team becoming a very interesting part of the iRacing community. Livery designed by part of the family as well, which is always good to see. Let's jump back then with 12 minutes to go on the clock to a battle for 4th place in the 911 GT3 Cup class, because Raf van der Linden has had a bit of a struggle since he's gotten into the car, and now he's got Lucas Lippert right behind him, Jonathan, trying to get the move done.
If you remember from earlier, that was the Fisher Motorsport car that went upside down. Well, that's the 22 that hit. So I was going to be curious if that 22 had a lot of damage. Apparently not. He's able to put the pressure on Raf van der Linden, and this will be good points, I think, for the HD Performance SR team. They have not really had a good first few weeks, but I think a solid top 5 finish will be happy for them.
And they'll be hoping, I think, to turn a new leaf for 2021. Must also say for the number 22, the sister car, the number 86, is not participating in today's race due to some unfortunate circumstances that have precluded the drivers from taking to the track. If you haven't noticed, by the way, it's getting quite dark out there on the track right now. We started with some, I won't say warm temperatures, but at the very least some sunlight trying to bake the track, and in the simulated December date that we have, the Barber Motorsports Park has been a very tough challenge for all of the drivers to try and deal with, especially on these colder tires. Sonal, I'm going to ask you a question here. We are in the dying stages here, and I think very much the focus starts to shift to 2021 and the 3 races that still lie in front of us. Next time out, we head to Spa-Francorchamps. I think that was the Eclipse Racing team that's parked on the inside of turn number 2, so they're going to get back up to racing speed, unfortunately. But I think attention shifts to 2021 and the next 3 races. We've talked about those halfway points being such a key factor in the next 2 races. Sorry, the next... I think it's a next race and the final race of the season that actually have those half points. I was just correcting myself there, but I think those halfway points are going to be very, very important, especially in this 911 Cup class where no one has really stood up and made themselves known as being the consistent mark for everyone to strive to match. You know what I mean? Like, all of these 911 Cup cars have had issues at some point in the season so far, and whoever is going to be the one that can straighten things out for 2021 is going to be the one that takes the title challenge into their own hands.
More importantly, the way to achieve that would be to avoid all sorts of contact, and it sounds so easy to say sitting in a lovely little chair in your own room, right? But doing that on track can be so tricky with all the traffic coming in. But thankfully for them, we've got a couple of circuits coming up that are quite generous in terms of traffic. We've got Spa, 4 hours of Spa coming up next. Suzuka should be fine in places. And then, of course, we end the season with 6 hours of Sebring, which I think is probably one of the wider endurance racing circuits around. But
sorry,
as we have seen time and again...
I'm going to cut you off here. The My Days team disaster. Denny Gisa down to 7th, and now coming down onto pit lane. What has happened for the My Days team? Gisa going very, very slowly as he makes his way onto the safety of pit lane. We'll take a look at the RaceSpotTV replay. This is diving down into the roller coaster section. all on his lonesome. A bit too much curb on the inside. That's going to loop him around. He keeps it out of the tire barriers. Is that going to be further contact as he tries to rejoin the track? Yes! Oh! And fiercely forward, the championship leaders have just been taken out. I mean, Connery Maddox somewhere is twitching. He can feel that unsafe rejoin. He's just felt that energy being released as Quintin Violate lets out his frustration. And Jonathan, I mean, that is two championship contenders getting mixed up here.
Two contenders at two different classes, and it's tough for the My Days car. Like, they're trying to find an opening here, and they're pointed in the wrong direction, trying to get to the grass, and there's just nowhere to go. There was another car involved there as well, that was right in front of the 34. Can't quite see. It looks like a total chaotic racing machine right here. So we'll get a view from Violate. We're heading to the roller coaster section downhill. He's getting closer and closer to the Huiskenveld TCR, and then there's just a car here. There's nothing Quintin can do.
Well, he was blindsided by the Team Huiskenveld TCR machine, and Violate down onto pit lane. Not much he was able to do in that situation. Big damage to the front of that car. In fact, he tried to keep it out there, at least for the closing stages of this race. Fiercely forward. I'll try and hold on to this one in 8th position right now. And I mean, Ollie Slater just jumped into our YouTube chat. Sommel, it's hard to react to an incident like that. And I think Ollie's reaction when saying that he's got no words is more telling than anything else in this situation.
So what do? Do you get a rabbit's foot, perhaps an 8-ball? Perhaps go to your local, I don't know, crystal ball reader and tell you what's next in your future? You can't do that. In certain cases, you're just there at the wrong place at the wrong time. I will avoid using the word luck here, because it goes far deeper than just that. It's just about being at the right place at the right time. Fiercely forward weren't, and there's not much they can do about it. Can they do anything different? Not really. They didn't have any space. They were right next to another car as well. Something different can happen here, though, in this battle that we're seeing right here with the Alpine Stars geodesic team. They're under pressure right now in the closing stages. Can they hold on and sustain it? Is the question.
So we'll wait and see. Just FYI, Chad Wilkes in the no-luck EM Sport BMW. You saw him off the road. He lost about 30 seconds the last lap time around, so no luck for the number 113. 6 minutes to go then, and we can just take our breaths very slightly. No real battles at the front end of the field, and while the Fiercely Forward team is rightly disappointed about that issue, I'm sure celebrations are well, they don't want to start celebrating. They must be very, very nervous about what might happen in front of them already. The 234 has already had slight contact with spinning cars in front of them, and Damian Harris will be hoping the next 6 minutes can be a bit cleaner. He's got a 3-second buffer to the car behind, so not much worry from challenging cars. However, the challenge might come for some of the lap traffic. Traffic has been such a crucial factor today, and unfortunately, some cars getting caught out. We jump back to the lead of the overall race lead for just a second, because Huge Ass starting to close the gap very slightly here, Jonathan. Gap down to 1.5 seconds. Sven Demel, a man on the mission, trying to make things happen late in the race, and Maniti Racing is losing more time behind traffic now.
The Fiercely Forward car is trying to limp home. There's, I believe, the Bombshell team, the TCR team, that's just trying to get out of the way, and now they're going to hold up Huge Ass. There's nowhere for Schmendemel to go. He's going to have to check up majorly.
Yeah, Sven Demel has to check up quite hard. Gap balloons back out now to about 1.7 seconds very briefly, but Demel rises the crest down the roller coaster section. Car looking very, very stable at this point in time. Quintin Violate continues to lose out, by the way, down to 10th place. Is the championship leader. He's just trying to hold on to all the positions that he can. Gap to Fuga Simsport behind 6 seconds, so Violate might drop as low as potentially even 13th place.
Oh, goodness.
Disastrous final moments of the race for them. That car is not in a healthy state, but let's stick it out with the guys out front, because the gap is coming down here. And I think with 4 minutes to go, Demel has realized final opportunity to push for the race win. He may have also just been told in his ear that the championship leader is having a few issues, and getting a few more points might be very beneficial to the title challenge here for Huge Ass. Also leading in the GT4 class as well. So, Sommel, it's been a pretty fun day for Huge Ass. I'm not going to say it's been an error-free or a clean day, but they've managed to make things happen, and they are at the front when things count.
At the end of the day, that's what matters, right? What kind of result you get all the way through. There is some word in saying that, okay, you've got to think about your performance. That happens in the long run. In a case like this one, where there is so much of calamity going on around you, you just care about the bottom line.
Oh, well, that's probably our race lead battle done and dusted. Dmel pushing really hard. And he loses the rear end. In fact, that's not going to be the end of this battle, because we jump on board with Dmel and look at the train of cars that Maniti Racing is now stuck behind. There's still the opportunity here. 3 minutes left to go on the clock. Anyone's game. Anything could happen. And you see, Maniti Racing puts 2 cars in between them and the chasing Sven Dmel. Jonathan, 3 minutes to go. We've got 2 classes that are pretty much locked and loaded for their class victories. 1 class that's delivering excitement all the way to the checkered flag.
Yeah, the Cup class has been really, really close, and I think this was the traffic. This was Sven Dmel's time to pounce and gets a little loose there, but now he's stuck in this huge Porsche battle in the GT4 class that's just all over the place. You have I think this is the midfield of Porsche. Heischenfeld, Nomadic Esports, Electronic Sportsmen are not too far up the road, I believe. Another 15 seconds. I stand corrected. Oh no. Well, when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, Quentin Violati down in 13th now. Will try and hold on. Remember, you can get a late race safety car, but race control very hesitant to try and interfere with the results of the race. So they want to give Dmel every opportunity he can to try and hunt down the car in front and let the move happen out on track. We want to try and run to the end of this race under green, but if needed, race control is ready to throw. Another safety car. It's been a fun race so far. 2 minutes left on the clock. Maniti Racing coming across the start-finish line to start what will be the white flag lap. With 2 minutes left on the clock, they'll come across the line for the white flag with about 30 seconds left on that clock. Maniti Racing then just under about 8 miles to go, and they'll take home another win in IVRA competition, their first this season, but it will be a welcome return for Tim Matske and Matthias Dehaene to the top step of the podium. This battle, after all the drama indeed, this battle, by the way, continues to rage on, and Lucas Lippert gets it done on the inside, forces Raf van der Linden off into the grass. The number 22 promoted up into 4th place. The lights flash from behind. Van der Linden not too thrilled with the aggressive driving there, but Lippert found his opportunity there, Sommel, and made it work.
Yep, he did indeed. Even with the slightly damaged car, you could see his confidence flourishing, even with a bit of damage on the front end of the car. When that happens, it's hard to stop a driver of this caliber. Saw the move, got the move.
It's been an up and down day too. You've seen an upside down car in front of him at one point and somehow coming on 4th.
We've seen a few more upside-down cars than you ever want to see in a race, and I think that's fair to say. Let's run you through then, as 40 seconds left on the clock, and Maniti Racing across the line to take the white flag. 1 more lap to go. The gap between the top 2 now 2 seconds, so Dehaene has a pretty comfortable buffer as things stand. There is Giovanni Romano, who'll be looking at 1.5 laps, given that he is coming around turn number 5 at this point in time. He's got a 4-second buffer to the Team Hella Media 161, because Team Hoisingveld has, I think, had to come down the pit lane and take some service. Yes, indeed. 7 seconds for Hardenberg, so the 148 drops to 6th place, and as Eclipse Racing Team takes to the gravel. No, that's contact with the GT4 race leader! Giovanni Romano is drama. He's just had contact, nothing he could do. Sommel, this is big changes, and the opportunity for Team Hella Media, who's already jumped into the race lead.
My goodness me! Have you seen anything more dramatic than that in any of sim racing on the final lap? What? It's a game of hot potato with the GT4 lead, and Hella Media out of nowhere have got it done.
This is just absolute craziness. Hella Media is going to have to do one more lap because the overall race leader is in their rear view mirror. There is Matthias Dehaene for Maniti Racing. The number 78 returns to the top step of the podium in IVRA competition. It's been a long time coming. Tim Matske and Matthias Dehaene make it happen for Maniti Racing. Huge ass then 2 seconds down the road. They fought all the way to the checkered flag, but too little, too late. Now let's jump around and just try and check in with what is going on. Huge ass, by the way. Their race they're not the winners because they have come across the line already behind your race leader. They have gone from a 4-second buffer to dropping to the final step of the podium. Meanwhile, Team Hella Media comes down into the museum section. They have the electronic sportsmen behind them who have... This is just a complete shake-up here. The electronic sportsmen were nowhere near the lead of this race for much of it. They're going to finish on the second step of the podium in a few moments' time. We wait for the final few cars to come across the line, and indeed, it is the ones that matter. It is the race leaders. Here comes down into the roller coaster section, then the 161, and while we do that, let's check back in with your TCR race leader, Fiercely Forward, and Damian Harris. Have been through the wars. It's not been easy for them, to say the least, but across the line they go. They'll take the win here in the IVRA TCR category. And they will look to try and build up some momentum as we head into our second half of our season. Across the line for the Team Hella Media team then, and the 161. They will take home what is a very, very unexpected race win. And I think it's fair to say, Huge Ass had a race stolen from them on the very, very last lap. So now we have to try and take our breaths, guys, because it's 2.4 hours. It was pretty non-stop. We didn't take a single RaceSpot fan immersion, which is probably a record in and of itself. However, drama in those closing stages, and this is drama that is going to affect our championship standings.
Still going to affect the outcome of this race. I think there's still going to be debate about penalties and stuff afterwards, but there was nothing the Huge Ass car could do. He just coming down that downhill section, all of a sudden there's a Porsche in your way. I don't know what you were supposed to do, and unfortunately falls all the way to third position. The electronic sportsmen, who have been largely quiet, minding their own business, come home with a nice second place finish.
Well, we're not going to look at the race results just yet. We are going to try and unpack what happened here for the Huge Ass Racing team. You see the Eclipse Porsche getting it wrong, and disaster. I'm going to refrain from making too many comments about this one. We will let Race Control have their say. Sommel, I do want to hear your take. You are meant to be the color analyst. I want to hear your thoughts. We'll get another look at it here from our aerial angle, but it's very confusing. That Porsche gets it wrong and then doesn't hold its brake, somehow on the throttle, causes a lot of confusion here.
Had they not throttled in, it would have just given the Huge Ass car just about enough. But then the Emerald car, Samsoid Emerald, they wouldn't have been able to go through.
So this was the story of the GT4 race at the end of the day. You can't talk about the action in the previous 2.4 hours. It all comes down to this, Sommel. One incident with 1.5 laps to go.
Not just GT4s, Arjuna, we saw the same thing in the 991 GT3 Cup category as well with Team Fiercely Forward. It's just tough luck, wrong place, wrong time, not much you can honestly do, and that's a sad thing, you see, because the competitors are putting hours and hours worth of effort. They're literally putting in so much of time, so much of practice, so much of consideration and thought about the strategies, and to see it all get ruined by incidents like this one makes you want to pull the hair out of your scalp out.
Well, we have to now just catch our breaths, try and take a deep breath, calm down, and review what has just happened. Let's start by going over our race results after 2 hours and 25 minutes of driving. Maniti Racing then returns to the top step of the podium in IVRA competition. Matthias Dehaney takes the win by 1.8 seconds from Hugh Jass and Sven Demel. Third step on the podium for Anders Meyer in Team Bergen and the number 46. They held off the challenge from behind. H2 Performance, the number 22, getting past Alpine/Stars Geodesic Racing in the final few laps of the race. Hell Racers, the number 26, recovering up into 6th position. Fisher Motorsport, the neon-powered car, in 7th. Hell Racers 16th. The first car a lap down with Impulse Racing, Fuga Simsport on the edge of the top 10. Virtual Motorsport, then they led the race after one of our cautions, but a race penalty and further issues dropped them down to 11th. Team 11, after early damage, managed to hang on to get 12th position in this class. Ragazzo Racing fiercely forward. World of Sim Racing, iZone Performance, and NAB Racing, the other cars, one lap down. Team Down Under, Eclipse Racing Team, and the second of our World of Sim Racing iZone Performance cars that made it to the checkered flag but a few laps down. And then we have the non-finisher, Fisher Motorsports and Manuel Mayer. We saw a big issue there for the number 84. They finished 57 laps down. Now we take a look at GT4, and, well, two cars finish on the lead lap here, but the story is Helen Media taking home a dramatic last lap victory. The electronic sportsman managing to drive a very impressive race to come home in second place. But again, the story is Hugh Jass being spun, or rather, Hugh Jass making contact and losing what was looking like a healthy race lead for them. Team Hoisingveld battled back to get the 4th position out on track with SRN Motorsports in the 175 in 5th. Pneumatic Motorsports come home in 6th place with the My Days Urban Works car in 7th. Danny Giesa will be in a very similar issue to what we saw with the Hugh Jass car, hoping for some better luck next time out. Samsoid Emerald, the 199, they finished 5 laps down. A couple of cars finishing 6 laps down. That's the No Luck EM Sport 113. We'll see them back in action tomorrow in IVRA Endurance competition. The Porsche Owners Club, the 121, finishing on the edge of the top 10. AOD Racing and their 122, 10 laps down. Alpine/Stars Geodesic Racing in that number 162, enduring a very difficult day to finish 13 laps down, with World of Sim Racing also not having so much fun. Shibsky Racing, after a very impressive pole position, end up finishing 22 laps down. They'll be hoping to return next time at Spa-Francorchamps with a bit more of an impressive running, and Stephen McGarvey was taken out of this race. He ends up 24 laps down. Final category then, the TCR class, and, well, another class where just 2 cars finishing on the lead lap. Damian Harris, with a late race move to get past Ben Palmer in the Pure Sims Esports TCR machine, takes home the win for Fiercely Forward in the 234. Another victory for the Fiercely Forward crew in IVRA competition. Team Hoisingveld, the final step of the podium with Leipzig Esports, Full Send Racing, the 287, the Bombshell Racing Team, the 286, Impulse Racing in 7th, Boosted Motorsport in 8th, Full Send Racing in 9th, VEC Sim Racing in 10th. The second consecutive race where Full Send Racing is unable to get onto the podium in IVRA TCR competitions. They'll be hoping to reverse that trend next time out at Spa. George Gruber also finishes 1 laps down. And then we look at the rest of the finishers. Eclipse Racing Team, the 244, 3 laps down. The Hugh Jass 237 car finishes 5 laps down. And a couple of cars not making it to the checkered flag. That's the Alpine/Stars Geodesic Racing Team, Rogers A51, and Mayer SimSpeed Performance. So that was our race results, and we finally take a bit of a breath. The ClubSport Discord server has become a very, very busy place as all of our competitors look to talk about their race with their various competitors, but it's time for the post-race coverage, and that means for us to talk to 2 members of a absolutely dominant duo. For Maniti Racing, the number 78 led so much of this race, and if not for an early race safety car, the question must have been, how big would that lead have been? And now with the driver duo, Samuel Aurora is standing by.
Well, folks, we've got Matthias Dehaney and Tim Matske from the number 78 Maniti Racing team. Tim, I'm going to start with you firstly because of the drama we saw while you were in the car. Firstly, congratulations to both of you on the rather epic win. Tim, what just happened in the pit stop? That was quite crazy, wasn't it?
Thank you, first of all. Yeah, it was very unexpected, and I don't really know how this situation all started, because I'm supposed to be the leader behind the safety car, but during the whole caution I had a GT4 in front of me. I don't really know why he was there. I thought he would be able to get a wave by from the safety car, so I would be leading, but well, turned out not to be like that. And then he was leading us into the pits, was already pretty slow in the pit entrance. But I mean, it didn't really matter because there was nowhere like to go under caution anyway. And then he kind of missed his pit stall, and in order to still make it, he slammed on the brakes in the fast lane right in front of everyone. And I broke and still hit him a little bit, but really got hit from behind, because of course the guys behind, I can't blame them for anything, because you don't expect that, especially with the rules we have. I mean, it's pretty clear that you pull over to the left and then brake in your pit stall. He just missed it. Sometimes can be hard to see where your pit stall is, but in the end still very unfortunate, that situation, because it put us on the back foot for no fault of our own, and luckily Matthias recovered extremely well today. Great job.
Coming to you, Matthias, you inherited the car in a bit of a tricky situation. What a comeback it was from your end. Firstly, how did the car feel, and how did you just carve your way past? A very excellent drive, that.
Well, in the end the car felt quite normal, to be honest. And yeah, keep your head down and try to overtake as many people as possible without making eye contact, because in the end that will put you even down further.
And Matthias, it may seem like a big result, wasn't it? Because we saw Team Maniti have a bit of promise in the IVRA ClubSport Series, but never a big result, at least in this season. Do you think this is the start of something really big for Team here, right here?
Yeah, I hope so, definitely. It's the end of the bad luck streak that you had in the last couple of races. But yeah, it's still a long season, so I think a lot can happen.
Absolutely. Tim, coming to you for this one. Again, another pole position for you while you're in the car. What do you think is going to happen next now? Because as Matthias mentioned, a bit of bad luck for Maniti Racing early on. It seemed like the bad luck would be continuing. A real case of the Maniti spirit coming out, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just kept our head down, even with a lot of things not going our way. We knew a lot is still possible, and I think it was the right way to just not think about what could be if the contact wouldn't have been, but we just focused on what we need to do next. And one car after the other, Matthias made great moves and picked them up one by one, and then we found ourselves in the lead at some point and just had to keep the guys behind, and he did great. Really good job.
Matthias, how did you keep your calm? It seemed like a very tricky situation.
You just do it lap by lap, corner by corner, not thinking too much about what will happen if this or that. Just do the job, and then yeah, all will be fine.
Yeah, and my relaxing voice in the ear, of course.
Yeah, that also helped quite a bit.
Finally, folks, many congratulations on the result. Anyone who'd like to thank for this one?
Yeah, of course. Dane Baird Photography for taking our photos, then our design, and I want to especially thank Joop for all the work he's doing always with the social media and the great Photoshop work, so it helped a lot. Thank you, Joop. And of course, Matthias.
Absolutely, guys, many congratulations, and hopefully it's the start of something big.
Hopefully.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice evening. Goodbye.
So that was the Maniti Racing duo, Matthias Dehaene and Tim Matske. I don't think they will be back in action tomorrow, but Maniti Racing, if you are interested in watching IVRA Endurance tomorrow, you will be able to see Maniti Racing in the GTE class, GTE Pro. So now let's jump over to the second of our classes. Team Hella Media taking a very, very dramatic last race win, and Jonathan Burke is standing by with Matthias Havdal.
Hey, Matthias, probably not the way you wanted to win a race, but a welcome win, I'm sure, for the Norwegian team. How was it out there?
Yeah, of course. I feel terrible for the Hugh Jazz team. They would have deserved to win that. But, luck went our way today in a number of ways, really. It's not just the Hugh Jazz car. Several of our other competitors as well got involved in incidents. So in the end, everything went our way, even though I don't think we actually had the pace to win today. But I guess we had everything else pretty much. So, yeah.
And sometimes that's the trick, staying out of trouble. And, from what we're seeing in the pictures right now, you have a very clean car. How did you both manage to stay out of trouble as the race went on, especially during like the chaotic pit stops and some of the chaos of the spinning cars around in the fast sections?
Well, you just got to stay on your toes. I mean, you can't predict everything that's going to happen, so you just got to try to be cautious when you can, but at the same time you have to be aggressive occasionally as well to get the result. So it's a difficult balance.
And what was the outlook of this race beforehand? Were you thinking like a top 5 was at least on the table for you? I know you said you weren't expecting to win with your pace, but where did you feel like you should have been today? And if this is a nice little boost to your championship run, maybe.
Yeah, I think we could have gotten maybe I think we could have gotten a top 5, but we would have been maybe 4th or 5th, on pace. So yeah, this was really unexpected, and of course it's a big boost to our championship.
And how are you looking forward to next time out at Spa?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. I'm curious to see if they bring back the incident limit or not. Because that plays quite a big part at that track. But yeah, it's a track I enjoy, so it should be fun.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Matthias. Congratulations for you and Team Hella Media for the win.
Yeah, thank you.
Very dramatic win then for the Hella Media team, and I'm sure they'll be celebrating this one long.
It was the Norwegian-based Hella Media Porsche team that collected the win here in a dramatic fashion on the last lap.
A bit of technical issues there as Jonathan couldn't hear me talking, but that was Hella Media. Dramatic win for the 161. One more class winner to talk to then, and Matthew Crisp is standing by. He's been very patiently waiting, and Matthew, it was a dramatic race, I think it's fair to say for you guys. Not starting towards the pointy end of the field, but you made your way to the front, got involved in a little bit of contact, and still managed to have the pace in those closing stages. Must be a very happy win for you today.
Yeah, that was like one of the most up and down races I think I've ever done. There's so many points there I think, we've lost it. I know we're back in position again, but yeah, we managed to come through and take the win. I always knew we had the pace because from the start of the race I knew that I saw that I was pretty much the fastest TCR on the pack. The safety car kind of helped us get back to the front. Yeah, we just picked our way through and home the win.
So talk a little bit about this IVRA ClubSport season for you so far, because it's been an interesting series here in TCR. It's a category that a certain team has had a lot of success in, and Full Send Racing has been struggling the last few rounds, and it's opening the door for the likes of you guys to make a challenge for this championship now. We're now at the halfway stage of the race. Last time out, you had a very impressive showing at the Circuit of the Americas, and the momentum seems to be on your side as you build up to the next race at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, of course, me and Damien weren't actually part of the team last time out, so yeah, shout out to those guys who got P2, I think, last time out. But yeah, now we can start to focus on the championship. We didn't have a great first round in Road America, and we kind of thought maybe the season isn't quite what we expected coming in, but yeah, certainly now we can look at the championship.
One final question before we go then. You've got the holidays coming up, and I'm sure some part of you is going to be relaxing a little bit, but at the same time, constant practice I'm sure is going on, and we have a quick turnaround. January 9th is our next race, so very shortly after the new year. How much are you looking forward to Spa and working with the team through the holidays to continue building up the performance in this car?
Yeah, definitely. Spa, there's a track that we've been to before we went there in the summer series, so yeah, we've got experience with the track, and although due to various issues the result wasn't quite what it should have been, we've got pace around there, yeah, so certainly looking forward to it. Hopefully the guys will do well in the endurance race tomorrow.
Well, actually that lends me to ask you one more question. Are you going to be competing tomorrow as well, or is one race enough for you every weekend?
As much as I want to do both, no, it's it's not really realistic possible. There's such a difference between TCR car and the LMP2, which is what I probably would have been driving if I had done that race. Yeah, such a difference, and yeah, one day just to kind of unlearn one car and relearn another. Yeah, as much as I want to have done it, because yeah, I take every opportunity I can to do events like this. Yeah, realistically, probably wouldn't have worked out so well.
Well, congratulations, Matthew, and congratulations to your teammate as well. Impressive move in the dying stages to get the race lead, and we'll see you then in a couple of weeks' time from Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, see you guys.
So that was our third and final class winner, Matthew Crisp in the 234 Fiercely Forward car. Interesting race there across all three of our classes, and now we can finally take a breath, if only for a couple of hours, because we'll be right back with more action from Barber Motorsports Park tomorrow. The IVRA Endurance Series returns for a 2.75 hour race, but Barber Motorsports Park, the host of so much racing action this weekend. We take a look at the series schedule. 3 races still to go. The 4 hours of Spa next time out that will offer the teams the opportunity to get some of these halfway points that we keep mentioning. Then round number 5, a month later, from the famous Suzuka circuit. That will be another one of these shorter races, 2.4 hours. And then our season finale, round number 6, March the 6th, a 6-hour race at Sebring. A very bumpy track, as we all know. That will prove to be the longest race of the season and will likely be the toughest challenge for them all. Before we go, I do want to get some closing thoughts from both Jonathan and Samo, because this is a busy weekend, and I think a lot of what we've seen today is going to be applicable tomorrow in the endurance race. Yes, there are only 2 different classes of cars. You've got the LMP2 cars and the GTE machines, but Jonathan, you've got 4 different classes, since you have LMP Pro, LMP Am, GT Pro, and GT Am, and we saw in this race, traffic was such a key factor, and I'm just hoping it ends up a little bit cleaner than that last time out at Phillip Island for the endurance series.
I think it's going to be a huge factor, especially for the LMP2s going through some of these fast sections. That back straightaway with those 2 little chicanes through the roller coaster section. I think the LMP2s can, be aggressive, almost go full out, and the GT cars, it's not realistic for them. So it's going to be about managing the traffic and really just trying to play your cards right and getting through it. For a lot of the race, I really felt like in this race, the Porsche cars did a very good job of getting through a lot of the traffic.
Well, the Discord server is begging to disagree with you, because it looks like literally every single driver that took to the track today is voicing their opinions about the quality of the lap traffic. Samuel, over to you before we start to wrap it up then. I'm not going to ask you about tomorrow's race. I'm going to ask you about the next 3 races that we have. Like we've been saying throughout today's broadcast, halfway points are going to be the story in the second half of the season. This championship fight is going to be very intriguing, given what we just witnessed today.
It will be indeed. From what we saw the last time out at Circuit of the Americas, split strategies and just having a safety car midway through can change things up so much. And in IVRA, we almost always have a safety car, don't we? So halfway points could really change things up quite a bit. Some teams are going to roll the dice. Some teams are surely going to be more aggressive in their approach and trying to grab halfway points than the others. It's all about what pays off in the end, Arjuna. It should be so much fun towards the very end.
Yeah, it really should be indeed. So it's time for us then to say goodbye. It's been a long day today. We've had 3 different races. We had 2 of our 30-minute sprint races in the IVRA Club Cup, and then the 2.4 hours of Barber, the 3rd round in the IVRA ClubSport Series. Join us again tomorrow, as mentioned, for round number 3 in the IVRA Endurance Series and the 2.75 hours of Barber. The first ever combined weekend in IVRA competition, and 3 of our series heading out onto the track, all at the same track. We do have that split difference, but conditions expected to be very similar tomorrow. We're expecting colder days using our virtual December out in Barber. So let's go ahead then and say goodbye. For the last time in 2020, the IVRA ClubSport Series has finished a race, and now we return on the 9th of January for round 4 in this season of the IVRA ClubSport Series. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, and I've been joined by Samuel Aurora and Jonathan Burke for today's broadcast. We'll also be leading you through tomorrow's action as well, so if you enjoy our voices, don't go anywhere. RaceSpotTV is the place to be. TV cameras provided to us by Istvan Ballo and TrackCams22.com, with additional car cameras provided to us by Tyler Maxson. Live timing and scoring provided to us by our partners over at timing71.org. You can follow along with the best races in both the virtual and real world using Timing 71. So we'll see you then tomorrow for more racing around Barber Motorsports Park, but if you choose not to join us, we'll see you in 2021 as the IVRA ClubSport Series returns for round number 4. Enjoy the rest of your weekend and enjoy the rest of 2020.